Who's ready for the last semi-final? Then put your hands together for the Jade Dragons. Give it up for their opponents, Tartarus Titans.
That's right, welcome back everyone as we get ready for semi-final number 2, the Jade Dragons taking on the Tartarus Titans. You can hear the crowd excited for this one, and of course, what I have seen out there a lot today has been a lot of Jade Dragons jerseys. You at home or in venue are able to pick these up, or shirts and more. If you go find any of the merch brought to you by Skulls, you can go online to shop.hi-rezstudios.com/SBL or shop.smiteproleague.com. Or if you're here in the venue, you can go out into the lobby right up to the Skulls booth and try to find the team you are going to be rooting for, not just for this semifinal, but maybe in the finals. Kings just stamping their spot there, so maybe stock in their jerseys is on the rise as of right now. On the other side, Dragons, Titans, still TBD. I've got a few people joining me, Gormizer. I've got Deathwalker now that's going to be on the desk, as well as Hazer and Hurrywind. Of course, we're all deferential to Deathwalker when it comes to actually making plays on the battleground. And of course, you, maybe not to your personal expectations, are going to be watching down here with us. You can, if you wanted to, take a selfie and tweet at us, #WorldsWithFans. You can get featured on the broadcast. And I know we've been looking at a few people out there who are watching the stream. Whether it's at home or here in a venue, just make sure you tweet at us at SmitePro. Use #WorldsWithFans. And just to show you what we're talking about, you can see the guys that are here every time. You are rooting for Mike. If you're looking for the Dragons, you've got the crowd working your way. That's at Pillow Lord. I'm actually going to have to either follow them, figure this out, because they have been here. They are the ones you hear right now in the background. Always bringing hype and always excited. Also, for anyone curious, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you can actually see it on the camera. That hat has blinking lights. Blows me away that he's got it. Also, just appropriate for what we're seeing here in Texas, specifically the style of hat. And of course, you can meet the players as you're walking around. And I did not read the actual tweet until just now. Signed my baby. #WorldsWithFans. What's the point of having a kid if you can't get him signed by a team you're rooting for? Probably. That's exactly what you could do. #WorldsWithFans. So make sure you are tweeting at us. But again, Deathwalker, Hazer, Hurry. Deathwalker, I'll go to you first. You know, getting up onto the desk, but being able to watch Smite with the analytical eye, but going from playing in this tournament on the stage, I imagine even though it was a loss, it still felt incredible to be back in front of a crowd.
I mean, I kind of forgot how it feels to play in front of a crowd. I think I could say the same for everyone else as well that played on the stage. And I have to say, last time I played in front of a crowd, it was at the DreamHack, I think.
Yeah.
It was season 6. But this crowd blew me away, honestly. This is probably the best crowded Worlds we've ever had.
And Hazer, this is one of the matchups I think that everybody has been looking forward to. Hurry, you as well. It feels like these two teams have a lot riding on them. The Titans kind of surprising everyone yesterday, but the Dragons, fan favorites for a reason, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the crowd is supporting both these teams so much. I'm excited to see who gets louder in the crowd as this set goes on. So loud when these teams were winning their sets yesterday. And there's so many storied matchups here, right? One of the ones I wanted to touch on support, so maybe for you, Hurry, Aror versus PBM. I feel like these two guys have been juking it out for years at this point. You know, they've each gotten one over on the other, but yeah, excited to see how they fare in this one.
Those guys have always been in the contention for top supports forever, so far as I'm concerned, since they both joined the league, and they both have a ton of respect for each other, and that's something you kind of see reflected in the way they play and the way they pick versus each other. I think the counter pick and support is going to be heavily favored today for both supports, so I imagine the second pick teams are probably going to be looking to take their support pick third, maybe even last, and I think that's probably going to be something that continues to happen throughout the set, outside of maybe when Maui's up, which I think they both play to a very high level as well. So I think it's going to be a great matchup between these supports. I think whoever's on fire in that role specific, maybe a little bit biased, is going to be making waves for their team.
Just a teensy bit of bias, right? Speaking of supports, though, and more specifically PBM, you know, earlier today we got to take a little bit of a peek into Venenu, kind of see the career it took to get him there. Same thing for Captain Twig. And for those of you out here who are fans of PolarBearMike, I've got good news for you. You can watch this, learn a little bit about the career that made him into the sport he is today.
PolarBearMike is a player that has quickly become synonymous with aggressive play and the SPL.
Is looking for it, but Rival trying to defend, they can't do it! That's the game! That's the series! That is your SMITE World Championship! Say hello to your North American victors, PolarBearMike and United! A massive personality backed with immense talent. This behemoth on the battleground has only two things on his mind at any given moment: self-improvement and taking dubs. Called out, wasted on Twig, who crackens onto a roll. Beautiful pull in a blink from Mike. You beauty! He's trying to turn it around, but it might not be enough, or is it? Whirlpool down from Twig will secure the kill, and PolarBearMike with a play for the highlight reel.
Mike quickly rose through the ranked ladder and finally broke into the competitive scene towards the tail end of Season 2. Since then, his witty banter and hyper-aggressive playstyle have been staples of the league.
And he's dealing the fire giants!
Playing for a plethora of teams: United, Rival, and finally, the Jade Dragons. It was under the United banner that Mike finally earned his world champion status. Now, the three-man core of that world champion roster, Mike, Screammmmm, and PandaCat, assemble once more in an attempt to lift a hammer.
Okay, how do I word this? I don't think I will play with another support in my time playing SMITE. Right? That makes sense. Yeah, it's gonna be Mike.
I think Mike has been like one of the best supports to play the game, and I think that he's, if you were to categorize him in a word, it'd probably be aggression. He's just a player that just can take the ball and just run away with it with the whole game from minute one, and I think that his whole team kind of adapts that style. I think he's just the best at early game. There's no team I ever played against where I'm like, we have to be so careful the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, because if you mess up, you can just lose the game, and I think that's largely attributed to him.
When we had the invade meta in SMITE, that's when I was scared against playing against him. He would just like run me down, do whatever to not make me have a fun game.
PBM is one of the players who I always looked to and took a lot of inspiration from and tried to implement into my own play. So he's an amazing player, always sees those opportunities and is able to push that early game advantage the extra mile, which I think really makes the difference a lot of the time.
I hate playing against Mike. He's like that. I hate playing against him. He's always in the right things, always in the right spot. He's probably just one of the best supports.
I think, you know, you think back to like Fafnir games, like when support's like really meta carrying the game. I think he's great in those types of metas, and I think that he's a snowball player in my opinion. I think he learned how to play the game snowbally early in his career, and I think he's just adopted it for the rest of it.
Another game in Season 5, he played Surket against us. I think one game I played Surket and we won, and the next game he played Surket and he just stomped us. And it became a mutual agreement, it's like no more Surket, like no one's allowed to have it. So definitely moments like that, he's, yeah, on his Surket and his Fafnirs, things like that, he's just gone crazy.
Mike's definitely made a lot of game-changing plays in his career, but I think one that really stands out for me is stealing Fire Giant with his little Sylvanas one way back in the day against Rival.
PolarBearMike wraps up in the whirlpool. Fire Giant still pulled. Jet Warrior goes up and down. No, they got it! The United steal away the Fire Giant. Ice Ice Baby is gonna fall. Rival playing with fire, and they get burned. The United steal it away.
He brings a lot to the team, right? Leadership, the ability to improve in a useful manner, it's actually like a pretty big aspect that some people don't have. So I just think he's a great teammate, and I just like playing with him.
I mean, I can go on for like an hour talking about Mike, but I think he's the best support. When he applies himself, he's the best player. I think he's one of the top 5 players in the game. And yeah, he's my GOAT, my dual laner.
Look, when it comes down to it, every single thing that you hear there, first off, you can hear the crowd actually showing up. You know, we mentioned them in the tweet. We've shown them in the crowd. In the video with PBM, you have to know that he's built himself a following, but you can hear it from PandaCat. You can hear it from a lot of the players there across multiple metas. PBM has been one of the guys that has kind of chauffeured everybody into what it is supposed to be, what they should be playing, how they should be playing it. And then, of course, I think my favorite one of those was Vote's response, which is I hate playing against Mike because he always seems to know what to do, always playing well, always in the right spot. It's frustrating. And if you are someone who has to go up against someone like that, you have to have a background that rivals it just as much. And luckily, for the Tartarus Titans, the support they are playing with, Aror, is the one person in SMITE who can stand to the long career that Mike has. And you know what? Don't have to take my word for it. We've got a video showcasing exactly what Aror's path to this point has been.
Allow me to introduce you to the greatest support player to ever touch SMITE.
What a play from Aror. Are you kidding me? I mean, Benji is one auto from death. Aror jumps in, double stun, slams the meditation, and then that med healing gets him out of range.
Maxwell Aror Jackson started playing SMITE in Season 1 while a member of the storied team Fat Chunks Assemble. During the early years, Aror bounced around while making a name for himself as one of the most consistent players in an up-and-coming SMITE Pro League. Aror would finally take his talents all the way to the grand finals of the SMITE World Championship in Season 5 as a member of Splice, where he would lift his first hammer. During Season 8, Aror would catch fire again, joining up with some storied SMITE pros and some newcomers alike. That year, Aror's play and shot calling was truly tested, a test that Aror would pass with flying colors while helping his team all the way to the SWC Grand Finals just before falling to the Leviathans. To this day, Aror remains one of the winningest players in SMITE Pro history and forges ahead hoping to capture his second world title.
I absolutely love Aror. I mean, Aror's probably like my favorite teammate, or he's probably the best teammate I've ever had.
I think Aror is just a very unique player, and he's just so annoying. Like, I think that Aror's a player that I drew a lot of inspiration of, especially when I was coming up in the league. A lot of his like aggression and his playstyle just trying to be annoying and trying to be in people's space.
I hate playing against Aror. I really hate him because he always plays like those supports that are like super cringe. I don't know, I remember when he was playing Kumba, Khepri, he always played Ganesh. I really hate that playing against him.
He loves when people are annoyed, you know, and that's the kind of playstyle he encompasses. You know, if somebody's not having fun or not annoyed, that's all that's good for him, you know.
If the other team thinks that you're annoying, you're doing your job well to like a crazy extent.
I love Aror. I played with Aror on Season 6 in Splice. He is a great teammate. He's a funny teammate, you know.
I feel like he's just someone, when you look back to when he started his career till now, he's just been very, very solid. And not just solid, he's been good. Every team he's been on has been good. At least in recent years, he's made his teams better from what I can see.
He's playing at Worlds and he's defending the Titan as Artio, like alone. And he like 1v4 defends the Titan and his team comes back and then they win the game. And that was like so sick.
On the right-hand side, 13 more seconds before Cyclone Spin can come to help. It's just one bear, just one Aror to try and slow him down. Dignitas have 4 members here. Aror blinks in. He's looking for the stun on the backside, gets through the wall, but Dignitas want to take the end.
Arkill too low.
They can't do it.
Aror forces the entirety of Dignitas back.
You hear the crowd. Speaks for itself, right? Aror, PBM, as far as support players go, as far as just players in general for SMITE. You can see that they have cultivated a large following. 2 of the teams I think that we've gotten to see hurry that have such well, I mean, fan favorites, right? I mean, there's a reason we keep saying it for both of them. There's a reason you're hearing all these cheers. It's just because they bring something, as mentioned, to the team. They bring something to the fans. It's excitement. They've got a long history. And they're just really good people on top of it. I mean, they're really nice. It feels like they've got it all.
Yeah, and they're just winning players. Like it's mentioned in both these videos, these guys win a lot.
Yeah.
A lot more than other people. And if you really look at the statistics, you'll start to see that these guys win a lot more than you realize as well. And being a player playing alongside and against these guys for so long, you know that, you feel that. They've got a presence, and they've got personalities as well that are really easy to be a fan of and to kind of support. As longtime player, everyone knows how Mike is. Everyone knows how Aurora is. You don't have to play with them. You know how they are because their reputation precedes them.
And the thing, Hazer, that I see out of it is the fact that they bring more than just that. They, the team around them has a lot of the same levels, right? I mean, maybe like minds drifting together, things like that. But you really get another level from the Dragons, and you can look into the carry. You can look at now even in mid for Pegon, even though he doesn't have the long history everybody else has. It seems like he's meshed with this team better than anybody that has been with them. And then you look at Scream coming back to him. You look over to the solo lane where fineokay is. It feels like this entire team on the Dragons has fans for a long reason. And you don't even have to take it from us. You can listen to fineokay himself. The cheers just a second ago as he stepped up on stage. We've got him standing by with Kelly, ready for an interview.
Thank you so much, Gormizer. Joining me here right now, everyone, it is fineokay. Now, walk me through, since your win against Oni yesterday, what has your team been doing to prepare? What have the vibes been like?
We were actually half expecting the Titans to win. We knew some of their stuff going in. We've been scrimming them, so we're pretty prepared going into it. It's Fallout Worlds though, so you never know. But I think we're ready.
And obviously, you guys went 2-0 yesterday. Do you think that there was a standout player during the quarterfinals?
Probably. Probably Daniel. He was kind of popping off on the Uller. I'm expecting them to ban it today. We'll see, but yeah, definitely Daniel.
Obviously, I think you have a few fans in the audience right now. What is it like to be back here in front of everyone as being such a big part of the SMITE community?
I mean, it's so crucial. This is like what SMITE is all about. Getting to meet everybody yesterday and just feel the energy of the crowd during our games. It's amazing. So thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate it.
My final question. The person you're going up against in the solo lane, SoloOrTroll, took your team out of the Worlds last year. What are your thoughts on facing him today?
I think Sot's a great player, but that wasn't in front of a crowd, so different beast today.
I like it. Thank you so much, fineokay. Good luck in your game. Let's head back to the desk.
It's exactly what they say, though, right, Deathwalker? I mean, you go back to last year. It is a different beast in front of a crowd. Sot, though, didn't seem too stressed. Then again, when you have Cyno popping off the way he did yesterday, maybe you don't have to stress as a solo laner if your jungler's doing that much work, right?
Yeah, I mean, as for SOT, he is probably one of the best mechanical players in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, he's most famous for his Uller, of course, I think. Very mechanically challenging god. I think this matchup is going to be really, really tight. Like fineokay, I've talked to a lot of solo laners. Many of them want him to win Worlds.
Yeah.
Many of them are saying that he is one of the best solo laners in the world. And pairing up against SOT, there might have to be some jungle interference in order to get a clear deciding winner there, I think.
Yeah, right. Somebody's got to be able to jump in and get their hand, or get somebody ahead. And Hazer, that's kind of what it is. You go back to last year, and not even talking about the matchup versus the Dragons, just talking about SoloOrTroll in general, to the point where even in their loss on the Scarabs, they fought against the Titans in the semis, but his performance the entire run in Worlds was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, he single-handedly brought Osiris kind of back into the meta, right?
Yeah.
He made it look incredible. No one else was playing, and he was just crushing everybody. Mechanically, he's incredible, and confidence-wise, he has so much confidence. I think that's really, really important for a solo laner. Big egos, DW, you got one, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. I know about big egos.
Look, man, you want to talk about confidence? You got to be feeling good. You got people chanting SOT in the crowd. He's a phenomenal player, he's a nice guy, and he's standing by with Kelly for an interview.
Joining me right now, everyone, is SoloOrTroll. Now, After taking down the reigning champs yesterday, how is your team feeling? What were you guys up to?
Oh, it feels absolutely amazing. It's probably the best feeling of my entire life was winning that game, even though it's just a quarterfinal game. But it's the first game I've ever won on a live stage, so it felt great, and they chose us, and yep, and I don't know, it feels great.
I mean, it definitely has to feel good against a team that picked you specifically to knock them out. But I gotta ask you specifically, you picked Guan Yu, which we haven't seen except for one time. What is it about the god that you like so much, and why do you think everyone else avoids him?
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into too much detail, but I think I'm just good at the character. I like the character a lot. I think he is just good with the way we want to play the game, and I think he's good with the team. He's more of like a team-oriented god, and I think he's a good facilitator god, so that's kind of why I like him.
And also, you're going up against fineokay in the solo lane. Your thoughts on that?
I love fineokay. I mean, the Fonzo fam turned up here. I mean, I love fineokay. I always learn something playing versus him. He's a great guy. He's a good friend, so.
Well, I think there's some SOT fans in here as well, right? Anything that you would like to say to them before we get into the game?
I love you all so much. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I love you guys.
Let's head back to the desk, guys. Thank you.
This might, I mean, look, I thought Dragons Warriors was going to be one of the most electric crowds. This might still be topping that. It's two teams, great players. Every single one of them has a following, and for a reason. And Hurry, coming into a match like this, knowing that you've got that kind of support, it's got to feel really good. Maybe it's kind of balancing, right? You're nervous because you're still in front of a live crowd on a big stage. This is the most important match of the year that you've played up to this point. But also you've got all this support that's kind of helping bring those nerves down. You know that you're out there and that people are supporting you.
Yeah, it's kind of a two-edged thing, I would say, because in one sense, these guys have kind of conquered the crowd a little bit.
Yeah.
They know what it's like to play with the crowd at their back. But both of these teams were 2-0 in their last sets.
Yep.
And both of these teams know that many people are supporting them. So if, let's say they get down or things aren't going their way or they make a dumb play or two, then that can kind of work against you. So they definitely feel right now like they're on top of the world. But as this set goes and the crowd swings one way or the other, you never know how it's going to affect these players.
It has been fun to watch their transition through the year. And again, for me, the thing that surprised me yesterday, Hazer, Cyno, not only playing out of his mind, which admittedly, it was Cyno on a world stage, maybe that in and of itself isn't that insane, but to think they had that much synergy on a team that has literally had like a little over a month to form. Yes, they qualify pretty cleanly last week from the group stages, but going up against the reigning world champs, that felt like it was kind of above their pay grade going into this week, and then they do it in a 2-0. This is a different Tartarus Titans than I've gotten used to seeing.
Yeah, it's a team that's been through a lot of turmoil this year. They've had quite a lot of roster changes. They bring in Cyno, and it takes a little while for them to mesh, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He didn't come into Phase 3 playoffs playing at the top of his game, but then he comes in and he starts to perform. He gets signature picks, and that's when Cyno becomes really, really dangerous.
Well, it's time for picks and bans of game number 1. Tartarus Titans taking on the Jade Dragons. And a lot of priority that's going to be showcased here, and respect immediately on the Ull. Deathwalker, you're nodding, you're feeling it.
That's what I was talking about. Just Uller in general in this match is going to be big.
You've got like 4 guys that love it.
Yeah, I mean, every single player apparently just loves it on both teams. This is clearly respect towards Pegon dominating with Uller in the previous set against the Oni Warriors. In general, I think they've been just favoring physical mid lane way more over on this side of the bracket, except for, we've seen Paul with the Hebo, which is also respect ban, so just a lot of respect on both ends here.
Yeah.
Cyno Naja, another respect ban.
Yeah. I mean, you call it exactly as it is, right? Really, it's just respect right on top of it. And again, goes back to, I made this point way earlier today, but Naja, if it makes it through any game today, we saw it banned in every single King set. Feels like it has to be banned against the Titans here. You had mentioned the Hebo set. The crowd cheering on the other side. Karnanos, that's not what they were cheering for. No, Hazer, the Maui gets banned away. We've seen what this pick can do in the right hands. You got to control it. And not only do they get rid of that, they pick up the Ishtar for themselves.
Yeah, Maui, a god who's having such a good performance this SWC, just dominating in everyone's hands. Genetics again showing in the last set exactly how good that character can look in a competitive setting. And I guess the Titans maybe banning it on first pick side's a little bit interesting, because you would think the first pick side would maybe want to pick that up, but maybe they were looking for something like the set, something like the Ishtar, and they feel like they've traded out okay. They get the Ishtar, but Jade Dragons, Pegon no longer has Uller, but he's got a Morrigan.
Hurry. We've been thinking about some of these. Daji, one of the top picks. Scream presumably paying that, but we've seen a Daji Morrigan combo countless times in the SPL this year, and we have seen it absolutely floor them.
I am excited to see the Morrigan. I think it's taken too long for the Morrigan to show up on the world stage. This character always overperforms. She was nerfed not too long ago, but I still think she's great, and they get that Daji alongside it.
Yeah.
Now, I will say the Titans were prepared against the Daji the other day. Thanatos is a pick that Cyno apparently likes into that pick, and it worked well for him the other day.
And he's feeling confident today.
But now he has to deal with 2. So let's see how that goes. What do you think, Hazer?
Speaking of 2, is there any chance he's going to have to deal with 2 Cthulhus here?
Oh,
We've seen
no.
that
Oh, wow.
a lot from the Jade Dragons. Could they be getting the trifecta of Morrigan, Daji, Cthulhu in their top 3? That would be very, very difficult to deal with that.
That would be absolutely disgusting. I think. I don't know if I've ever personally won a team fight against a double Cthulhu. So. I'd be very scared if I was them. There's one good thing though about this. Amaterasu has a really good matchup into Cthulhu.
Right.
So I think they might be scared. They're going for the safe bet here with the Gokulan. Gokulan's been having a really, really good tournament so far. So this, in my opinion, is maybe even the top solo laner other than Hades, which has been left open.
Yeah, we were actually talking a lot about the solo lane matchup coming into this, right? Talking to fineokay, talking to Sod. Do you think that the Ama, the Kukulkan, are those the kind of gods you expect big plays from?
I expect really big plays from Gokulan. Ama is more of a, like, you play the map with Ama. You know, you pull the objectives, you invade backs, you're very fast, slippery. If the Dragons can control backcamp timers really well, like if they can clear it on spawn, clear Brule on spawn, secure, this Ama realistically shouldn't have much breathing room. And with the just sheer damage output from Gokulan and Daji, she has a lot of threats from just straight up dying as well.
You hear cheers out there. A lot of respect getting thrown. And this time it's towards Paul. Scylla, you roll back a year from now. You roll back 2 years from now. You roll back 3 years from now. You're going to see good plays on Scylla at Worlds from Paul. And then the Hell, which has been a Tartarus Titans special lately. The Dragons banned that one out. Ram and Terra banned out by the Titans.
Just lots of respect towards Paul from the Jade Dragons.
Yeah.
4 out of 5 bans.
Yeah, go his way.
Paul Hazer.
Absolutely. I mean, they respect Cyno's Deja, and then they respect Paul. That's it. That's the order, I think.
We've seen a lot of times in Hurry, sometimes focusing Paul has not worked out well for some teams.
Yeah, if I'm Paul right now, and I think I do know Paul as well as people can know him because he's his own beast.
He's also just gaming.
He's also just gaming. He's also got the gamer lean. I think he probably wants something where he feels comfortable into this Morrigan pick. I'm thinking he might go back towards maybe an assassin. Maybe a Pele could be something he would consider. It would put them at heavy fizz, but it hasn't stopped people before. Charybdis, PandaCat does like this pick. We have not seen Charybdis in a long time now. I think this pick is a little underrated. Some people think she's bad. Some people think she's underrated. There's not really any in between. Usually people saying she's terrible, she's really underrated, and she's great. PandaCat definitely likes that pick when he feels like he's kind of going to be under stress in the game and he needs easy ways in and out of team fights, and I think Charybdis does just that.
Well, and I see a Thanatos Hazer, and all of a sudden I'm thinking, man, that immunity is going to be real nice at a lot of moments this game.
Yeah, real tasty having that immunity on the Charybdis, as well as the rest of the comp. You look at it, Morrigan, Daji, Kukulkan. The 3 characters they've already picked want to dive. So you want a really safe ADC that can maybe help out with that, maybe carry in with a dive. So Charybdis very safe and also capable of helping out with that dive. I imagine that we'll see Mike go on something as well that wants to get aggressive, that wants to get into your backline, CC people, and they want to play this on the front foot.
Deathwalker being able to pull it together and leaving the support towards the very end, which is something that we're not actually used to seeing. But a bunch of high priority that has been picked up here for the Dragons, still waiting for support as well from the Titans. Does anything stand out to you maybe? You know, with Maui gone, Yamoja's been kind of in that conversation. Apparently Cabrakan is in the conversation now.
Yeah, I was going to say the Titans have had a good performance with Cabrakan, so I think Aror might be just feeling it. So they're probably leaning towards that. And I think what Dragons kind of wanted to do is wait till they can see what Aror is playing, so that Mike could maybe try and get a good matchup in the support role. I think they might try and pressure through mid. They have really good pressure in mid, Morrigan, Daji. So if they can just get a solid support matchup, I think they got it in the bag, at least around mid lane.
And I want to ask you about mid lane as well, because as much as the rest of us has watched a lot of Tiamat, Zero seems to pick it. If Kronos is gone, Tiamat's in the conversation. Usually if Baba Yaga's gone as well. So like, what is this pick bringing to the Titans that's going to help out?
Well, I gotta be honest, as far as I'm concerned, Tiamat might be one of the worst gods in the game. But she's very safe. She's good when you're aggressing on the enemy team. So when you are creating space with this Kabrak and with this Amaterasu, you can safely jump in as Tiamat. If you can jump in as Tiamat, you can dish out so much damage. And other than that, you also have map control with the little minions. You can send them out to say dual lane. You can go do Fire Giant. I think they have a lot of just very, very strong map play called by the Titans here.
And hurry. She's here.
She's here, she's back.
PBM's Yemoja, the 10th pick in the lobby, and yet it's still a power pick for the Dragons. Feels like it's going to be important.
Yeah, I think Yemoja is going to continue to be important for the rest of the weekend as we see it. I am a little worried because the Kabrakan is a notable counter matchup for the Yemoja. She doesn't have a way out of the Tremors. She does have a way to cancel the Tremors, but it's easy to get caught out by that Kabrakan. So if Mike finds himself being the target early on in this game, early on in the team fights, I think that is where Yemoja can struggle. So that's where I'd keep my eyes as these team fights get started.
Well, the crowd is excited. I'm sure we're excited. And you know what? We might as well not wait any longer. Let's go ahead, jump into game number 1. It's J-Mac and Mifflin.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gore and the desk. Game number 1 about to kick off in the semifinals with the Jade Dragons and the Tartarus Titans, Mifflin. This is a team that coming into this tournament, not a lot of people had moving on beyond the reigning world champs of the Leviathans, but pulled out a dominant 2-0 off the back of Cyno and Paul yesterday. And that's a lot of the respect that we saw in the picks and bans for this first game.
And Cyno somehow able to get back onto that Thanatos, a revitalized Tartarus Titans rally behind their jungler in that pick. I'll be keeping my eyes on him. Generally, it's a bit of a slower pace. When we talk about Thanatos regularly, it's, hey, let's get involved at level 5. Level 4, you're feeling pretty good. Even level 3, with Death Sight, 2 ranks in it, you can one-shot people, or at least feels like it that early. But with Cyno, it's a little bit late-game slanted, or mid-game slanted, rather. It's level 8. We see him holding off on backs, utilizing the passive to sustain on map. So I'll be keeping my eyes on pacing in the early game. But if it does go late, I always find myself hesitant to vote against a Morrigan composition, especially with such a great transformation. Double dodge G, you're putting threat on beads and punishing it essentially in the same breath.
And it really feels like there's so many great options for this Morrigan, especially once you maybe get past like that level 9, level 10. I'm looking at the other side and, hey, you picked a Thanatos. Well, now we've got a Thanatos of our own. So many options available for Pegon. I think keeping eyes on him throughout this game and what his transformation targets may be like could be pivotal for the Jade Dragons. But let's delay no longer. Let's jump in to game number 1 with the Jade Dragons and the Tartarus Titans, a best-of-5 semifinal. Winner moves on to face the Camelot Kings in the grand finals. That'll be taking place tomorrow between our squads. We're gonna have to wait just a little extra time before we jump back over to those ones. But Mifflin, I'm so excited to get into this set, man.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm keeping my eyes on some of these more eclectic picks as well. Deathwalker, I tend to echo some of your sentiment. I'm not the biggest fan of Tiamat, but we've seen that god with a lead. We've seen what that god can do when she's allowed to get into the quadrupedal stance, jump into the back line, get into the front line, or be a part of her own front line, I should say, and really facilitate a whole lot of these fights. The knock-up, the CC immunity, the safety, very difficult to deal with. I'm excited to see what Paul can do on this pick. It's been a long time since we've seen him play it, but I trust him to play it well.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, you go back a previous season, and this is a pick that he would fall back to more often than not. When we would see teams ban 4, 5, 6, even at one point had essentially 7 bans allocated towards him. He still picked up a Tiamat, still ended up carrying the game. Maybe not as strong as she was at that point, but keeping eyes on this mid-lane matchup as the game progresses, probably definitely the MO there. But I think maybe for you and I, both eyes are on the junglers for this matchup. Cyno's pacing versus Screammm's. Screammmmm, ever since he came to this team, he has been the red hot. We are going from level 2, and we are just W-king the rest of the way through.
But I'm not certain that Daji is that style of jungle pick. You can get involved early, sure, but it's not chop chop Osiris, mannequins, just breakdancing on the enemy like we associate with Screammmmm. It's going to have to be calculated aggression. It's going to have to choose its spots very well. If you go in with the trickster spirit and you get called out, you could really lose your life quickly. I'll be keeping my eyes on him. I trust Screammmmm to reel it in. He's got a great team around him, communication center out of PBM. Gotta line it up here.
Yes, mid 2v2 should be explosive. Even the duo lane, I think. Aror and Stuart. Stuart's had such a pop-off so far in this tournament. Looking back against Zapman, a player who he had to replace jumping into the Scarabs last year, and it's just been having such a great performance. I don't want to call this his rookie year because he started last year, but it's really felt like his first full year in the SPL, and Stuart has been one of the top performing hunters, no matter the circumstances. Even being on one of the lower seeded teams of the Scarabs, he was still dominating in those matchups. Had a bit of a quiet phase 3, but after his performance yesterday, I think a lot more confidence back in this rookie.
Yeah, hesitate to call him a rookie, but maybe a breakout year for Stu here. Has been very aggressive in the past, has since then reeled that in a bit, has been playing through more star power players like Paul, allowing him to be that hyper carry and the central focus of the Tartarus Titans. But at times, given the opportunity, Stu still got it in him. This guy will run you down and he'll make it look good. And Ishtar, certainly a pick that can do it. PandaCat locking in the Charybdis, I think a very interesting matchup, one we haven't got to see a whole lot. Once Ishtar released, it felt like Charybdis' day in the sun was a bit over, but now this matchup, one a bit unexplored as well. We'll get good eyes on it. I just don't see a world where Ishtar is soloing Charybdis. I don't see the inverse either. It could be a bit of a slow lane.
And even still, one thing that was being brought up on the desk was just how safe this Charybdis pick is, not just into the immediate matchup, but you can expect that hovering death maybe lurking through the jungle for Cyno. Just jump into that Whirlpool immunity, dive into your tier 1 tower line or as far back as you can, and try and avoid it there. But an early start so far into the game. We'll be keeping eyes on Cyno. Remember yesterday in his 2 games with the Thanatos, it was level 7, level 8, before we really see him start going back, picking up some of these items, getting aggressive on the map around that time of the game. I wonder if he'll do that same thing here in game 1 against the Dragons.
He's got some decent options to get involved early on. Daji wins the 1v1 up against Thanatos pretty convincingly at level 20, but early on, you really favor the Thanatos in that battle. If you're reliant on 1,000 cuts to finish off your kills or chase out, the silence from Thanatos can really make it difficult to finish off some of these kills. The burst potential, Thanatos takes that early on at that. Otherwise, I think Cyno will probably struggle to find those battles in the early game. When I look at this Jade Dragons draft, it's not Jazzberry Jam, run them down at 3. It's more so mid to late game slanted. Could be a departure from the standard here from the Chaos side. Just slow it down. Make sure you're playing well around your neutral farm. It's something Deathwalker brings up on the desk. Very important for the Jade Dragons to hop on these back camps. And it's really on the Tartarus Titans to push that envelope early.
Well, Titans starting up beside Harvey Camp, but being stopped immediately by PBM and PandaCat. Maybe for Aror, look to get a little aggressive up against PBM. Low and Omi, it is his Omi. I almost messed that up there, but yeah, Low and Omi only has 1 through, so doesn't have any of his cooldowns available to him just yet. But that sustain that PBM provides in that lane on top of the lifesteal that PandaCat does make it very difficult to go up against this lane. But it's just enough pressure from the Jade Dragons back to keep Aror and Stuart at bay.
Yeah, Yamoja is just so powerful. Back in the day when it was just all about Guardians in the duo lane, we talk about pressure and pushing waves in, Yamoja was at the forefront of that conversation. Since then, Ishtar has taken up the mantle of, hey, if you got me on your team, we'll be able to push that wave in your tower pretty consistently. Already the Jade Dragons showing that Yamoja's still strong and still capable of bullying with the best.
fineokay getting the better end of the trades on the right side of the map, puts SOT down to about a third. As there's a battle for the Interceptor, but that one does go to the Jade Dragons. Aror unable to sneak that one away, and even playing up an aggressive towards the purple, trying to go for a steal. Mike has Hog, and that's a guarantee to at least Wait, did he mistime that Hog?
Oh yeah.
Aror just walked up and took it?
Simple, just hit him with a seismic crush. Aror ask the question. Sure, you could say in any situation, if I walk up to purple, they're just gonna hog, and there's nothing I can get from it. You have to prove that you're capable of doing it, and Aror forces it.
Bow Lao pulls in Cyno, a lot of damage to the Thanatos. The Cyno just up to slow, and Paul turns it back around for first blood on the Tartarus Titans, and Scream left running through, just not enough damage to take out this Thanatos.
The Morrigan early on struggles with their damage output. It's some of the changes to that base mage stance starting to rear its head. The DPS very low. Scream was relying on that Dark Omen proc to get him. Cyno limps his way out of the battle.
PBM stunned. Here's an extra combo in from the Hunter. PBM low. Couple more lob shots from Stu will do, and he grabs it. Second kill of the game to the Titans Hunter.
That's a tough situation to be in as PBM. Do you rip Tide out? Do you stun out? The Tremor, he makes the decision. It's got to be the Tremor, but from there, Stu already closed enough of that distance.
locks him down with those lob auto attacks. The Tartarus Titans striking very early here.
Tartarus Titans with a first blood and a little more. Nearly 1,000 gold in the lead at only 4.5 minutes in the game. And Paul on this Tiamat, a pick you wouldn't expect to be the one to strike first blood in a mid 2v2, but comes up big for his team and able to strike first, gives him at least the early advantage in getting towards his stacking item. Book of Thoth now finished up. He can get those stacks online.
Man, that's an early Book of Thoth at that. Should stack up pretty easily. I imagine the Jade Dragons start looking towards side lanes. Don't necessarily want to group up on Pegon right now. A rotation towards SOT could catch him out of bounds. He loves getting aggressive, and with that Golden Blade in first slot, pretty squishy.
Sot versus 3. He's got backup from Cyno if he gets that ult through there, as well as Aror in the sky, lands down.
Cyno!
It's Cyno with the first kill of the team fight. And now PBM caught inside of his own Riptide once again. He is running, but just not enough damage to catch him out. Instead, it will be the Titans pick on 1 and a greater Scorpion Steel.
If that ultimate comes out just a bit sooner from Mike, you lock down SOT, Dazzling Offensive, doesn't connect with the stun, but just barely works his way through that wall, and the turnaround from Cyno, double dunk and a scythe combo, looking real clean. This is what we had said we wanted to see from the Tartarus Titans. Early aggression. Don't let the Jade Dragons get this composition to a 3-on-3. Don't let them group up on a Gold Fury. And so far, the Titans have pushed their lead very well.
Tartarus Titans, 3 games in a row now. Cyno has gotten this Thanatos, and so far 3 great early games for the Tartarus Titans. Cyno's back stopped by fineokay walking up. Root is good. Ultimate will do some damage, but that's about all that fineokay has in the tank for this attack.
Yeah, I wonder if the D-transformation comes a bit earlier there, might be able to chase out the kill. Cyno, no ultimate, means no escape from a situation like that. But even just poking him a bit, probably not the best use of your time. Thanatos, so much sustain in the jungle. Just the ability to clear out these waves or these camps, use the Death Scythe for self-sustain as well. He'll heal that one up pretty quickly. Eye of the Jungle start actually for Cyno, so it's MP5 as well as just HP from the passive. High potential for damage in the early. Whereas on the other side, Bumba's Dagger for Scream, not really going to utilize those stats until you upgrade that item.
I'm curious if we'll see any more action maybe towards this right side of the map. fineokay has been getting the better end of these 1v1s up against SOT, but SOT's been more active as far as trying to rotate out of this lane. We saw one attempt by fineokay over towards Cyno, but felt like the minute that Sot rotated out of the lane, the rest of the Titans were ready to back him up.
Man, Mike just walks up, takes an offering, but can he make it out of here alive? Aror just needs the wall.
The stun is there. The wall connects. Blocked off by the Riptide. Can Mike make it through? Yes, he can. PandaCat comes up just in time with the autos to break down just one wall to get his support out.
Charybdis very good at dealing with those Cabrakan walls. The disjointed auto attack, that little 3-piece combo, all procs as one individual on those walls. Aror gonna struggle a lot if PandaCat's nearby. I wonder if that plays into the relic allocation for the Jade Dragons, realizing that PandaCat's got such a strong matchup, might dissuade them from looking towards the Phantom Shell.
Potentially so. Level 10 for Paul, up over Pegon right now. Pegon in his first performance over on stage just yesterday, a lights out quadra kill on the Uller, warranted a respect ban in the picks and bans for the Tartarus Titans. And for a rookie, his first time on the stage, having a pop-off performance, that gave the Dragons so much momentum yesterday. And now Pegon at least struggling a little bit early to keep up with the farm of Paul. Jade Dragons is going to be waiting for that mid-game, or at least for PandaCat, maybe opting for a fight up against Stu, backing him up to the tier 1.
Yeah, Stu just does not have the resources to fight right now. HP and mana on the low side. So PandaCat, had he been able to close that gap, likely could have pushed him out, maybe even looked towards some invades or a rotation to mid. Instead, reset back towards neutral. We're about a minute out from the Pyromancer spawning, and with fineokay having so much pressure up against SOT, could be a stimulus package the Jade Dragons really need. If they can group up on Pyro, force a fight there, could be one way back in. The Tartarus Titans, though, with that global presence from Cyno, he's better believe he's going to be there.
Now, yesterday we did see some much earlier Gold Furies than we're more accustomed to at this point through. Do you think that maybe there's an option if one team heads over to the Pyromancer that the other one just opts to go over and take the Gold Fury instead?
I mean, there's potential for it. It's not a crit build from Stu, so Ishtar not exactly burning down these objectives just yet. I don't love either one of these mages on an objective fight either. Morrigan and Tiamat a bit slow in the DPS as opposed to some of the more standard mages we've seen or the hunters out of mid. There is certainly potential for it, but if even one member of either side is there, it might be just threatening enough that you reset the goal just for risk of steal.
Now, Pegon going for something a little bit different on the Morrigan first. Typically, we see things like the Doomor come out, give you that extra movement speed, a little bit of additional power to go through, but he's opted for a Chronos Pen and a lot of investment into CDR to start out this build. I mean, how do you feel about this Chronos Pen at first slot for Pegon?
With the Morrigan base stance being so much weaker than it once was, Chronos Pendant just allows you to get into Changeling a bit more often.
Ultimate by fineokay, backup by Screammmmm will dissuade SOT and Cyno from moving further forward. We'll just get the ult out of the Amaterasu, and then small battle over the totem goes to SOT. Transformation though out of fineokay to Palau in. SOT has no way to get out of this. He'll get yanked back, but where is the follow-up damage? There's the ultimate from PBM to lock him down, but nobody's dealing the damage. Cyno instead goes to the back line. fineokay dashed out Screammmmm, tries to use the fire giant, but that's not enough. Screammmmm grabs one, and a second Palau up now for the Dragons. Will pull 3 back in, but Pegon goes in and dies after. It's a double kill for Cyno and the Titans.
2 for 1 trade. Cyno blinks in. He wants more.
Finds nearly the third, and Paul will finish the job and is 6 kills up for the Tartarus Titans and 1 trade out for the Dragons.
You cannot allow Cyno to waltz his way through this tournament on this pick. This Thanatos has been integral to the Tartarus Titans. The global presence, the chase out on a Scream, the rope back around, catches out Pegon, rotates through, blinks forward. That all of it, every bit of aggression from the Tartarus Titan there, all through Cyno in the jungle. This Thanatos pick has looked very good for him. We've called into question his God pool in the past. Seems with the addition of 1, he's looking real comfortable.
But Miv, I'm curious what the 1 beyond here is, because we haven't had to see it yet. No team is God, I hope it's not the chalk at this point, man. We have not seen a good chalk yet from Cyno, but I cannot imagine after a performance like he had up against the Leviathans, and even if the Titans lose this game, with the start that Cyno has had, there has got to be some respect thrown towards this band.
Yeah, I mean, I hate quoting him. I'm going to quote Aggro. He said, don't let Brooks cook. Don't let him do it.
No.
He's just been cooking so far. Cyno on the world stage playing different here. The Jade Dragons, though, certainly still in this game, have got some win conditions and some hot power spikes coming up very shortly. Keep your eyes on PBM. He's elected to go for a very early build. Mail of Renewal should allow him to get involved in these fights early and not be too concerned about his own life. Pegon taking over towards level 12, an added layer of safety with that second relic pickup. Aegis for him there. And we haven't quite seen these Changeling ultimates really separating the fight. The double Daji looks good, finds a pull onto 1, but that 1 being SOT, and SOT surviving for as long as he did, didn't really pan out for the Jade Dragons.
Now, we did see a second Palau come out later on. We're going to need some kind of answer from the Dragons because the Titans have just waltzed over to the Fury. Scream is here. Will that be enough to scare them away? The Dragons are, or the Titans, I should say, are still going to just take this Fury. Scream goes in. Palau doesn't find anybody on the chains, only 1, and it's Aror gets pulled into the River's Rebuke. But in the sky is Cyno. Watch out where he's going to land in the fight. It's to the back line, but it's only on top of PBM. The fight is going all over the place, but it's Pegon is the lowest one out. Cyno able to squeak through, and fineokay falls first.
Now the Tartarus Titans hot on their heels. The Jade Dragons utilizing those Riptides to escape. It's Paul leading the charge. Knock up off the mark should spell the end of that fight. A color explosion in the Gold Fury leaves the Tartarus Titans with the objective and 1, and potentially a bit more here. Pyromancer feels pretty good. fineokay had a whole lot of pressure in that lane. Still has a level lead from the Grayscale, but can't do anything with it if he's not on the map. The Titans take yet another objective. Pyro in the coffer.
Gold Fury Pyro +1 has now netted a 3,500 gold lead for the Tartarus Titans. 13.5 minutes in the game, and all the momentum being set by that man right on your screen, Cyno. On this Thanatos, starting up that fight, dove into the back line. Not the ideal target dunking onto Mike, but it just seemed to have caused so much commotion and clutter in that team fight that the Dragons were honestly probably just confused that that's where he dunked in.
I think I'm with you there. Just the confusion of why me? Mike probably even says it, like, why was it me? It was an immediate disengage from Cyno. The Jade Dragons try and chase out fineokay. Just not enough damage in the build to finish off that kill. Cyno limps away with sub 200 HP. But in committing himself, I believe it was the salmon leap forward from fineokay, the Tartarus Titans, able to fold themselves back in, collapse onto him, take their 1, and get out.
Trebuchet in the left lane. So he's going to help PandaCat maybe get a little pressure on this side, but with Stu and Aror standing by, doubt we'll see too much damage thrown towards the tier 1 tower on that end. With no objectives up to fight for, it seems like it's just got thrown out there to maybe deter the Titans from getting aggressive on one side of the map or the other, especially with Aror coming over here. Not very often we see the supports make a rotation over to help deal with Trebuchet, but maybe Aror just trying to get a little bit of extra farm.
Yeah, doesn't want a 3 split in mid, I think. Probably the primary reason he's over towards the duo lane. Would love to funnel all that farm, that gold, that experience towards Paul, who's now nursing a 2-level lead over Pegon. Massive power spike from the Soul Gem. Already full stacked on the Book of Thoth. Tiamat, not great in the early game, not great in the mid game, but once you're 4 or 5 items into the build, late game hyper carry potential certainly there. And the Tartarus Titans, I mean, they're just waltzing through the whole map. The Jade Dragons haven't found their footing. It's another structure with 0 fight back.
It's a level and a half up for Cyno, 2 levels for Paul, 1 for Aror, and for Stuart at this point. Tartarus Titans, aside from, no, I can't even say aside from Solo, because even SOT with a slight half-level lead, have the advantage in just about every single lane, with 6 of the effective 7 kills on the belts of both Paul and Cyno. A lot of that golden experience has been funneled towards those 2.
It has been. We're a couple of minutes away from a respawn around that Fury. Might be the next POI, unless the Tartarus Titans can find a pick on map. An individual pick could lead to a Fire Giant very early on. We've reached the point where Primordial Onslaught, that first ability from Tiamat, is finally matching the DPS of the more standard mages. Could help you out around a Fire Giant pool early. We've seen a whole lot of them during this event. 18 minutes. We used to say it was 20 for the Fire, but it feels like these SPL teams have expedited that process. The Jade Dragons, though, given the opportunity to breathe over the next couple minutes, can farm up and start stacking towards that late game team fight, the 5-on-5 engagement that this composition was built around. Have fineokay go in first, Pegon transformation into Scream, double powwow, burn beads, get through the Magi's as well, and pressure the Tartarus Titans. But when you look at how the draft is constructed from the Jade Dragons, their counter initiation is completely contingent on PBM. If the Rivers Rebukes aren't clean, the Tartarus Titans get to roll forward.
At this point for the Dragons, they're walking into their mid-late game at a 5,000 gold deficit at this point. Is there kind of maybe a gold threshold, at least for you, Mifflin, at this point, where the Dragons need to close out or maybe get to that point where it's a little too dangerous to try and fight into?
I wish you didn't ask. It's around 5,000.
Oh, no.
5,000 does not
no.
feel good. Look, 3K up, you're thinking to yourself, all right, 1 fight, we're back in it. 5K up, even if the Jade Dragons take a clean engagement and a Fury afterward, you're still looking at a healthy lead for the Tartarus Titans. I like to think of gold, especially in events like this, as your buffer. How many mistakes am I allowed to make? Is it 1, is it 2? As of now, I think the Tartarus Titans are allowed at least 2.
Well, Stuart, able to take first tower on this side of the map, has put at least PandaCat on the back foot on this Charybdis. Haven't seen too much aggression from the Hunter of the Jade Dragons as of yet, though. Not a very loud pick with the Charybdis. Startup of the Oni Fury for the Tartarus Titans. Mike and PandaCat are here. fineokay has rotated to this side of the map, but it's a fight in the mid lane. SOT is keeping Scream distracted. That's a powwow expended, but it's only for the solo laner.
And SOT was unthreatened, doesn't have to utilize anything there. Holds on to the ultimate.
They just
even if you pull him in, I mean, SOT walks out. And the Tartarus Titans, yeah, grab the Fury. Jade Dragons will not fight if they're not at full strength. They cannot fight if they're not at full strength. And with Scream losing out on potentially one of the most important tools to the team fight, the Jade Dragons have to let that one go.
Another pocket of gold for the Tartarus Titans, plus being an Oni Fury, some enhanced minions start pushing up these lanes. Trebuchet on the right side for the Dragons to have to deal with. But the Fire Giant is right there next to it, as well as the Pyromancer, which is respawned in. Tartarus Titans have the momentum in this game. And the 3 core now, Paul, Stuart, and Aror pushing forward, maybe going for a roundabout, at least towards PBM and Scream. Instead, they're going to the solo lane, trying to catch out fineokay and Pegon. A blink from Fino. Pegon transforms instantly, but doesn't make it to the sky. Stuart drops him before he can get up.
Pegon nearly makes it up. That ultimate so well timed, but even then, every single shot from Paul finds its way home, and the Tartarus Titans won't let off the gas.
Fire Giant, half HP The Jade Dragons step in. Aror goes to the back line, walls off Mike and fineokay, but the River's Rebuke are here. SOT in the ultimate. It's dropped down. Too much damage from Scream, and the Tartarus Titans cannot continue the fire.
Great ultimate from Mike. Funnels SOT forward. The only way he could go, if he wants to escape that damage, is into the entirety of the Jade Dragons. From there, now it's the Jade Dragons with an opportunity to grab their first neutral objective of the game. Pyromancer pulled out, but the Titans nearby. Does go to the Dragons, but can they make it out alive?
Paul, only with Stuart behind him, not willing to dive in. So the Jade Dragons have now answered back, winning out a small engagement and taking an objective for themselves and closing up some of that gold lead. Mistake number one for the Tartarus Titans, a small one, but it's one for the Jade Dragons to try and fight back in.
But the Titans have still got that massive buffer of golden experience, but experience maybe not as one-sided as it was beforehand. It's actually Scream now with a level lead out of the jungle. Itemization still favoring Cyno. That Magi's going to be very important to surviving a lot of these fights in the Jade Dragons. fineokay can burn it, but only with ultimate. Otherwise, it's up to PBM. You really don't want Scream to have to do it with his ultimate. You really don't want Pegon near Cyno in base stance, so you don't want Pegon doing it with ult either. So you're keeping your eyes on PBM. These stuns are connecting from a range. Cyno will have to play respectfully around the CC of the Jade Dragons. Otherwise, can just keep moving forward. It's high execution, but if anyone can do it, I have faith in Mike.
Level 19 for Paul on the Tiamat, one off from being able to get that starter item leveled up, and a Charon's coin to boot immediately after the Soul Gem. Just going for a lot of extra powers, some extra pen now in the kit for Paul to deal with these tankier targets. The Jade Dragons grouping up towards the right side of the map. The Tartarus Titans grouping up more towards mid. Fury still down for 2 minutes. Pyromancer even further. One pick could start up a potential pull of the fire.
It could, but who's going to start the Fire Giant? Are the Tartarus Titans feeling confident enough? I guess that answers your question. Fire Giant pulled out. Jade Dragons forced to respond.
fineokay in the rage form, walks forward. Frenzy pop. The Fire Giant is melting. The River's Rebuke there. The Titans get the Fire Giant, but can they get the fight after? Cyno in the sky, but so is Pegon, who ducks down, but takes SOT with them instead. The first casualty of the fight goes to the Jade Dragons, and maybe an extra one. Scream drops. Paul makes it a 1-for-1.
Tartarus Titans, time to disengage. Fire Giant healing them back up. Paul's got other ideas. Maybe I called it wrong. It's a step forward. Slow connects. Stun off the mark, but will Mike survive?
The damage from Paul is getting too much for the Jade Dragons, but Paul is going to stop his onslaught there, steal away the speed buff, and it'll be 4 of the Tartarus Titans still alive with that Fire Giant buff. And maybe the most important one to hold on to, it's Stuart on that Ishtar, can now start chunking through these towers.
And they've got time to push in a 4-on-4. Scream dead for 20. SOT has access to the teleport, could join his team very quickly. But why leave it up to risk? We've seen teams in this position struggle to close out games, and the Tartarus Titans want to put themselves as far ahead as possible before they hit their first contention point. Grab the tier 2 in mid, fall back, strip away the buffs, start grouping up on left, grab this tower, and potentially fall back towards that Fury. The Jade Dragons, I mean, the initiations just haven't been there. The damage output just hasn't been there. And the Tartarus Titans, every single time, even when they drop low, survive and walk on out.
Tartarus Titans now with about a 7,000 gold lead over the Jade Dragons, plus fire on 4. And still a few towers to knock down. Tier 2 and left, and both structures on the right side of the map. So it's still a decent bit of gold on map for the Titans to answer back to. But one slip up could turn back again for the Dragons. Still all 6 towers for them in gold to try and make up and close some of that gap. But momentum to the Titans as they start pushing up towards left.
SOT not having Fire Giant might make it a bit more difficult to siege if the Jade Dragons decide to defend. You really want that Amaterasu to have that additional healing around these structures. Tartarus Titans a bit ahead of themselves there. Reset the Fury. No harm, no foul. Go ahead and grab it regardless. But look at the Jade Dragons. They're pushing on right. We've seen this a lot. If you don't feel like you can defend on a tier 2, and I don't think the Jade Dragons can, instead get as much farm as you can before it gets to your Phoenix. Tier 1 in response. Tier 2, not an option. Got to get back quick.
Wait, Scream stopped his back. Tartarus Titans, they'll pull away from the Phoenix.
He's backing.
They were grouped up there. Scream does eventually make his way back through, and that's the call back for the Tartarus Titans to pull away from the left side. Still have a couple of structures on the right lane to take down if they want to get a little bit of extra gold, but with only about a minute left on this Fire Giant buff, seems that the Titans will just clear out the jungle and go back and spend up some of their gold.
And now the Titans with a much heavier advantage around the Fire Giant in about 2 minutes once it respawns. Will have to force the Jade Dragons forward. It's no longer a question of who's going to pull it. It's the Tartarus Titans. They've got all the onus on the map. The Jade Dragons, given the opportunity, would AFK for 15 to 20 minutes just to get that gold spooling. It's on the Tartarus Titans to not give them that opportunity. Still 30 seconds with the Fire Giant power play. Means tier 1 should fall down. If the Tartarus Titans decide they can generate pressure around this tier 2, force the Jade Dragons to group up on defense, would get them off the map, would make it much more simple to start rotating in towards that Pyro, towards that Fire Giant as well. Keep your eyes on mid and left. Scream hasn't shown himself, Pegon has. Pegon back to base, Scream still out and farming. It's another tower for the Titans.
That is all of the permanent structures now stripped off the map for the Tartarus Titans, and Pyromancer will be the final prize before the full reset for the Order side team. The underdogs coming into this event, knocking out the reigning world champions and now facing off against the red-hot Jade Dragons. But it's the Tartarus Titans in game 1 who have shown that they're the ones who are still playing with the hot hands off their win from yesterday.
And now with power spikes all the way across the Tartarus Titans roster, finish up your Belt of Frenzy, upgrade the Erendite, Belt of the Berserker, excuse me. Upgrade all your relics at that. It's a lot of additional power over to the Tartarus Titans and vision in pocket. The Jade Dragons have to make a hard decision here. Do you group up, defend around the Fire Giant? Are you willing to just give it over and take the fight in your own territory around these Phoenixes? I think it's got to be around the fire. The Tartarus Titans, maybe not the best suited at sieging, still certainly very powerful, and with a lead like this, it doesn't matter that your composition isn't exactly built for it. The only thing that could make it a bit easier is had Paul elected to pick up Polynomicon, it would just be easy to poke in towards these birds. Instead, it's a very standard mage build, so it's up to Stu when looking at the structures. Jade Dragons start their march forward. A loss here in a team fight for the Dragons is the game. A loss for the Titans, as long as they keep a couple alive, might just cost them fire.
Titans find Scream barely up into the powwow. He'll find quite a few with these chains and pulls 3 of them back in. Up in the sky is the Thanatos. Scream is down, and the Tartarus Titans continue their march back towards the fire.
Scream has just gotten caught out too many times before these fights. Over towards mid, loses out on his ultimate before the Fury, now on right before the Fire Giant, and at such an integral time at that. The Jade Dragons posturing for defense, not allowed to do so without their jungler, and the Tartarus Titans have 40 seconds to play with until Scream rejoins the land of the living. This bird is going to be a hard-fought defense, 4 versus 5.
Gonna need Mike and fineokay to do a lot of frontlining. Set up for PandaCat and Pegon. Riptide off the mark. Aror to the back line. Paul as well. Frontlining with this squad. PBM is gone. Stuart starts the fight on strong. And Paul to the back line takes out his opponent. PandaCat in the whirlpool as soon as he gets out. Has to Aegis to get back to the fountain, but Paul puts him down. Double kill for the mid laner, the Titans. Right side bird gone. It is just Scream and fineokay to defend. A dunk in by Cyno, not enough. Quite yet to take out fineokay. Paul dives to the fountain, but the Titans will dive down and take game number 1.
A quiet win for the Tartarus Titans where they breeze through the map. Not much fight back from the Jade Dragons, uncharacteristic from them. Could not quite find their footing. And the Tartarus Titans, it's not the same. This is not the Tartarus Titans from the play-ins. This is a different strategy again. Just leveraging all that early aggression into objective after objective, tower after tower. And by the time the 5-on-5 started, not that it was ever really given an opportunity, considering the positioning of Scream in some of those fights, the Titans had already built up, what, 5-6K in the lead? That is nearly impossible to fight back into.
Now, Miff, stop me if this is a controversial opinion here, but maybe Cyno just shouldn't get Thanatos for a 4th game in a row? I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's been working out pretty well for him.
I would ban it personally, but I've got no pride. You know, my ego's been crushed by years of L's, 10 years of Smite, all L's handed to me.
Man.
I don't gotta protect anything here. The Jade Dragons, though, a team that play through emotions, might not be willing to ban it.
And they spent a lot of resources banning, what, 5 of Paul's picks at that point, and not a single one seemed to have stopped Paul in game number 1. The Tartarus Titans take the lead in the set of this best of 5. Can the Jade Dragons bounce back in game number 2? We'll find out right after this break.
you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're Million Pugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. Million Pugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy Smite loot, including favor, gems, chests, boosters, and skins. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk here live in Arlington, Texas from the Esports Arena as we cover SWC Season 9, the semifinal number 2. Titans win game number 1. But of course, we want to know how you, whether you're in venue or at home, are watching. Tweet at us, #WorldsWithFans. And of course, showcase where you are in the community. You can be right here, whether you're meeting some of your favorite streamers, or you could be at home watching the way that we have seen, whether it's on TV, if you're casting a monitor, wherever it happens to be. Everybody excited. Also notice those cats named Atlas and Hades. And so everybody being able to kind of showcase it again. Tweet at us, #WorldsWithFans. You can get featured on the broadcast. And it was an explosive game number 1. And Deathwalker, it's explosive. Maybe not in the way that some of the games earlier were explosive. Earlier, we were seeing both teams just slap each other back and forth. This one, the Titans just keep coming up every single fight and getting ahead every single fight.
The Titans were just so strong in terms of team fights, and just they were grouped all the time. It almost felt like they were more grouped than separate.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a laning phase to be played as well. I mean, they've grouped more in this one game than Hexmamba in the whole season, I think.
Well, we saw it a second ago. I'm going to mention it here. The Million Pugs First Blood. And this First Blood is brought to you by Million Pugs. And yes, that is pugs like the dog. You can earn skins, favor, gems, and more when you make online purchases using Million Pugs. Million Pugs is partnered with tons of brands and retailers, so sign up for free to start grinding Smite rewards. You can get started at millionpugs.com, millionpugs.com. Those are also going to be very easy. It's a nice browser extension. Other replays, though, you're going to notice this, Hazer. Titans heavy, man. It's a lot of plays being made. You're going to see a fair amount of Thanatos in these as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Pegon eventually transforming it into himself. He wants to be like Cyno too, don't we all? But yeah, absolutely incredible performance by the Titans. I feel like they read this Dragons comp and they said, so they've got 2 Daji ults. If they pull us, what are they going to do on landing? No AoE damage coming out of the Dragons. And so the Titans group up, they death ball, and they run you down. And Paul, it was definitely Berger time in that game. He was running them down non-stop, Hurry.
Yeah, and I think Death Ball is really a great way to describe the Titans' team comp as well as their playstyle this whole tournament. They've got picks that kind of just run the fight. As soon as they get a head start on the fight, it's like the fight, it's not even close. I think Thanatos, Set, even Tiamat being picked up, those picks are all great at just absolutely running away with the fight if they're left alone, even for just a few seconds. And I think if I'm the Dragons, those are the kind of picks I'm probably going to pay a little bit more attention to, because it's just too hard to deal with too many of those picks at the same time.
And, you know, Deathwalker, going into that, you had highlighted, we talked about the solo lane matchup specifically, and you were like, you know, you can expect big plays from a Cucullin, but you're playing the map if you've got an Ama, and that's exactly what they do, right? Looking around the objectives, controlling the objectives, you get the big moments, and those are coming out of the jungle. You're not the guy that's doing it, and we get to see that grouping make a huge difference in terms of farm.
They were just super sharp on every objective. Every single objective, they were 5-man. They would tank it well. There was one fire in particular where they didn't tank it well, where they actually traded 1-for-1, but they cleaned it up right after that. No more mistakes after that. They probably weren't even happy about that fire pull originally. I also want to point out one big thing that I saw this game. I was even gonna talk about the Yemoja pick when I first saw it.
Yeah.
I really didn't like the Yemoja pick here because you wanna kind of try and engage. The Tartarus Titans are in your face.
Yeah.
This entire game with the Kabrakan, with the Amaterasu. I mean, Cyno was kind of in your face as well. And Paul was just enabled through all this aggression to be able to jump in, do so much damage. I mean, it was top damage the entire game. But they just couldn't prevent them from getting in their face. Yemoja doesn't do that. Yemoja helps peel, yeah, sure, but they're already there. They're already in the fight. They're already doing the damage. So they needed something to start the fight first. They were not supposed to let the Titans start this many fights. They got even picked off in solo lane a couple of times. they need to adjust their draft for sure. I think this was a big draft error from the Jade Dragons.
And with Engage being a problem like that, I mean, Hurry, like that, it stilts your game so heavily. Like, I mean, and we got to see it, right? The Titans, as Deathwalker points out, starting any fight they want, and at the drop of a hat. Meanwhile, on the other side, every now and then you get a dodgy play and some really big pulls, but it never felt like it really made the difference for them.
Yeah, I think engage is a really big word that we use a lot here in the competitive scene, and it really does matter a lot, and this is a perfect game to showcase that. I think you always need to make sure that you have a way to start the fights when you feel strong. If you feel strong, you show up to an objective, and no one can actually get the fight started, you really can't get anything done. So I think the Dragons, like Deathwalker mentioned, should maybe move away from the Emojo or make sure they have better engage somewhere else, and I think we'll probably see different Dragons in the next game.
Well, we can see what they're going to do. Picks and bans for game number 2. It's only one game in hand now, but the Titans up 1-0. The Dragons, and I'm certain the fans in the crowd as well, rooting for this game to turn things around. Start things off with the same respect, Hazer, that we saw at the beginning of last game.
Yeah, but will we finally see some respect towards Cyno's Thanatos? At the moment, either Nezha or Thanatos will be getting they've chosen to let the Nezha through, maybe picking that first pick side so they can adjust and maybe take that themselves. We shall see in a minute. CERN and Ishtar, 3 hunters banned out by the Titans.
You have to pick Nezha here, right? I mean, like, you can't let Cyno have it.
Yeah, I don't think that's what the Dragons wanted.
Exactly. Okay,
I feel like they don't want to take this Nezha a little bit. Am I crazy for thinking that? I think that's probably a good call from the Titans to call their bluff a little bit.
All right, Hurry, I want to ask you a question because this is a very support-oriented question.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've seen it. Assassins haven't belonged in the duo lane in a long time. Can Nezha support still work?
I would love to say yes.
But
I
you
would
just
bet
can't.
everything I own that it is not going there.
Yeah.
It's fun, and it does a similar thing that it does in the jungle in that it probably ults people up and sets up for their team and kind of dances around in the team fight. But the damage that Nezha brings out of the jungle is just really relevant when you're playing that character, so I would really expect it to end up going to jungle.
A man can dream. And I'll hold on to it.
And you have that right.
Probably until the next 2 picks when they ruin that and pick like a Ymir or something. Amaterasu, Deathwalker, we had talked about it. It's coming in with the Nezha locked in, and specifically Thanatos locked in. You have to see something different for Cyno. So you get the Ama back. You go to Nemesis here. How do you feel about these top 2?
He's looked pretty clean on the Nemesis as well. That was his go-to gold pretty much in the qualifier, actually. So he's already kind of warmed up on it. I'm sure they've practiced it in the meantime too, but Cyno really likes, well, he's been most dominant so far on Nezha, Nemesis, and Thanatos. And hey, if one's open, why not pick it, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? SOT also had a very, very strong performance on the Amaterasu. I'd expect another Kukulin pick. I think the Kukulin was probably like the highlight of their comp, honestly. fineokay had a really good game. So I'd expect a Kukulin response here and maybe look to pick up like a mid laner or something. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, I think a mid laner could be nice here for the Dragons. I don't know if they would go back towards the Morrigan again. It didn't seem to have too much impact in that game. Pegon, obviously a rookie, had an amazing performance so far on the Ullr, but now getting that taken away, you want to see him get some confidence on something else and start performing. Osiris, though, an early Osiris pick here, likely going towards the solo lane, although we have seen it in the jungle, Gore, so your dreams are still alive for now.
Exactly, the Nezha support dream is still alive here.
It's dead. Okay, never mind. Yeah, they killed and buried it right there. And you know what? I'm okay with it because they get a Maui, of all things, something that we have seen banned actually in game number 1, and very worthwhile. You were talking, or I should say we were talking, right? All 4 of us, math, hard, there's 4 people. Sometimes you don't count yourself, it just happens. We were talking about Engage, and Hurry, Nezha was originally, cover up the other 2. You just see Nezha, and you're like, okay, cool, Sash, start a fight at the drop of a hat. Just whenever you have it, as long as it's off cooldown, you can go. Then you add in Osiris slows, and then you add in Maui hooks and ults. It feels like a really good top 3. If you're trying to change up your Engage, the Dragons did it.
Yeah, they definitely made up for that. Nezha already kind of brings Engage on his own. Maui, also another great Engage character as we've seen so far a lot already. I do think we should probably spend a lot of time talking about this Morrigan that was just locked in. I think that's going to be the really defining pick in this next game here. I haven't seen Paul play it a lot lately.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, just playing against this character myself recently, just even when Dardes played it, the character is problematic in these kind of settings. Now, Pegon didn't have necessarily the best game. Paul plays it differently. Paul plays a way more safe style of Morrigan. He's very hard to find. He comes late into the fights. And I think in this setting, that's a little bit better. Do you agree, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about the setting is a really astute point, because when you're here, you're in a different setup. You're no longer in the studio. You've got these crowds raising the roof in here at all moments, and it's so difficult to play against the Morrigan if you don't have those sound cues. You can't hear her walking in her stealth. You can't hear her priming that one, and you can get stunned out in one shot by a poly Mori at any moment.
I know one person, I can see him right here. Agro's standing right there. I'll see if I can get his attention. Doesn't seem like he's going to look over here. Had a lot of experience watching Paul's Morrigan the last time he was able to find a championship. And so that is a huge deal. I mean, if you're looking for Paul to find some repeat performances, you got to find comfort somewhere, and that's going to be it. Vulcan banned out by the Titans alongside a Heimdall, of all things. And maybe they missed the memo, but Leviathans was yesterday's. That man, not a lot of people, Echrome was on the other side of the bracket anyway, so this is definitely one that feels comfort and safe, right? You mentioned backlines, right? And anti-Morrigan.
Yep. Right.
Because you had mentioned the Vision, right? Off of Vision 1. On the other side, you get the Ares, you get the Cabrakan. They lock in Deathwalker and Ram, who we've been seeing a lot of at this point. Snipes are real good. His damage is real good. Normally, we're talking about him boxing well into Ishtar, but with Ishtar gone, Carnado's gone, Ull gone, you got to go a little deeper in the pocket here if you're the Dragons to find something to match it.
Well, the Titans have a really strong backline here. The Morrigan can you even counter as a backline, really?
Yeah.
Because he's always on the side somewhere or in stealth. And Rama, so safe, goes up into the air, so it's going to be really hard to deal with this backline. I expect them to not even try, honestly, to just focus maybe on the Morrigan if she dives in, or just maybe focus the Nemesis down or whatever support they plan on picking. Amaterasu being very slippery, so they have decent lockdown though. With the Naja ult, you can always rely on killing tanks with a Naja ult. It's really, really easy setup. Cupid with the control ult. Merlin, super good zone damage. Super solid team comp all around, I think, from the Jade Dragons.
I came into this expecting a really, really competitive set. I feel like we're going to get it. Looking at the drafts here, Merlin, Cupid close out the Dragons. Atlas is the final lock in Hazer for the Titans. Bottom 3, bottom 4 teams as a whole, what are you thinking about them?
I think the Dragons have really made up for their lack of AoE, right? They've grabbed a Merlin and a Cupid in that bottom 2. They're not making the same mistake they did last time.
We need engage, we need AoE. Yep. We're going to do just that.
They've got them in spades for sure. And this Atlas coming through, I think Aror, probably the best Atlas in the SPL. Not a god who's having the best performance at SWC so far, but I'm excited to see how Aror can pilot it.
And hurry, I feel bad. I do this every time. If you've been on the desk with me and an Atlas gets locked in, I always go to you about it because, again, comes out, nobody else is touching him, you're playing him, and looking good while doing it. So how do you feel with the rest of the comp around it? Is the Atlas going to have enough? We've seen what he's brought to the table. Is he surrounded by the necessary items, gods, to make things happen?
Yeah, well, I mean, I hate to say it, but the rest of the Titans draft, I'm a little favored towards. You guys are definitely saying the Dragons kind of fixed some of their issues from the last game. I think they maybe overcorrected a little bit. That being said, I do think the Atlas does fit in well here. He's good at proccing those Morrigan omens when she puts them on people. He can be very useful in that. I think the Titans team fight is very scrappy, which is when I think that Atlas works. Because he does have CC, but he's not really a setup character in my mind. He's kind of a bruiser-style Guardian, and I think that fits very well with what the Titans have drafted here. And once again, it's this Maui-Atlas matchup. I think he can go either way. Maui has ways to catch Atlas dash. Atlas can deal with the Maui ultimate. He can pull him out of the hook as well. Different kinds of interactions going on there. So I personally like the matchup, but I can see it going either way, and I'm a fan. I'm an Atlas fan, so what can I say?
And
I'm a little biased.
It's also fun to see, at least in my eyes, right, because we saw Scream playing Atlas a lot this year, but he was playing it out of mid, maybe kind of fitting what you had said, where he's more of a bruiser. There was a point we asked, I can't remember who on the Dragons I was talking to, one of the ones that's going to be more talkative, so it might have been fineokay or maybe PBM, or maybe it was Scream himself. He's just like, yeah, he's just kind of a mage, but tankier, so sometimes you can throw him into these scenarios and have him do a lot more for your team than you expect. Playing against that is definitely going to be a little more interesting. But Deathwalker, as team comps go, we talked about it, and you had mentioned how with the Yemoja, the Dragons really couldn't get anything going. Do you think, even though maybe it's contrary to what Hurry says, do you think that they have what it takes to take the Titans here? Do you think that it's going to be a little more butting heads?
They have all the tools they need to win this game. I am mostly... They need to the front line of the Jade Dragons need to worry a lot here. This portrait on the Titans draft is disgusting. So this is the true test of fineokay PBM.
Well, we can jump into game right now. Game number 2 with J-Mac and Mifflin starting it off.
It is game number 2 of the Jade Dragons and Tartarus Titans, and we finally saw that respect band to Cyno of the Thanatos. And what does he go back to? The Nemesis. That seems to have been his number 2 go-to once the Nausea has been banned away, and I guess we can call it now his number 3 with Nausea and Thanatos taken away. But a shift up by the Tartarus Titans draft as well. Paul taking this Morrigan away from Pegon, putting it onto his team instead, and Aror going back over towards this Atlas and support Miff.
Man, talk about a mental crusher if the Tartarus Titans can take a win here. Not only putting yourself 2-0 in the set, but also taking the Morrigan and saying, no, this is actually how you're supposed to do it, and just looking clean on it. Paul, certainly a player capable of performing, but I think the dev's right to bring up that he likes to play this pick a lot more passively than Pegon was. Wants to farm up, make sure he gets into that mid to late game, not really concerned about the early game, and top to bottom, the Tartarus Titans have got themselves a pretty late game slanted composition. Deathwalker brings up that the front line of the Jade Dragons going to see a heavy test here. I tend to agree with all this defense shred from Atlas ultimate, Nemesis ultimate, even Amaterasu passive to a certain extent. Could make it very difficult for the Jade Dragons to figure out how they want to start up these fights.
Horrific emblem popped. Is the stun there for PandaCat? It is, but Aror able to make it back to the tower just in time. Because it looked like maybe the dash had gotten caught up by Aror off of that swing in from PBM. And I kind of want to maybe dial into this duel lane. Cupid was a top 3 hunter pick for the longest time in Season 9, and then kind of feels like Cupid just fell off the boat entirely. Nobody was looking at this pick again. It kind of became the Ishtar, Cernanos, Ram meta. How do you like the Cupid up in this matchup, Mifflin?
Directly into Ram, I don't hate Cupid. If it's going to come down to a poke battle, as it so often does up against Ram, just piercing auto attacks through wave, or just a dash forward to get that cripple auto and get a couple more, then it's at a disengage. Cupid at least has the fallback of, hey, I've got my sustain. I'll consistently force your ultimate in trade. Fields of Love for the Astral Barrage. I think PandaCat probably a little bit less reliant on his ultimate for safety, whereas Stu, that's his main line is, I got to get up to the air, wait for my team to rotate through and try and bail me out of these poor situations. So Cupid here, I think fits very well. A large AoE ultimate, something the desk had brought up was a weakness of the previous Jade Dragons draft, was they were lacking an ability to control space. I think Cupid helps out there. And scaling into the late game, no matter what, you're generally just still a hunter, depending on which build you like to go.
And kind of one of the matchup dynamics that, especially Hurrywin was dialing in on, was this Atlas versus Maui. Both have ways of kind of canceling each other out. Aror on this Atlas able to maybe pick up the Maui if PBM decides to pull him in, and kind of vice versa, stopping each other's mobility in regard. PBM has been playing very aggressive, steals the red buff away from Paul, pulls him back twice. Paul gets the turnaround stun, but a huge win for Mike, stealing the buff away.
Mike warned us last time we interviewed him. He had said, no matter what happens at Worlds, I'll be invading. Takes the red, wants the green as well. This could be an overstay. Mike spots Cyno, decides to go ahead and disengage this one. Had Cyno close gap. A rotation back through from Paul may have cost this Maui his life. But the Jade Dragons clearly still playing with confidence. It's a long set, best of 5. Means that even with a dropped game 1, the Jade Dragons keep their heads cool, calm, and collected. PBM playing his own game.
Really just feels like the Dragons need that mental reset coming out of game number 1. It wasn't a great performance immediately out of the team right out the gate, so maybe having this return fire in, PBM able to get this invade, kind of tell his team, feeling a little bit more confident, you know, I can walk into enemy territory, not get punished, at least not yet, and kind of reset for the Jade Dragons to try and come back for game number 2. Not a whole lot of action in the dual lane outside of Mike rotating through. Not a whole lot of action across the map just yet.
Yeah, look at Mike's build though. It's probably going to be Sovereignty in first slot, Fizz defense stack. Assuming that Paul is transforming into a physical, and I think that's a fair assumption to make, especially this early in the game, Mike's going to be very tanky in the first fight. Keep your eyes on that. Might be a power spike that could cost the Tartarus Titans if they're not paying attention. That said, if Paul just stays in base stance, he's not too worried about it. The magical damage of the Morrigan may be nerfed, but still enough that if PBM's just got nothing to deal with it, could shred him pretty easily.
Now, if you're jungling in this situation, Myth, and you're in Scream's shoes on this Naja, you're looking across
Shoes are so big.
Paul on this Morrigan, you're looking at Stu on the Rama, maybe SOT on the Amaterasu. Where are you trying to put some of that pressure to really get the really get the gas going for the Jade Dragons? It just felt like they were so winded in game number 1. We never really saw that energy surge up.
I'd like to see him rotate towards Paul. The Morrigan struggles against the Naja. If you go into the stealth, spawning up that minion gives you a free ring bounce target. The sash and ultimate combo, very consistent. Paul only has the beads to deal with it. Changeling, it's quick, but it's not quick enough that you can channel someone else's CC immunity to escape situations like that. So rotations towards mid, very good for Scream. The only downside is that you've got a Merlin there, which is not the most consistent burst. It's not a Searing Pain, it's not a Kraken. It's more Ice Stance, Arcane Stance, a little bit of Chain CC on the tail end. But I think enough damage between the two of them to put some pressure onto him.
Well, Jade Dragons have pressure in duo, at the very least, able to grab the next rotation of the Indra Scepter for the favor of the Jade Dragons duo lane. And starting to build up some gold without a single kill. The Jade Dragons have amassed about 800 or so gold in the early game, which doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it's the fact that no kills have happened. We've seen one red buff invade by Mike. It feels the rest of it has just come from the dual lane, getting these scepters, maybe getting those harpies as well.
Yeah, good neutral farm control. The invades from Mike, I think, starting to add up. Greater Scorpion now as well, as the Jade Dragons collect that from the map. The Tartarus Titans haven't really decided to take a fight just yet. Even on these invades, it's been lackluster rotations from the Titans. Paul solo defending his red buff, or Cyno lining up around those back camps. It's indicative of the pace of the game the Tartarus Titans are looking to set. If you're not really forcing the issue, I don't think the Tartarus Titans will step up for an engagement. It's on the Jade Dragons. The onus is on them to force the hand of the Tartarus Titans. Titans are here to scale. That's all they're doing.
Invaded the Scorpion. Aror caught out. Only picks up Scream, but doesn't get the full pickup. He will charge out, but grabbed by Scream to the skies and right back to the ground. Scream strikes first blood for the Dragons. A dive in by Mike, but an ultimate out of Sap will get a kill for the Tartarus Titans, and now it is fineokay on the run as the Titans run for it. A couple more shots from SOT will net him the double.
PBM on the retreat. It's Paul nearby, but a reset nonetheless. The Jade Dragons try and force the hand of the Tartarus Titans. Group up for the Greater Scorpion invade, but a rotation from SOT completely flips the fight on its head. Dazzling offensive, connecting onto so many targets. Just pretty difficult for fineokay to match that amount of presence this early on. The Osiris, of course, great at chasing out individuals, but as far as dealing three-man CC, that's going to the Ama every single time. From there, the Tartarus Titans take down 2.
Now, Miff, do you think maybe the change in, I know it's only a single item, but we talked about it last time with the Morrigan. It was a Chronos Pendant for Pegon, do more for Paul. Do you think this is maybe a clash in playstyle and ideology between these two mid laners on how they want to play this particular pick?
I think it's more so about the draft that the Jade Dragons had constructed around their Morrigan. She was really just there to be Daji 2. You need that Chronos Pendant available so that Daji 2's on the map. Whereas on the other side, seems like Paul still has faith in the Morrigan herself. The Doom Orb in first slot. It's a lot of power stacked up.
The Jade Dragons gearing up for maybe a gank on duo to try and lock down Stuart, but with Aror on the way, not much to be had for the Jade Dragons rotation. Instead, it'll just be an attempted steal at the Scepter, grabbed by Aror, taken away from PandaCat and PBM. The Jade Dragons not able to grab that neutral farm.
Not this time. The Tartarus Titans doing a good job slowing them down. This is a very frustrating pace the Titans are inflicting upon the Dragons here. Dragons trying whatever they can to find some sort of fight on map, even dashing in towards tower there, looking for invades consistently. And the Titans, they just keep backing up.
fineokay leaps away on the right side of the map. Left side, we saw a bit of an invade around that purple buff, but not really getting too much from there. Pegon up against Paul. The fires are burning through, a flicker in, and the sash from Scream sets up for the second kill.
That's a phenomenal rotation from Scream there, exactly where you want him to put his aggression. Catch out Paul before he's allowed to channel that changeling. Put the pressure on him, don't allow him to scale. So important for the Jade Dragons. The rotation now, continuous pressure. Blue buff looked at.
Sot and Cyno walk up though, 2v2, but this one goes to the Dragons, a fight for Scream. He doesn't have ult, but there is a landfall that blocks off the path, and Cyno falls 3 now for the Dragons and Scream, and SOT will try and get away with his ultimate, will do so, but the Jade Dragons have all the momentum.
Jade Dragons take the buff, and they take Cyno's life. They take the hearts of the crowd as well, chanting for the fan favorite. Want to see the Jade Dragons tie up the set here, but the Tartarus Titans are still in a decent position. You're not ahead. You're only about 1,000 gold down. It's a scaling composition. They've got the capacity, given just a couple more minutes, a couple more items to start fighting back. I'm keeping my eyes on the Dragons. The onus was on them 5 minutes ago. It still is. Keep up that pressure. Don't allow the space for the Titans to breathe.
We're sitting at about 1,500 or so gold up for the Jade Dragons. A level up in duo, 2 levels up in the jungle for Scream. Has been getting so active, has every single kill for the Dragons so far throughout this early game. Does that make it maybe more dangerous for Scream to try and go into one of these, knowing that if you end up dying in this team fight, that's a lot of gold that goes over to the opposite squad?
I mean, that's never weighed on my mind, and I don't think it's ever even gone through the head of Scream. That guy plays with momentum. 3 and 1's going to turn to 4 and 4 to 5 if he's got anything to say about it. You can't allow the option of a loss to weigh on you. You can't go in expecting, well, if I die, this is going to happen. You play for the dub, and Scream's certainly one of that mentality.
Mike walking up for the purple invade with PandaCat, and the Jade Dragons stripping the map away on the left side to keep Stuart down. A group up of the Dragons around the Gold Fury. Aror is nearby. Stuart has the range for the snipes. Can the Dragons secure the Fury? Ultimate drop by Aror, but a bit too early to take the Gold Fury this time. Are the snipes there from Stu? Not quite. The Jade Dragons grab the Gold Fury.
The Jade Dragons certainly playing with momentum. The Tartarus Titans, though, no stranger to this situation, have got a lot of experience playing against this high-paced Jade Dragons team. Able to grab back the Pyromancer on the other side. But still, it seems like it's mounting, it's building up. We're starting to hit some power spikes that are significant. Scream going down that mace tree. It's something that Deathwalker brought up briefly. The Tartarus Titans, of course, phenomenal at taking down the tanks of the Jade Dragons, but Scream on this Naja, very good at setting up onto the tanks of the Tartarus Titans as well. And if he builds up enough pen, might be able to do it on his own. I'm waiting for this next real big team fight where we start to see how the Jade Dragons want to address that 3v3 or 5-on-5 engagement. As of yet, it's just been picks. It's been 2v2s or invades from the Jade Dragons, but they haven't lined up against the full brunt of the Tartarus Titans. Feels like we're on the knife's edge right now. One more team fight win, one more small skirmish win for the Jade Dragons. Really pushes them in a good spot. You can see it for the Titans, though, right back to dead even.
Gotta give props to Stu for how much aggression has been put in the left side jungle, left side of the map to keep up. fineokay without a tier 1 tower slowed down, but only he of the 3 players on that side can jump over a wall, and that is just enough for him to disengage that fight. That did cost Cyno his ultimate. A 1-for-1 trade out with no CDR in the build means that fineokay should get that up just about the same time.
Should be. Cyno, though, is taking a very slow approach to this game. I mean, Crusher plus Executioner, that's a lot of power. PandaCat, that's a lot of damage.
Aurora's nearby, and that'll be the end of the fight for PandaCat. Scream going for yet another purple invade with PBM. They steal it away, and a Trebuchet plus PandaCat will drop the tier 1 tower on the left side of the map, returning the favor, but Scream goes in with a sash. Avoids the pullback from Aror, but that is a beads burned away from Stuart.
Man, I thought Scream was looking for the dive a bit earlier. Spots the purple, takes that for himself. fineokay, he's been here before, but can he make it out from this position?
Doesn't have the ult just yet, just now got on, finds the double stun, and ult in place. Pegon on the way, and it seems that was enough of an intimidation by fineokay to scare away the Tartarus Titans, while PandaCat all the while still pushing up the left side.
I mean, Osiris is deceptively tanky, has decent sustain from Death Toll. If Pegon's allowed to rotate forward, if the Tartarus Titans stick to that fight, I think the Jade Dragons would have taken it. A good decision from fineokay to try and initiate there. Goes unrewarded this time, but it shows the headspace of the Jade Dragons. They are playing with confidence.
And they've got the crowd on their side. Even the smallest thing, such as just a successful buff for them, an invade on the top side.
A back camp.
And no matter what the Dragons get, the fans are happy with it so far.
But you got to talk about fan diff. It's a legitimately real thing. if the Tartarus Titans let this get in their head, and let me tell you, haven't been on the receiving end of it, it's easy to get it in your head. It's very difficult to play into a crowd that doesn't want to see you win. The Jade Dragons, it's a battle of the fans right now. I mean, they're yelling for anything.
I mean, we've been in this position before, back with the days of NA versus EU, where everybody's screaming for an NA win, and EU was just dominating time and time again. But eventually it worked out, and that was when EU United was able to strike with 3 of the 5 members of this team. Scream, PBM, and PandaCat have been the underdogs and the fan favorite at one point to try and come back in these sets. And so far, with the momentum they've set in Game 1, a 3,000 gold lead over the Tartarus Titans, they're willing to do just that.
It's a 3,000 gold lead, but you need to see it a little bit further. We talked about it earlier, 5,000's that danger point where you're feeling really poor about your odds in some of these team fights. The Tartarus Titans certainly still have turnaround potential. It's just built around Paul. It's built around the tank shred composition. Our Cyno and Aror lining up together, because now it's Aror alone.
Aror pulled back, drops the ultimate, the charge. Well, I don't know if the 10 held onto or canceled, but does not matter because now he has backup from his mid laner. Paul transforms in, a big landfall, grabs Aror back, and Aror is down. Scream, credit to the kill, but it's 1 for 1 so far. Aror out, PandaCat low, PandaCat gone, Cyno comes up big in the fight, and SOT makes it a double for his squad.
The Tartarus Titans still have to stick around. PBM low. Stuart free casting, kill to Cyno, make it a double. 4 for 2 to the Chaos side. Fury spawning shortly. The Tartarus Titans might be able to stick around. SOT doesn't want to. Fine, got him.
fineokay. Not sure he's got the mobility to chase him down here, but this does dissuade and maybe at least delay the Titans from trying to go towards this Fury. fineokay, just his presence enough is keeping SOT from going back to base and allowing his team to respawn through. Pegon and PandaCat now back up.
Slowing down those backs, so important. fineokay making sure the Tartarus Titans can't look towards the neutral objective. You might have stopped the Fury, but I think Pyromancer still on the menu here. Cyno's build so good at dealing with these objectives. Starts the burn on his own. SOT and Aror nearby. But if you dedicate 3 to the right side of the map, the Dragons might just take the Fury.
You can already see that PandaCat is there. PBM steps up, spots the Pyro going down to the Titans, but already juggling it back and forth for the Fury are the Jade Dragons. That'll be a primal to the Order side team to try and keep that lead up.
Man, that's a confidence play from the Tartarus Titans. If they're feeling the situation, rotate in towards gold, do the exact same thing. The Jade Dragons call the bluff. They're not coming to gold Fury. They want the Pyromancer. No risk there. And take the larger of the 2. The Jade Dragons continue to nurse their gold lead. Hasn't shifted too much in the last couple of moments. Actually downward, the Tartarus Titans off the back of that massive team fight close up a good deal of it.
The Jade Dragons, small lead to say the least. Walking up towards fire is PBM, but stepped over a ward, so the Titans are aware that Mike is on the right side of the map, but Mike isn't the only one there. Pegon on the way. PandaCat and Scream teaming up on the left side with some knowledge, at least to the Tartarus Titans, that Mike is kind of just free roaming the map, unsure what the Dragons are up to right now.
Man, I hope the viewers online can hear the fans
every
in
single
studio.
time.
I mean, it's literally everything. I got to look back there. I'm thinking, is our feed wrong? Is something happening that
Am I
I'm
on a
missing?
delay here? Like, what's going on? What did I miss?
It's back camps, it's scepters, it's anything to give over some energy to their favorite teams, the Jade Dragons.
It's D-warding, too.
Yeah, D-warding, PBM, let's get it. The fans building some energy here in the venue. I think a D-ward around this Fire Giant could be indicative of the Jade Dragons' mentality. Dropping that bracer there tells me the Jade Dragons, they've got eyes for the fire soon.
Well, Mike will drop the puddle down, and the Dragons and the Titans start grouping around the right side of the map. Aror only picks up fineokay, but all 10 players on the map now grouping around this major objective. Do you see Paul rotate over, try and clear out some of these minions in mid? But the Jade Dragons are still going to stick around towards this right side.
Posturing around the Fire Giant, even just in positioning around it, does generate threat. The Tartarus Titans respond with numbers, 3 on the right-hand side, but too late to defend this tier 1. The Jade Dragons find a small win. Wouldn't think it's small with the Roar exploding behind us. But now it's a backup. Go ahead, spend up that gold, hit some power spikes. Scream very close to finishing up the last of the Mace tree. It's Jotun's Crusher, Titan's Bane, and Brawler's Beat Stick next.
Whole tree?
I mean, he's yeah, that's all of it. He wants the tanks. If Aror steps up, he's got to be worried about this Naja.
But it is the Titans who are making the first move now back towards the fire. Pyro's still down for over 2 minutes, and they're trying to set up some pressure around the objective. It'll be a greater Scorpion start for the Jade Dragons, but the Tartarus Titans aren't going to give it to him for free. In fact, SOT pulls it back and does manage to steal that one away. Now fineokay, a little bit of a dangerous spot, but has the backup from his squad to pull away.
Yeah, the Tartarus Titans, Greater Scorpion, easy escape. Fall back now. With a gold deficit over to the Tartarus Titans, they're not going to pull the fire. They're here to hang out, collect farm as it spawns, collect waves as the Jade Dragons push them in. It's the Jade Dragons enforcing this pace of game right now. The only reason we see this significant stack up on the right-hand side is because the Jade Dragons are threatening this fire giant. If they dissipate, if the Dragons return to lanes, the Tartarus Titans would do the exact same. So we'll continue this dance, says PBM. Walks into the fire and pulls it for the first time.
Starts it up. SOT, the front line for this team to jump on in. Aror right behind him. That'll be enough to pull away from the fire, which got low. Aror picks up one, but it feels a love by PandaCat. Locks down Aror. He's the first cap to see a landfall. Cuts off an escape pad, and not enough damage on Scream. Stu finds the snipes to make it a 1-for-1.
Man, the crowd is hating that. If you were wondering who they're rooting for, it's the Jade Dragons.
Was it Boo or was it Stu?
I couldn't tell you. The Tartarus Titans, though, have to maintain their presence here. fineokay starting to work his way forward. The Jade Dragons had considered another fire giant pull, but the presence of the Tartarus Titans, enough to deter them to reset back to neutral, 1-for-1, leaving neither side at enough of an advantage state to look towards the neutral. I think it gets to survive just a little bit longer. 20 seconds left on Scream's respawn. Aror already back on the map. Maybe it is the Titans who can go ahead and pull out the fire.
Pauly's now finished for Paul as well. That's going to be some extra DPS. And the Titans will start it up. fineokay is here, but none of the carries have been around. Stuart was too far away from the pit. Paul wasn't at that position just yet. So the Jade Dragons are able to keep the Titans from going too far down the rabbit hole of the fire giant just yet. And instead, will reset themselves, clear out some of these minions that have been pushing up. Even on the left side of the map, a Trebuchet stopped around. Crowd happy that Paul's able to get a red buff.
Okay, we're getting a feel for it now.
We're starting to understand now.
There's fans on both sides.
There really are.
So now, who's going to be louder? Is it the Jade Dragons? Who's going to be given the opportunity? Is it the Tartarus Titans who are going to strike first around this fire? The dance continues now. 4 minutes on the clock, both posturing and jockeying for position. Jade Dragons pull the Pyromancer. SOT can only look on, maybe attempt a steal here. A little bit too early. Jade Dragons secure this one. And it's a reset once more. One individual pick, one clean pick for either side is the difference maker. But neither side able to find it just yet. I wonder, in positions like this, I think Stu might consider just starting up the fight with his ultimate. If you can't find a true KO, a TKO feels pretty good. 2-3 shots in a Pegon, send them back to base, could be an opportunity for the Tartarus Titans to start pushing forward.
I wonder where Scream goes post-starter item, because he is invested into the entirety of this Mace tree. Normally we see things like hi-rez or Heartseeker for him, but fineokay is the one who needs help for now. Surrounded by 3, but walks out cleanly with PandaCat and PBM standing by. The Tartarus Titans not investing a whole lot, but at least getting some poke on the Osiris.
Yeah, the Titans' composition, very good at dealing with tanks, but you have to use your resources. If Cyno's not using the ultimate, if Aror isn't using his, you know it's not a true initiation. So, the Jade Dragons able to work themselves out of that. fineokay resets, gets his full HP back. Scream healthy as well, and it's a 4-stack from the Order side around the Fire Giant. This posturing continues once more, and at this rate, could go a while longer. I wonder, there's no real global presence. You could use the upgraded teleport to split push. Instead, the Jade Dragons finally push the envelope, and that fire's burning fast.
Half HP, even lower. But right before the ring comes out, the Jade Dragons reset. SOT steps forward, fineokay picked up by the gravity well. but able to back away just for the moment. fineokay eating some decent
Repo.
poke throughout this, but the Dragons have pulled the Fire Giant once more, but they're not going to make the commitment to it. The Titans, they're not buying this bait.
Yeah, there's got to be something to break this stalemate. Neither side able to find it. Maybe best case scenario, SOT just leaves the fight, heads elsewhere, tries to collect some farm, maybe push in towards that tier 1. There's teleport disparity. fineokay hasn't upgraded his just yet, so he has to stick around. SOT though, he's not tethered to this engagement.
Paul's got to find his way into the team fight as well. The Jade Dragons pulled the fire. It's at half, but once again dropped just as soon as the ring goes through.
So
Picks
nervous.
back up. SOT tries to go in. Landfall misses
They
a pull,
got
but
it.
sets it up. The Jade Dragons get the fire, but can they get out of the fight? Snipes
That's
from
massive.
Stu are good. The ultimate from Aror as well to shred some of the prots, but just not enough damage from the Tartarus Titans.
Pulls
A
back
double
two.
pull back, but it was both two perfectly healthy targets. The Jade Dragons get fire and get out clean.
In a battle of confidence, the Jade Dragons have never lost. In a game of chicken, they'll never back away. The Fire Giant pulled and done in the face of all 5 members of the Tartarus Titans. Trepidation might lose you today. The Jade Dragons now with fire on 5 can start to push their lead. The game simplifies in a state like this. Go ahead. Go to the tier 1 and mid. Group up on left. Fall back to the Gold Fury. The Tartarus Titans, this is the most significant disadvantage we've seen them at in this set.
Might even be one of the more significant ones of the weekend so far from them. Just about every instance up against the Leviathans, they were winning games 1 and 2 for them. Now down against the Jade Dragons and a Gold Fury to boot. The Dragons may now push one of the larger leads that we've seen this game for themselves. Gold Fury for the Dragons, but there's still plenty of structures on the map to take away.
Just so much gold to collect. We'll see. We'll get a heat check on the Tartarus Titans, whether or not they're willing to defend these tier 2s. I'm not certain I love their composition for it. The Amaterasu, pretty decent at creating space. In battles like this, Aror could lock down essentially entire lanes with the Astrolabe, but it's a non-standard mage from Paul. The Morrigan has historically struggled in situations like this. Dark Omen, sure, great poke tool. Doesn't exactly clear the waves anymore. You can't exactly just walk up into the 5 stack of the Jade Dragons to apply that stun. Maybe a transformation to a secondary Amaterasu or even into a Merlin could help out a lot.
Jade Dragons have the push, but have not stepped towards a tower just yet. Tier 1 now under the scope. And they're waiting for one of the frontliners to walk in, so that way PandaCat and Pegon can knock this one down. Without the minions and without this being enhanced fire, will take a little bit longer. But no more tier 1 towers for the Tartarus Titans. It's all tier 2s. Paul, though, eats a massive ice bolt from Pegon, but the return poke from the mid laner will be sustained back up thanks to PandaCat's hearts.
Yeah, if it's going to be a poke battle, the team with Fire Giant generally just wins. The team with Healer also tends to win, and that's the Jade Dragons both times. The Tartarus Titans, if they start a battle, they need to finish it on the first push. Are able, just enough, to push the Jade Dragons away. A fall back to the Pyromancer, though, doesn't feel so bad if the crowd's any indicator. But we're still buying time. Only 1 minute left on this Fire Giant power play, and all birds still standing. Tier 2 and mid still there and healthy.
Tier 2 and right gone. A group up. Paul trying to play the assassin style all by himself on the left side of the jungle, but not going to be able to get in just yet. Cyno grabs a speed buff. The Dragons push in to the tier 2 tower. A slow burn, but just not enough DPS without those minions. But Paul wrapping through, finds a stun on the PandaCat. Aegis and Beads gone for the carry, and so is Pegon. He is out. Cyno strikes first, and Stu to the sky with the snipes. Will poke out PandaCat, but it's returned right back. PandaCat drops the solo.
Aror left high and dry, drops to Screammmmm. The Tartarus Titans trade 2 for the 1 of the Jade Dragons. Gets fire off of Pegon, and the Dragons lose their AoE DPS. But what did I say? You poked out PandaCat down to 10%. Who cares? He's back to full HP.
Mid-tier 2 gone. It is just the carries of the Tartarus Titans left. No front line to defend this Phoenix. The Jade Dragons will take the mid-bird and march over to the right side. With only a few seconds left on fire, this should be their final call before they back out.
Tartarus Titans nearby. not willing to defend even in the 3 versus 4, even without. Fire Giant on the Jade Dragons, intimidation factor playing strong here, and the Tartarus Titans lose their second bird of the fight. And the timing of it as well, so favorable for the Jade Dragons. You want those Phoenixes down just as soon as your Fire Giant wears off, and the Dragons execute on that perfectly. Now, the Tartarus Titans have to contend with 2 enhanced minion waves for the entirety of the Fire Giant dance. Last dance was upward of 10 minutes. This one could go much faster. As the Titans show presence in the jungle, they can't defend their waves.
Especially when we're staring at a 9,000 gold lead for the Jade Dragons. Mattering less as the game goes through, but still significant when you look at some of the item disparities between the players. Nearly full slot for PandaCat, who's actually opted to go for defense, trading out his starter item there to try and survive these fights. Mike, now the full Witchblade up against this Ram and SOT on the Amaterasu as well.
Cyno too.
But Cyno blinks in against Scream. Scream turns back and takes the bubble away. And that's one of Cyno's defenses down, and fineokay will walk up against 4.
Fortunately for the Tartarus Titans, Amaterasu can walk you out of that every single time. The movement speed from that first ability. Make sure the tether doesn't connect with a stun. The Jade Dragons keeping up presence. We'd seen how they addressed the Fire Giant previously, and it's simply by maintaining positioning around the Fire Giant pit. At any moment, it could be a pull. The Tartarus Titans have to play aware of that. Enhanced Fire Giant now as we cross the 30-minute threshold. Backdoor protections removed from whichever team can grab that one for themselves. But is it a flank? The Jade Dragons sneakily moving through the jungle. Instead, it's a fallback. EFG pull. Tartarus Titans have to respond.
EFG loses about 20% of its health. But Mike and fineokay especially frontlining up against SOT, who walks in. Fire Giant down to a quarter. The Titans have got to get in now, or the Dragons have got to pull away, but they're going to keep the commit. PandaCat and Pegon combined will take the enhanced Fire Giant. But what will the Dragons do after? The Titans launch the ultimate from Aror forward. fineokay in the middle of 2. SOT tries to go in landfall. Gets the beach from Stu, who is in danger. fineokay and Scream take him down to the back line. SOT gone. It's a double for the jungle of the Dragons.
Tartarus Titans maintain 3 lives. Is it enough to keep your Titan alive? The Jade Dragons have already done the heavy lifting. Fire on 5. Help the Aror. Can't even make it out.
Aror is down. It's only up to Cyno and Paul to defend against the onslaught of the Jade Dragons, who will march in with the minions and tie up the set. And Mifflin, for the first time this weekend, we are extending the set.
Good job, Jade Dragons. 1-1. It is now a best of 3 between these 2 teams. The Tartarus Titans had plenty of fight back in this one. Paul in particular, that defense around the tier 2, rotating through, finding the, I believe at the time, 3-man stun. Just not enough. The Jade Dragons, confidence wins them this game. The wherewithal and willingness to essentially just do the Fire Giant in the face of 5, you can't fabricate that. You can't fake that. That's the Jade Dragons saying, we're the best, you gotta stop us.
I mean, well, you said it earlier. It's what, like an 8 to 10 minute dance around that fire. Nobody willing to pull. The Titans would step in and, oh, nope, the Dragons are here. We're going to back away. The Dragons just face check them. And unfortunate for the Tartarus Titans, don't have the response in time. And that's all the momentum the Jade Dragons needed to push this one forward. And this is such a momentum-heavy team as well. Once those Jade Dragons get that first gas pedal going, it seems so difficult to stop this squad.
And we still haven't seen the Jade Dragons play the style that made them the fan favorite, the run it down early game style. Maybe they're saving it for a little bit later on in the set. Maybe the Tartarus Titans are doing something on map that I'm not recognizing that's slowing it down. But either way, it's showing that the Jade Dragons are capable of creating multiple win conditions, multiple styles to play through.
And that's what we've been waiting from the Jade Dragons all year, to find those multiple play styles through. And the Jade Dragons have now tied up the set 1-1 in the best of 5 in game 3 on the horizon. We'll delay no further and jump it right to a break.
Feeling okay, then you hit my phone. Saying, babe, wanna meet up? I'm in the club, but I'm done now. Can I come by? Saying, of course you can come by. I don't know why, but you're so shy. Oh, you're alright. Oh, you're alright. babe. I've been loving every time I could call you mine. I don't know why I'm being the one feeling stupid. I'm feeling stupid now. So now it's time for the goodbyes. Everything dies for the sunrise. Oh, you're light. It's time for the goodbyes. Everything dies for the sunrise. Oh, you're light. I'm gonna shut my mouth when you say what's on your mind. I can see the pain in your eyes. 'Cause I'm left and I'm right. Don't know how to keep my calm. Baby, don't you tell your lies.
Check, mic check. Hello! You guys are great, by the way. So, real quick, these guys getting ready for game 3. Okay, we're in an ad break at the moment for those on Twitch. We had a competition online for Tartarus Titans fans, thanks to our sponsors at Skulls. And the winner is Too Much Work is the gamer tag, Amanda Adler. Can I get you to the stage, please? Amanda Adler. Give me a cheer for Amanda Adler. I hope she's here. Please come to the stage, Amanda Adler. Please start waving so my crew can find you. Don't leave me alone. I'm lonely. I hate my... Is it you? Come this way, come this way, come this way. Come over to this guy over here with a wave. We'll get you on stage in a second. All right, now we just wait here. How you all enjoying the show? I kind of waited for the script of this game before it got better, before you all continue, okay? Final should be good. You should all enjoy it, I promise you. How many games we go in this one? Yeah. Hopefully that works. I agree, 5 sounds like right. So this was a competition thanks to our sponsors at Skulls. We're just going to wait for it. Amanda, hello. Come over here. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. How are you?
I'm great, thanks for asking. Do you know what this competition was all about?
No.
What do you mean?
No idea.
Really?
Really?
So earlier on, you, I guess, did you have a partner with you or anything like that?
My boyfriend's here, so.
Oh, okay, that makes some sense then. So there was a competition that Skulls were doing with Tartarus Titans, buy merchandise, and like the winner wins a prize. Do you even know what the prize is?
No, he must have entered me.
Well, the good news is I do have someone to the stage to introduce you to your prize. Give me 1 second. Hopefully it comes out.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Come over here. I think that's a yes. Is that a yes?
Of course, yes.
Thank goodness for that. Congratulations to the happy couple, Trinity and Adler. Give me one more pop. We'll be back with game 3 after the break. Thanks, guys.
Well, something unexpected happening, but it happens. Something unexpected has to happen at a World Championship, right? Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk here. The crowd has been electric. You heard them throughout the entirety of that game. And I kind of like it because it's messing with Mifflin. That's my favorite part about it. Of course, all of this is powered by Prime Gaming, who have been with us all year as the title sponsor here in Season 9. Of course, we'd like to extend our thanks to them once again. If you happen to be a Prime Gaming member, you get all sorts of fantastic things, including in-game merch. You can play your favorite team's skin, which is available now. Again, you can either claim now by scanning this QR code, go to gaming.com or gaming.amazon.com/smite, or there are a couple of buttons, a little crown over there in the top right of your screen if you're not in theater mode, and you'll be able to click on that, get all of those rewards. Also happens to give you, maybe a free Twitch sub that you can throw to your favorite streamers. I happen to know a few that are sitting on the desk with me. We happen to be on a channel right now. Maybe you want to throw it that way. Either way, thanks to Prime Gaming for powering the SBL here in Season 9, of course, helping power the SWC. And we got a set, boys. We finally have something that's not going to just be goose egg on one side. Goes 1-1 here with the Dragons winning. I hear at least one boo, so someone's not happy about it. And of course, we can take a look back at that first blood brought to you by A Million Pugs. And again, our first blood or first pug replay is brought to you by MillionPugs.com, and their Scotty Pug mascot, Million Pugs, rewards you in Smite loot when you make purchases online. So learn more about Million Pugs from the link in their bio. Go to MillionPugs.com. You can see the first blood right there. Very exciting game, though. And honestly, I don't even know where to start. I mean, when you get to the point, I want to talk more analytically, but Hazer, I can't get past the fact that there was a lot of cheering for jungle buffs in that game.
Yeah.
And specifically their deaths.
I think that was a bit of a coup diff out there. I think the coup really controlled the game. There was a couple green buffs, a couple speed buffs that were really, really impactful.
It was eerily silent around a tier 2 tower, though. Like, one of them fell, and it was very quiet. It was after a team fight, so, there's some forgiveness. But I love the energy and all of that. And Deathwalker, hurry to an extent, but Deathwalker especially, because you experienced here, that crowd energy can mean a lot when you're up there.
Yeah, I mean, well, for us specifically, when the crowd started cheering for us, the next thing that happened is Johnny died. So I think the crowd's just
okay, so it can get you a little too much.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to get overhyped about it, but it was just kind of fun hearing all the cheering every time a buff came, especially Totem of Crew. I mean, essentially anything had to happen, there was just cheers going on, and it's just kind of a fun atmosphere to be a part of.
I'm glad we nailed it in the replays too. I didn't know we could capture cheer sounds in these. No, just fantastic work, and again, a guaranteed game 4 out of these two. Cyno has some moments, but you really get to see, I think, Hurry on the other side. A lot coming from Panda, a lot from Pegon, a lot from fineokay, some not so great plays that come out of the Dragons in the first few minutes, and then a lot of turnarounds that they were able to pick up.
Yeah, there were a lot of turnarounds, and honestly, they were the ones running the show, the Dragons, when it came to pulling these Fire Giants. I think the Titans really couldn't get the ball rolling when it came to these team fights. Paul was a little too far back. Maybe that's playing against him a little bit there. He wasn't able to really get that impact that I would really expect from him on the Morrigan, which is a really great sign if you're a Dragons fan and a really bad sign if you're a Titans fan.
Yeah.
Because I think the Morrigan is going to be something that they really need to make work in this tournament. I expect Paul to want to come back to it. But this game, he was pretty invisible. Honestly, when I think about Paul and Morrigan, I think about him being a way bigger problem than he was in this set. A big part of that was, once again, the Dragons were really the ones controlling the objectives in this game. But I'd really like to see them run back the Morrigan and maybe draft in a way that gets them a little bit more of an advantage. Also, I'm an Atlas fan, but the Atlases have not looked super good here, not super impactful. I feel like they're just sitting ducks a lot of the times against this long-range CC that the other teams are drafting.
There was one really cool 2-man pull. It didn't result in anything, but it was a really cool 2-man pull.
That sums up Atlas right there, honestly, in this tournament at least.
And you've seen that. I mean, we were talking about that a little bit with Maui and Yamoja, right? Where it's like sometimes Deathwalker, like you put all of everything, all of your kit on the board to set something up, and if there's not anybody behind you, it's not really going to mean anything.
I think basically what happened to Titans in this game is the exact same thing that happened to the Dragons in the first game. The Dragons adjusted real quick. They got a really good engage going. fineokay on the Osiris, he can get in really easily. He even went blink. Maui with the pull, with the ult, you know, you can pull people back. I've seen a lot of like good Maui play from PBM. But the Dragons just, they had no way to get in there really.
Yeah.
They had Paul, he really was just kind of invisible. He never really got in there. I think he got one good engage on mid-tier 2, and that fight, they just traded 1-for-1. That was his best fight.
Hazer, this is one of those times where dealing with just having 3 bans essentially per team, but 6 bans up front. This is where you really start to feel that, right? Like, because you're going through it and you're like, all right, so we got to deal with X, Y, and Z. Damn, what do we do about A and B? Okay, maybe we can pick B. They're gonna get A, and like it becomes this entire shuffle, mental shuffle. There's no better word for it that I can think of. So we jump into picks and bans for game number 3. Tie set Titans are going to be your first pick team. Dragons in the second pick position. Hazer, do you see anything changing here? Do you predict the top 6 being a little different?
I hope so. I think the Titans have a lot of room to adjust their draft here. In the last game in this set, rather, they banned out the CERN and the Ishtar. I feel like you can easily drop both of those bans and target things instead. Well, the CERN's already out, so I'm wrong on one point. But the Ullr goes, the CERN goes, Hebo and Thanatos on the other side. Maybe we'll see a bit more priority of the Maui, and now that they're on first pick side, if this Neja is not banned away,
So
they can
far
get
it's
it for
open.
Cyno themselves.
I don't see it ever.
No, it's
not
gotta
getting-
go, right?
It's gotta go. This then 100% Naja, right?
Well, they got their headphones on. We're not going to influence them here.
I'm holding my breath.
I'm waiting.
My face
Hebo?
is blue.
It's surely going to be a Naja ban.
Oh, Cabracket.
No. That has to be a mistake.
Insta-lock?
I hate to say it, but that has to be a mistake. You know they're insta-locking the Naja.
Yeah, of course.
They're taking it.
I mean, Naja is just.
They must have a plan, right? They've got a plan for the Naja. That's why this happened, right? They knew they'd take the Naja. It's not like, you know, they probably have prepared
no
way more than
secret,
we
right?
have. They know he's going to pick it. So I'm curious about what that plan is going to be, because we've heard the jokes, but it's kind of not a joke. You don't let him get Naja, and they've given it to him. So let's see what the Dragons have in response to it. What do you think, DW?
I think what they might be thinking is if they give him Naja, Naja is obviously his best dog. If they can find a way to beat it, maybe they can sort of win the set through that.
True.
If they know how to counter Naja and the Titans can't answer it back, that might be something that just completely changes the drafts in future games.
Go forth, my children.
I see a set get locked in. There's the Tiamat. Something we saw in game 1, the Amaterasu. Now you have the Naja. Feels like they're reverting to game 1 strategies for the Titans, and maybe a good spot. But Hazer, I see the set. I don't think about Scream. I'm thinking Pegon all day. Do you think that going in mid, does that help deal with the Naja in any way, or is that just a Pegon special?
It's very interesting because I think it's a total double-edged sword. Set obviously no CC immunity in his kit, can get taken up into the sky by those Windfire wheels. But if Neja gets caught out anywhere without ult and Set goes on him, there is no escape. You can't box him, you can't run away, the Set will run you down. And that's what he does against immobile targets like Neja with the ult down. But yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth matchup. Athena locked in, which also pairs well with the Set. When the Set dives, you can activate that ult, you're life stealing, you've got the Athena ult on you, you're mitigating, and the Athena comes in there to help you, and it can just be a really effective dive for the Jade Dragons.
All right, Hurry, call me crazy. What's the Sylvanas doing on the screen? It's in the ban column, but why is he down there? I mean, he brings a lot. We saw a highlight of it in PBM's player highlight earlier, but...
You know, Auror's my brother a little bit in this pick. I think it's a little underrated.
Yeah.
In a slow game, it's actually pretty nice. You kind of get out of that early game where you can die a lot pretty freely, and then late game, you're an AoE healer, especially with this change to the seeds that make it all his cooldowns really short when you're picking him up, especially once he hits level 15. And Aror solves a lot of success with it. I think it's probably something that can frontline super well with what the Titans have so far. And I think that makes sense as why they go it. I will say I'm a little confused by the Atlas pick. I don't think it's necessarily bad.
No way.
But it has been biting me.
Though, right?
It has been biting me in the you know where.
Where?
So, well, you can. Your best guess is as good as mine.
Okay.
Let me out of this one, please.
I see. And please, someone just jump on this
Oh,
immediately
no.
to tell me I'm
Of
wrong. There's no way Scream's going mid with this, right?
He can't be. I don't believe it.
I'd love to see it.
Death Walker's
That's
like, yeah,
what everyone's
I want it.
thinking.
Let's do it.
I'd love to see it. I really would. Unless I was a Dragons fan. And then I wouldn't. It's probably Athena solo. That's my guess.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
He knows his matchup into Amma. Maybe you know if that's a good or bad matchup, DW.
Athena is a really quick character as well. I think in general you want to match Amaterasu either through like clear speed or just in general like map play. Having the global ult with Athena, you can get to fights way faster than Amaterasu ever could, even though she's really fast. So there's going to be a lot of wave proxying, buff invading, that's what I assume, and just a lot of fighting not in solo lane.
Right.
I think Titans might try and push fights over to solo lane if it does end up being Athena solo, because you usually want to just try and pressure her out as much as possible. She's not the strongest character ever to fight. But we'll have to see if this really is Athena solo first. We don't really know yet.
Now, this is my obligatory Dragons have Athena on their team. I have to mention that Cherio is the coach for the team, and therefore it means literally anything could happen with this pick. Although jungle has been some of the preference that we've seen out of it overall. Khepri locked in for the Titans, something the Kings have run and looked good with. The Titans, Aror, being able to match that several times throughout the regular season. We'll see if the postseason treats them just as well. Rom, Hazer gets locked in alongside it. Top to bottom, this just feels like a really good draft.
Yeah, Ram Khepri might be my least favorite lane to play against. You sit there, you get outpushed, you can't damage them through the Khepri shield. They're lane bullies that we have. And Odin, last pick, Odin,
I don't
Athena.
know what's going on.
I feel like I've seen this combo before.
Wait
Odin,
a
Athena,
second.
you
Okay.
trap him in the cage. But,
Can we guess where every god is going here, guys?
You guess first.
Okay, I
DW,
think it's
you
Odin
go.
solo, Atlas mid, Set Jung, or Athena. Man, I don't know. Dude, I can't.
I want you to know what you're experiencing right now. That is weeks of Dragons play. Like, when we don't play it up, like, it genuinely. What is this?
I played with this team last year. Surely I should know. It wasn't that long ago.
How so much can change in a season?
Set mid.
Yes.
I think that's
okay. We're locked in on set
probably
mid.
And then
the most likely.
Athena jungle, it has to be, right?
So then that would mean it probably is Athena jungle.
And Odin solo.
No way Scream's playing Odin jungle, right?
No.
Athena jungle seems less troll to me.
Well, I've got good news.
Well, then why
we
would
don't
Scream
have to play magical. Y'all can keep arguing about it if you want. I have no idea where they're going to go, and I don't think we're going to be able to figure it out here. Instead, we can go up to the casters, get ready for game number 3, and find out where the Dragons are sending all these gods.
Oh man, well, I don't want to have to be the one to figure out where everything is going. If the guys down there can't figure it out, how do they expect me to try and make the guess?
Look at the screen.
I can take a look over here.
The screen, yeah.
So the good answer is it's Athena jungle.
Oh, there you go.
For Scream this time around for the Jade Dragons. So that answers that question at least for the Dragons through. We did see the Athena jungle come out of Lasbra earlier on in the week. Absolutely popped off for the Olympus Bolts in their matchup against Hex Mambo. You expecting maybe similar, at least, style of play for Scream on this kind of pick?
Just high pressure, high speed style play out of the jungle. Expect a Polynomicon rush, rotations towards priority targets. Very easy to lock down immobile targets. Keep your eyes on the Tiamat throughout the early. I think pretty much under threat from this Athena, as well as this Khepri. If you can catch the Abduct with Confound, I mean, that's Khepri's life, especially pre-5.
Yeah, and this Khepri is something that we've mentioned only been seen by the Kings so far, but has been in Auror's wheelhouse for so long as one of his top picks coming out of last season, was a top pick for him earlier on in this season. I haven't seen very much of the Khepri, but it feels like it goes hand in hand with a pick like Naja.
It does. Just have the Naja go in, be a kamikaze attack, right? Take someone up in the air if you have to. It allows Naja to sash then ultimate. So often we see at the top level of play, you just want to go for the max range windfire wheel so you land back in the safety of your own team. If you want to line up the ultimate first with the sash, now when you land directly into the enemies, you've got a bit of safety.
Well, for the first time this weekend, I can say that the set is all tied up, and we move in to game number 3 of the best of 5 between the Tartarus Titans and the Jade Dragons. And Cyno, on one of his signature picks, it has been since game 1 of the Phase 3 playoffs that Cyno has gotten to touch this pick in a competitive match. And coupling this one with the Tiamat that Paul played in game number 1, something that shouldn't have done as well as it did early on, worked really well for the Titans in that first match.
Yeah, I wonder how the Tiamat starts to look from a more even state. The Tartarus Titans, by the time the first fight had happened, were so ahead last time Paul had played this Tiamat. But from even and into a matchup that should, on paper, favor Pegon this set, just very high pressure early on. We'll see how Tiamat fares. Deathwalker brought it up briefly, said he's not exactly a fan of the Tiamat in spite of having played with it so often. likely because of some of those weaknesses in the early game, giving over red buff invades or potentially back camp or green invades, neutral farm, very difficult to contest if you've lost pressure in mid. I think Pegon on a pick and a player and a team really that loves to play through pressure. I'll be keeping my eyes on him. If he just controls neutrals for the entirety of the early game, I mean, that's what, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold by the time you hit 10 to 12 minutes in. The Tartarus Titans have to play aware of that.
Now, the last time that the Tartarus Titans played into an Odin composition, they kind of egoed him and didn't pick up a single shell, not even a phantom shell of any kind. Now it's up against the Leviathans. Looking at the composition that the Jade Dragons have around this Odin.
Yo, is he good?
Might be okay for Aror, though. Does have that meditation. That one will tick away. But do you imagine that the Phantom Shell is now in the conversation as much so, or maybe less than it was up against the Leviathans?
Look, it's so hard to break down the mentality of the Tartarus Titans. That was an Odin Ymir comp, and the Titans said Phantom Shell who? Like, what's the point? Who is that guy? I don't even follow him on Twitter. Now, with just Odin on the other side, I mean, I would say Phantom Shell probably pretty decent. You've got Tiamat can escape the cage. Tiamat can escape the cage. That's it. So
Stu could stand above it.
Yeah, Stu could float in the air, but you don't really want to be forced to use your ultimate in response to Odin cage every single time. I'd like to see a Phantom Shell pickup. I'd actually talk to Aror, trying to get a feel for his mentality as to why he didn't elect to go down that relic tree. And he said to me, and he kept it simple because I've got a small brain, what was the point? He said, I didn't need it. And that's all I got from him. And he was right. He won that one. We'll see how the Titans decide to play now against the Dragons.
And the fact he said that, there was a Vulcan on the opposite side of the map, firing these Earth Shakers, hitting 2 to 3 at a time, and we're still saying, yeah, it wasn't necessary. Maybe we won't need it. Considering there's no Vulcan, there's no massive mage ult this time instead. It's Pegon on this set, something that's been banned throughout the entirety of at least going up against the Tartarus Titans. We've seen a couple of respect bans thrown that way throughout the event. So seeing a mid laner like Pegon, someone who's played so aggressively throughout the entirety of his career. When we came in to the Jade Dragons at the beginning of this year, we were kind of questioning how Pegon was going to slot with this roster. Felt like he was a perfect fit with his playstyle.
Hyper aggressive, very confident, willing to take counter matchups, saves that pick very often till last, just so he can take that 1v1. That's a tough break. PBM does it once more. The Jade Dragon support, putting pressure on literally anybody he can line up with in the early game, invades that green buff. I think Pegon in a good position this game. You're not super concerned about Cyno plus Paul just yet. Tiamat, not exactly the most follow-up on a Windfire wheels. Beads early too. No one else is forcing out that relic in the early. Maybe a roar, but if you're getting grabbed by Abduct, that fight probably not going so well beforehand. I think for now it's just farm up, get this Transcendence done, start scaling, then look for some 1v1 opportunities.
Well, I'm waiting for level 5s and first items for the Jade Dragons. I mean, you've got an Athena, a god that can traverse the entirety of the map with a click of a button and really give an advantage to anyone in those fights. We see him rotate without the ult to the right side. SOT's ult down. The cage has been dropped as well. fineokay in danger. The sash and the ultimate from Cyno take him to the sky. And SOT's needs the follow-up damage, but it's just not there. fineokay a little too tanky this early on.
Timing of that ring bounce perfect from Cyno. Just create some space, make sure that bird bombs aren't dealing too much damage, and slows down fineokay out of that solo lane. Had Scream had access to ultimate, maybe it's a bit of a different story. fineokay had already locked him down with a cage. Defender of Olympus likely just connects. But being level 4, just have to wait it out a little while. Cyno, on the other hand, Windfire wheels, maybe not enough damage, but does at least buy space and safety for SOT.
PandaCat throws out the ultimate just to pull Stu away.
Yikes.
Dash down for the moment, but gets it right back up in time. And the root off the mark by Aror. And now with PBM walking back in lane, PandaCat should be just fine with the backup of his support. The Jade Dragons playing aggressive on the left side of the map, trying to open up and maybe redirect Cyno's attention to that end.
You know, slight difference here from the Jade Dragons. We haven't seen the Heavenly Sprint pickup in first slot too often recently. But looking at how the Tartarus Titans are going to address these team fights, slows from Cyno. Paul slows from the Minotaur summon. Stuart slows in the auto attacks. Heavenly Sprint probably gets you out of a lot of these tough situations, or if you're worried about fineokay being forced to blink into some of these fights, could give you the opportunity to just walk them down, throw up the cage. Man, this crowd cheering for everything, man. Totemaku drops. I'm hearing some boos too. Jade Dragons fans, they're mean.
Again, was that a boo or was that coup this time around? I can't tell with the crowd sometimes,
You
man.
see the bet? Okay, well, no, they're telling you it's
No, they're
boo.
telling me it's boom. It's
Yeah.
definitely not happy from the Jade Dragons fans, but the Titans are happy that SOT is performing all right.
Are you even
so
that
far
happy?
On the
It's like
Amaterasu.
just a Totemaku, you know?
Hey man, that's Totemaku. That's what, like 125 gold for your team? That's some MP5, some movement speed?
Fair enough.
Auror's gonna put it to use so far. Walking up against PBM, gets pulled back. Cyno connects the sash on a fineokay, and the dash from SOT as well to silence him back. Invader the Greater Scorpion will stop for now as the Tartarus Titans don't want to push up in a 3v4.
No reason for the Tartarus Titans to force a fight for now. Tiamat, just a pretty slow pick, I think. Once you get to level 10, 12, somewhere in there, second relic becomes available, you finish stacking up, then Tiamat's feeling a little bit better. At this portion of the game, any fight that happens in mid, Set's just gonna run you down.
fineokay chasing out SOT in danger. Ultimate still available, but the cage drops, and with 4 surrounding, it's first blood to the rookie mid laner of the Jade Dragons. Auror slowed
Needs
down,
help.
chased out, pops the ultimate early, and will make it back to the tier 1 tower. The revive pops, but so will Auror. It's 2 for the Jade Dragons.
Jade Dragons strike early, play through their power point. Pegon, anywhere he goes, is a good fight for the Jade Dragons. First and second blood over to the Chaos side. Greater Scorpion will follow suit. This was the concern. How does the Tiamat look from even? How does he look from behind? Paul, not active in that fight whatsoever. Pegon starts it. Rotations favoring the Jade Dragons, thanks to some of that global presence as well. Scream able to reinitiate with the Defender of Olympus, the lockdown from fineokay. We had thought, or the desk had hypothesized, that maybe the Tartarus Titans would want to force fights around this Athena. That's when we were operating under the assumption it's going to be in a lane. How can you force fights when you don't know where Scream's starting?
The amount of hype generated from the crowd on just a single buff has got to be wearing, at least for the Jade Dragons. They're able to grab it on the top side.
They're cheering off the mini-map now.
Yeah, they're watching the mini-map maybe more than we are at this point to see where everybody is. They're making sure all those camps are going to the Dragons. PVM rotates over towards the Oracle, spots out. Aurora on the same rotation through. Could see a collapse, maybe onto one of these supports, but with both the mids so far out and the Hunters more concerned with at least the Scepter and their buffs, we see a fight over this one. Scepter goes to the Titans.
I want to see how PandaCat builds. This next item, very indicative of the pace of the Jade Dragons. If it's Shadow Steel in that slot, I'm thinking Gold Furies, Pyromancers real early in this game. If he goes down the newfangled Executioner build tree, or even a kin size, it's more so about the fight itself. I'm thinking the Jade Dragons with a fast start like this might prefer to go for an objective style of play. We'll see. Tartarus Titans ADC as well. We're gonna get a heat check from him. I think a bit more likely that Stu does go for some penetration.
PBM stealing away just a single offering, and that's all that's needed for the Trebuchet spawn. Now for the Jade Dragons, Oracle Vision around the Fury is for the Tartarus Titans' favor. So what will the Dragons do with that Trebuchet? Maybe for the Titans an answer back. We're trying to get some pressure onto fineokay, but fineokay is level 10, even with all the rotations to his side of the map. It has not slowed down his farm one bit.
No, and he's also incredibly tanky. Does have a damage split, though, against SOT. fineokay will get a double dip on the defense. Glad Shield and BOV. Cyno, in particular, going to struggle a bit to apply damage there. This could allow fineokay to start rotating a bit more aggressively. Take a peek at his relic. Has already started to upgrade that teleport. On the other hand, check back in with these Hunters. Both Stu and PandaCat going down that Balance Blade tree. I don't think we're going to see too many Gold Furies early on, unless it's big picks.
Cheers for both the red buffs going to their respective mids.
These guys
a
just
battle
hate
of
camps.
the Trebuchet. They're big fans of their red buffs, man. We got a lot of mid laners in the crowd apparently who are all cheering for that buff. Purple buff invaded on the top side. It's successfully stolen away by Mike, while the Trebuchet bats away at the health of the tier 1 tower. Stuart poked down to half. Means he can't really walk up to try and defend this. The Jade Dragons will put pressure on the left side of the map.
Woo. We got him. Speed buffs down. Baby. Hold that L, you. What are they? Like orcs? Ogres?
I think they're centaurs.
Yeah, I knew that. All right.
Speed buff goes around the waist of Scream. The Jade Dragons with early momentum. Not really going to pull too much of a lead, though. That first blood seems to be the only bounty that they have up over the Tartarus Titans. Trebuchet not quite enough to take down the tower, so instead the Dragons rotate to the Gold Fury. Scream and PandaCat will pass this one back and forth. Stuart with the semi-global ult can try and snipe this one away. Scream and Panda pull it back. Swords go out. Stuart goes up. Does he have the snipes? No, he gets reset. And he doesn't find the damage on Scream. If I'm Stu in this case, I'm rolling forward, but better control of the Hunter from me. Maybe too soon to speak. And now the Titans will pick up the Gold Fury, but there are too many Dragons grouping around. This is not guaranteed. The Titans grab the Gold Fury, but SOT at critical health. Ults away, has the Scare's Blessing and the movement speed to back out.
Tartarus Titans make a clean escape here like bandits in the night. Approach the Gold Fury, take it, and reset. I was concerned about a reinitiation from the Jade Dragon. Scream, forced back to base. Was able to ult his way back in, but not able to get involved. Aror utilizing that Scarab's Blessing just for the additional movement speed to make sure SOT able to work his way out of there. Dash gets him out cleanly, but the Jade Dragons, never a team to shy away from a fight, can keep the envelope pushed. Group nearly around that Pyromancer. I thought we'd see it pulled out, but the Tartarus Titans, just enough presence.
Dragons will grab their Greater Scorpion, but the Titans will walk in to the enemy jungle. Finds PBM. Ultimate not used by Cyno just yet. Not wanting to use it on a single Atlas. The root is there, but not enough damage on the PBM just yet. Maybe this Cyclone can take him down. Paul does drop the support of the Jade Dragons, but fineokay and Scream are going to have to back away. Half health on the solo laner, and the Titans will take not just one pick, but a tier 1 tower to boot.
I wonder if they can keep this aggression up. Pyromancer's certainly an option here. No rotation from Panda. PolarBearMike dead for another 5 seconds. Pegon hovering nearby, as is PandaCat. Maybe thinking about trying to work their way forward, but too little too late. The Pyromancer will go to the Tartarus Titans. A significant 4-man grouping on the right-hand side goes rewarded.
Pegon, 1v1 versus 2. Which rookie comes out on top? To the sky goes Stuart. Pegon juking away, but it snipes just enough damage to scare each other both away from this one. But Pegon with the advantage in that fight, burning the ultimate for his.
Yeah, Stu now, one less bastion of safety. Will at least be able to head back to base and buy an Aegis and find another one. The Jade Dragons, if they want to shut him down, will have to work a bit harder. Otherwise, take a peek across the top. I mean, you can just hear the crowd. You know what's going down. Cheers like that. It's gotta be a speed buff. Stripped away by Cyno in his own jungle. But we're still cheering.
Gotta cheer for it. Hey, speed buff, red buff, green, no matter what the buff is, it's more important than those Greater Scorpions, I've come to find out, if the audience is any indication. But talking about going back to what we were talking earlier, Mifflin, Phantom Shell could be on the horizon for the Titans, as it is picked up at least the tier 1 of it for SOT. Totemaku passed up by Cyno. Instead, maybe looking for a blue buff invade. Sash onto Scream. Beads gone from the Athena, and a quick dash out as the buff is secured by fineokay. Cage locks into Scream, returns to the fray, but the Aegis is good by Cyno. Sash misses. He's got to take someone up. It's going to be Scream in the sky, but there's nothing to follow up with just yet until Paul shows up and knocks him down. Cyno gets dropped though by PandaCat, who is rotated to the fight, but Panda falls to SOT.
PandaCat may have had an integral rotation there. If he's not there, fight doesn't look nearly as good. Cyno maybe even makes it out alive, but the Jade Dragons were not able to keep their ADC above water. The Tartarus Titans, a 2-for-1 trade with Paul leading the charge. A great rotation, falls up on that Windfire wheel, stun on landing, Primordial Onslaught off his own, and from there, a couple of clean picks, but nothing to fight over on the right-hand side. Can't move in towards the tier 2. Pyromancer already off the map. Just got to reset and take the small win.
Jade Dragons, with that, at least try and close up some of this gold lead that the Titans have built up, as we're sitting at about 1,000 only now for the Titans up. fineokay will clear out the wave up against SOT. Not sure what everybody's getting so cheerful for right now. I guess the minion wave is no stranger and not safe from the cheers of the crowd.
We just happy when minions die now? Y'all PvE fans out here? That's crazy. I have no clue.
A lot of raiders out there, apparently.
I guess so. Look, as of now, the game state is dead even. Neither side has got a clear, concise path to pushing forward. Pyromancer, Fury, both off the map. Fury will be the first POI back. I wonder, will the Tartarus Titans, now with Kinsize finished on Stu, be willing to start looking towards that Primal Fury on respawn? Always a great indicator of whether or not a team's looking towards the objective is the solo laners. If SOT or fineokay start their rotation, we've got a pretty decent heat check. But a unique asset to the Jade Dragons here is that they can play a bit, I suppose, deceptive in their rotations. Have fineokay leave and then send Scream over to the solo lane. Then he can utilize that global presence to make sure he's at the Fury if the fight happens, while simultaneously pushing out those waves. And looking at the map, that seems to be the call. Scream on the right, while the rest of his team keep eyes on the Fury.
Primal Fury is the target and available for either of these two squads. But the vision goes to the Tartarus Titans as well, as the purple buff for Stuart. fineokay and PBM are here. PandaCat a little ways away. The Fury falling fast to the Tartarus Titans. It's a dash in on the fineokay. Sash hits as well, but fineokay is living. He's got the tank down. Up into the sky goes Cyno, but he's only got the one with him, and there's no follow-up on landing. PandaCat drops Aror. Pegon knocks down SOT, and Cyno is in no man's land as the Dragons grab 3.
3 for 0 trade for the Jade Dragons. Primal Fury will follow suit. The Tartarus Titans just get locked down. Too much used on fineokay there, who takes just about no damage and lands after the CC to cage 3. Now the Jade Dragons, revitalized, healthy, head back to base, reset, start moving in towards the Fire Giant. It's 10 seconds left on Cyno. He's got to walk the old-fashioned way. SOT spawns around the same time, but has access to the heroic teleport. Can get involved in the fight pretty quickly. The Jade Dragons, though, they've got Pegon in a 1v1 up against Paul. Make that 2 with Scream, but it's all just to distract from the fire.
All that buying time in the mid lane. Aror is on the way. We have seen crazier steals of fire. And with SOT by, the Jade Dragons might just go for the coin toss. Paul walks up into the Fire Giant pit. Who is gonna take it, or is it gonna reset? The fire ring, the knockup for the Fire Giant is doing so much damage. Paul drops the jungler. The Fire Giant still active. The Tartarus Titans can take this one right back, but the Jade Dragons are nearby. Finally, the fire will be leashed.
That Fire Giant so low HP. Cyno considering a reinitiation, repulled again by the Tartarus Titans. Sub 20%, Jade Dragons hovering nearby. Here comes the fight.
Mike Sashton up to the sky. That leaves PandaCat and Pegon by themselves, and PandaCat drops. Pegon fighting back, has got to juke out the snipes from Stu. Will do so just in time, and fineokay returns the favor to Cyno, making it a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade, but Stu's still healthy. If your ADC's alive, objectives still an option. Pyromancer pulled. Gungnir's might just needs to be body blocked, and is. fineokay gets no say. And the Tartarus Titans take the 1-for-1 plus Pyro and reset themselves. Synced up timers between PandaCat and Cyno means there's not much you can do on map here. That doesn't stop fineokay from riling up the crowd with a blue buff invade. Fortunate for SOT, he'll be missing out on that CDR come teamfight time around this fire. And considering it's 19 minutes in, we'd seen this be the start timer of the previous Fire Giant dance. I don't imagine this game's much different.
I wonder if at what point do we see SOT level up this shell? He has been sitting on the tier 1 of this for so long.
Soon,
Feels
I
like
hope.
a Phantom Shell would have helped so much in these last couple of team fights to try and break through, especially the one around the Gold Fury.
They got it.
Well, it only took me asking the question, I guess. Maybe that was a reminder to SOT that he was holding on to that one. So Phantom Shell now available for the Tartarus Titans, paying a lot of respect to fineokay in this matchup.
I think you have to. I mean, this Odin cage just so stifling. Even when you want to initiate on a fineokay, I mean, just having him cage in response, locking down at least Cyno every single time. Sash in the cage, essentially a true combo for fineokay here, as the burst damage not quite available to the Tartarus Titans to shut down an Odin just yet, especially with this Amulet of Stronghold finished up already. The Jade Dragons, though, still keep up presence around the center of the map. As always, eyes locked on the solo laners. SOT and fineokay, great indicators of where these teams are headed. I wonder what the plan is for this trebuchet. Aror just locking it down. Maybe the Tartarus Titans feeling confident enough to push in towards this tier 1. But what did we say earlier? In a battle of confidence, the Jade Dragons have never lost.
No, the Jade Dragons always willing to be that first team to step up and force you to fight them more often than not. But we have been seeing Aror sit back and just babysit this trebuchet, acting as a bodyguard for it to make sure that it does not walk any further forward and to make sure a Dragons member does not step up to it. This is giving the rest of the Titans
This is gonna be big.
To grab the rest of the buffs. Who's going to get the blue? I wonder. It will be the Tartarus Titans. But this is still a very slow game and not much of a lead developed. The Jade Dragons, with their fight back earlier, have closed up the lead the Tartarus Titans have built. We are sitting just a few hundred gold between these two squads.
Some power spikes have been hit on both sides. In particular, Pegon finishing up the Heartseeker gives over a little bit of an additional burst. If he can close gap on a Stu or Paul, could be very dangerous workings for him. Even Cyno, I mean, a little bit of defense with the Wing Blade, but that doesn't really help out against Pegon. That's more so a response to the slows of the Jade Dragons and maybe a bit of the magic damage from Scream. Should be able to work his way out of here. Is that an ultimate from the Athena? Maybe defensively from SOT, or perhaps a miscommunicated dive on the right-hand side. Either way, global presence lost for the Jade Dragons. SOT teleports in response. Maybe both get psyched out by each other.
fineokay Sash up in the sky, but there's got to be a lot of extra burst on the floor for him. Not quite enough, but Paul has shown up. The cage has been dropped, and there needs to be a little bit more from Paul to take him down. fineokay out of the fight right away, and PBM maybe right after Paul gets the knockup. Paul gets the knockdown. It's a double for the mid.
Paul is always standing exactly where you need him. fineokay had no idea he was there. It's a barrel-stuffed primordial onslaught, landing every single shot, and a step forward to simply knock over the limping PBM. The Tartarus Titans now with massive advantage approach the Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons can simply wait for the death cries of Surtur. Finally taken off the map. Tartarus Titans now 5 strong with fire. Why head back to base? Grab some more gold. A tier 2 looks pretty nice.
Gonna be an easy push for the Tartarus Titans up against the Jade Dragons here. Be able to drop this last tower on the right side, but 3 more to work with there. And unless maybe we see a crazy step out of position by the Dragons, maybe imagine this might be all the Titans grab, are just these towers for now. So as we start pushing maybe closer to some of these potential tier 2 defenses, maybe a Phoenix defense in that regard, do you think that the Dragons have the tools to keep the Tartarus Titans pushed back on these?
I mean, the Jade Dragons defense is pretty strong if you can get through the Phantom Shell. If first rotation of fineokay's ultimate can get through Phantom Shell and the Jade Dragons are able to maintain their bird, reset, and by just 20, 30 seconds for that cage to come back up, it would be very difficult for the Tartarus Titans to fight their way through. Maybe a better way to word it is, once Phantom Shell is used, go button for the Tartarus Titans, time to start playing. If you allow fineokay the time to go in again, would be difficult. Otherwise, some weaknesses, some standard weaknesses of this composition for the Jade Dragons are you haven't got a standard mage, so minion wave's a bit more difficult to deal with. Ishtar, I suppose, can do it pretty all right. Odysseus bow plus snipe auto attack can keep the wave out from a pretty decent distance. Scream won't be able to utilize the global presence nearly as well in a defensive situation either. Maybe send him over to split push, distract the Tartarus Titans, and then ult through. One way to deal with it, but that's incredibly risky if the Tartarus Titans are privy to it. Essentially just a free pick onto the Athena jungle. For now, though, those are questions for a later day. The Tartarus Titans have to ask them first and haven't just yet. Instead, tier 1 mid tower, fall back towards the Pyromancer. Maybe back to base after that, spend up some gold.
5-0 0-2 for Paul on the Tiamat. Had a great performance in game number 1 for the Titans. Didn't see it come out in game number 2. And now here in game number 3 also having a standout performance for his team. This is a different Paul than we've been seeing for the majority of phase 3. It was a very quiet phase.
You know what it is?
For Paul and the rest of the Titans.
That's Worlds Paul.
But this is Worlds Paul, baby. He has stepped up to the stage, and he is trying to get the approval of the crowd, to get the crowd roaring as the Tartarus Titans start to surge up the left side.
A push into a tier 2, a heat check for the Jade Dragons. fineokay nowhere to be seen on this defense. PolarBearMike in the jungle nearby, but maybe too slow. That's 50%. That's the entire tier 2. The Tartarus Titans just show up on the map and take it fast. 1 entire minute. That's 60 seconds left on this Fire Giant power play. Where do you go? The Tartarus Titans moving through the jungle. A tier 2 in mid still standing. Minion wave pushed up pretty decently. That was fineokay's work a bit earlier on. Essentially buys you another 10 to 15 seconds. Unless the Tartarus Titans just want to walk in without minion wave. Seems to be the case.
Roar does walk up to tank the tower. Plenty of damage from the Titans. Carry and Stu, and also with Cyno to take down that tower with relative ease. It seems that will be the call for the Tartarus Titans to pull back to base. No Fury up, no Pyromancer up. Those were taken just earlier on in the siege by the Titans. And that should give them enough time to go back and spend up. But Mifflin, even with all these towers taken, with all these extra objectives, Titans don't stand with much of a lead, only sitting 3,500 up so far.
Yeah, had the Titans gone into that Fire Giant power play with a bit more gold, we likely would have seen the Jade Dragons try and defend. But considering even with all the towers going down, the gold Fury as well, the state of the game remains as close as it does. I think the Jade Dragons take a call of, hey, I mean, 3,000 gold or fighting the Fire Giant. We'll take the 3,000 gold. Now, the next engagement should begin in neutral territory. Pyromancer and Fire Giant spawning before too long. Fire first. It is still on the onus of the Tartarus Titans to start the pull. The Jade Dragons, playing into a deficit, can slow it down a bit here. I wonder, though, we haven't seen the Jade Dragons truly start a fight in the 5-on-5. Is it going to be PBM in first? Are you waiting for fineokay to start it up? Is Scream initiating? Probably not. Dude's pretty squishy, but still has a good deal of damage to back him up. I wouldn't mind to see fineokay just go in and try and threaten that Phantom Shell. Get it off the Tartarus Titans before the dance starts proper.
Well, the Titans have dropped ward coverage in the Fire Giant pit as it barrels back down. They'll be ready for combat once more. 2 minutes out from the enhanced Fire Giant. And it may just be 2 minutes of dancing around the objective. The Tartarus Titans not going to pull it out just yet. Instead, it's Paul frontlining for his team to try and get some poke onto these frontliners. fineokay, PandaCat standing by each other, and look at the damage output that Paul has on this Tiamat.
I mean, so much damage that he's allowed to frontline. The Jade Dragons have to back up for fear of losing too much of their health before the fight starts. The Tartarus Titans have pushed the Jade Dragons pretty far. What are they going to do with that space? Simply continue to push them further out. I'll be keeping my eyes on Scream. Still has the opportunity to start leveraging some of these minion waves, then rotate in with the ultimate. The Tartarus Titans, if you don't pull the fire, there's not much reason for the Dragons to keep up this positioning. Instead, it's another push forward, and a sash from Cyno to start things up.
That takes fineokay
Big whiff.
away from the fight. But with an ultimate down by Cyno, that is now 4 versus 5 in the ult department for the Titans, but they're still confident to walk back to the Fire Giant a minute before it enhances, but if they don't care about that, the damage output is insane. And the Tartarus Titans grab the fire. Can they get out of the fight? Ultimate from PBM doesn't find anything. The swords only stun out SOT, and he will quickly use the ultimate and get out.
Tartarus Titans, I mean, I had said in a battle of confidence, it's Dragons, but the Titans take one from their playbook. 5 alive from the Jade Dragons. The Titans just do the Fire Giant right in their face. Dragons couldn't quite step forward there. Good zone from SOT. Paul frontlining the entire time, probably concerned about that primordial onslaught over a wall. Just keeps the Jade Dragons at bay. Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, there's no more bleed to be collected on map. Maybe a Fury before the Tartarus Titans start to approach these Phoenixes, but as far as towers are concerned, buffs largely as well. taken off the map. This is a fight that can dictate the rest of this match. If it's a clean win for the Jade Dragons, they can easily push down through mid or left and just go ahead and look for the end. The Tartarus Titans, they can play it a bit slower, poke in, trying to go for individual picks, strip away a bird, do the same thing elsewhere. We'll see what the pace looks like from here. Cyno could very easily start the fight, Aror as well. Can just hover nearby, that Scarab's Blessing. Just such a thorn in the side of the Jade Dragons. As a sash in first, fineokay up.
Cyno starts out the fight. Where's the follow-up on landing? Not quite there. fineokay, half HP along with PBM. Screammmmm joins the fray, but he's not tanky. And neither is this bird, and neither is Paul. He will jump out instantly from the burst damage that came through. Screammmmm dashed in, but the Titans not too healthy for a couple of their members. They'll back up and rejoin their trebuchet to resustain.
Yeah, Paul needs to heal up. A little bit of time, waiting around the trebuchet, keeping that asset alive. The Tartarus Titans just utilizing that Fire Giant HP 5. The Jade Dragons, on the other hand, still have massive team fight tools available. I'm looking at PBM. That ultimate, that defense shred, could make it very hard for SOT to start this fight up.
A pick up onto SOT, but a quick revive brings him right back in. fineokay jumps in, but his cage has already been expended, and it's out Pegon to the back line, pulled back by Aurora, jump back in by Paul, who is going massive to start it out. One down, make that two for Stu. Sniped, make it a double for the carry of the Titans, and Paul will get a double of his own. A deicide for the Tartarus Titans in game number 3 to the Titans.
Usually the Phoenix is the prelude to the battle there, but the Jade Dragons try and keep it alive. The Tartarus Titans go in once, twice, another third, finally hit pay dirt. Initiations from Cyno, Scarab's Blessing perfectly timed from Aror, and Worlds Paul just doing all the damage.
Give me this Paul all the time. I don't want this to just be Worlds Paul. When this man is playing like this team looks unstoppable. We saw it back in phase 2, phase 1 of the Titans. When they're playing through Paul, give him that carry position. This looks like one of the best teams in the league, but it felt so quiet for such a long time in phase 3, readjusting to Layers play style, now having to readjust to Cyno after joining the team. I was wondering how long it was going to take the ramp up. Seems that Paul was just saving it for this moment.
He was. I mean, Paul just always has something a little bit extra in the back pocket for these big events. Once World starts to roll around, Paul wakes up. I mean, we hear it all year long, J-Mac. We talk to him every single day, 4 days out of the week for the regular season. What are you doing, Paul? I'm just gaming. Paul's not gaming anymore. He's gone to work.
He's not just gaming, not just working. He's winning so far, up 2-1 for the Tartarus Titans against the Jade Dragons. 1 game away from facing off against the Camelot Kings in the grand finals. The Jade Dragons have got a lot of work to do, though, to try and bounce this one back. They did it in game 2. They've got to find that mesh back in game 4 as well.
Yeah, I wonder what the answer is. We still haven't been in a situation where Cyno has been forced to be 3-banned out. The Nemesis is available when the Thanatos is taken out. When both of those are off the table, you've got some sort of fallback, right? The Naja somehow makes its way through. Maybe the Jade Dragons indirectly address Paul by dealing with his jungler.
So far, it's been either the Paul or the Cyno show to lead the charge. You got to stop them both if you're the Jade Dragons. We'll see if they can do that in game number 4 right after this break.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you... thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Yeah, wait. Just wait. They claim they want beef like I ain't in it teed up. I turn them to vegan. I'm really a creature. She sent me the beacon. I beat it and flee it. They talk like these niggas won't beat me. They can't. I'm somewhere tucked off. I'm laid in the shade and I'm counting mine. Still ain't made it. I'm jaded. My latest, my greatest. I ain't ever caving. They see me. I'm him. I'm a gym in the soil. It's by the time. I've been after mine. I'm one with the culture. They more like a gimmick. I'm pushing the needle. I'm leaving the key in. It's running on meter. I want me a boy and I need him.
Well, it's explosive in, and for those of you who are in the venue, you can see some cheers happening. Dave and Kelly are about to start walking behind me. I've got a little dance. I see everybody looking away from me. I'm about to just throw it over my head, and if it bonks someone, that's just how it works. And hopefully someone caught it.
You hit someone, but
Did
they didn't catch it.
Unfortunate for them. Well, they're going to be throwing out some Danza and Ymir plushies if you have to be in there. I believe there's some DKO shirts in there as well. I want you all to know Kelly was very excited at the prospect of getting to throw things.
Yeah, she's got an arm on her.
You got to imagine Dave. Look, he was been wearing a Joe Burrow hoodie over the last few days. You have to imagine those are making it fun.
Okay, that's my fault. I did caster's cursor. That's my bad.
There's one on the ground behind her. I think there's still more to come potentially from Kelly. Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk. We can maybe provide an analysis on that. A lot of fun had. and that's what I saw there. We have been celebrating a lot here, of course, some fantastic games, as well as just good SMITE in general, good plays, favorite teams. But you at home can be celebrating year 10 in SMITE. The celebration is still going on. You only have a little bit time left up until the 23rd. It's the 14th, slightly under 10 days now. If you play 10 games, you get free rewards, whether it's the Battle Pass, Unlimited Skin Choice, free boosters, or potentially some chests in there as well. So you want to make sure that you can, while you have the time, play the year 10 celebration. For anybody who happens to be here in the venue, then I got good news for you when you get home. There's still going to be some time after the event ends to be able to pick that up. We also want to know how you at home or in venue are watching with hashtag #WorldsWithFans and showcase how exactly you're enjoying the SMITE World Championship, whether you're enjoying a nice ice cold beverage, which I think is the polite way to say having a nice drink. How would you say it, Hazer, with like a little
having a bevy. Having a
There we
bevy.
go, having a
There's
bevy.
a bevy monster in the EU scene,
or if you're
actually.
watching at home, you're watching with friends, as long as you're all enjoying it. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about Bevy Monster for a little bit. There's a reason he has that. Even Todd Harris enjoying the World Championship with hashtag #WorldsWithFans. And he's enjoying it from Costa Rica, which I have to give him a ton of credit. It's a beautiful country to be in. I got to visit, was lucky enough, fortunate enough to visit about 4 years ago. So jealous is, I think, the best way to describe it. Maybe next year's
fair.
Worlds. Maybe, yeah, there's always the future. Of course, thank you, everyone who has been tweeting at us with hashtag #WorldsWithFans. And if you haven't, just get in on the trend, whether you find your favorite players, if you're just watching with some friends, or you're hanging out, you meet one of us, anything like that, tweet it at us. You can end up on the broadcast. But we get a very explosive game there from the Titans. And from the very beginning, again, First Blood is always the thing that kicks it off, and First Blood replays are always going to be brought to you by Million Pugs and their Scotty Pug, who is leading the way for them here. And of course, you can go to millionpugs.com. It's a browser extension that is going to allow you to get free in-game content for SMITE based on online purchases. And that's just a clean First Blood. Unfortunately for the Dragons, since then, Hurry, clean maybe doesn't describe the rest of the game. If you look over towards the Titans, it was definitely picking up pace, picking up momentum as the game went on.
Yeah, I will say the Dragons did look comfortable in the composition that they ended up drafting, which was a concern I think we all had, given their crazy picks, and we weren't even sure where everything was going to go. That being said, the Titans just looked more together in this game. I think that the Naja is something we talked about a lot. I'm sure we're going to continue to talk about it here on the desk. I think it was a big issue. It didn't look like they were necessarily ready for how this Naja was going to get played, which was ulting tanks and catching people out of position. Again, that hyper grouping, I think Paul mentioned earlier and Deathwalker mentioned earlier too, that's really catching them out, and that really favors that Naja type playstyle too, Gore.
I mean, it's one of those things that watching that game, and specifically like you said, none of those picks individually feel really weird. It was seeing them all stacked on top of each other, right? Like, if you told me, hey, fineokay is locking in Odin, I'm a little confused because we haven't seen a whole lot of Odin, but it's still within the realm of possibility. Scream's playing Athena jungle, cool, he's done it this year. Pegon playing set mid, nothing weird about it. It's just having all of those stacked up together, Deathwalker, that was really weird. And unfortunately, the Odin, we saw it, yesterday at one point, have some big impacts, still unfortunately lose, but here, it didn't ever seem to really get the ball rolling for the team the same way.
Yeah, the early through mid game for the Dragons started off really, really well, actually. I mean, I even thought they were gonna maybe take the game at that rate, but at a certain point, the Titans, when they grouped up and when they started getting those Naja ults onto fineokay, it didn't feel like they had an answer to it, really. You know, they were constantly playing off Naja. That's all they did. It was very simple. So I think. I mean, just Naja for this set, really. It's been controlling the pace as far as drafts go. Also, I have to say that the Atlas has also been, there's a trend that he's losing every single game. So you have Naja winning every single game and Atlas losing every single game. So there might be something they should think about going into the next game.
Some numbers behind the picks and bans here that maybe need the shift. Look, we talked about the Thanatos. We saw the Nemesis. The Nemesis gets beat. Thanatos has been absolutely running the show for Cyno. You just got to see why the Naja gets banned. And yeah, 1 and 3. If you cover up the assist column, maybe it doesn't look great, but Hazer, when you start factoring in what 11 assists means to the team and what that is providing, I mean, that is exactly why Cyno's Naja is something you have to be worried about. It feels like the Dragons, you know, even ignoring their own draft, had struggles just because of what they let the Titans have.
Yeah, absolutely. The impact of that Naja pick is just, you can't really, I can't really put it into words how much it meant for that team to have the Naja. And Naja's been dominant. We'll see if we see the Dragons switch back to first pick now. I would love to see them focus out Cyno, take away the Naja by picking or banning it, and then get rid of the Nemesis and get rid of the Thanatos as well. See what else he has in the locker. I really want to see them focus their picks and bans on disabling the jungler for the Tartarus Titans.
And that's a huge priority, right? I mean, if you focus everything that you have on Cyno, suddenly Paul's getting a high priority pick. Maybe you're seeing Aror, Stu, somebody is picking up their top highest priority. And admittedly, it feels like of all of those that I just mentioned, like Ishtar is probably the easiest to handle, so maybe that's the one you're more okay with. It also depends, in my mind, where the Dragons choose to go, right? Loser's choice for picks and bans after you get through, I believe, the first 2 games, so now you get to kind of figure out, are you looking for that first pick priority? And Deathwalker, I'm kind of curious here. Do you think that first pick, getting that one single choice, is better than second pick, knowing how many gods we've seen that have changed the game?
Right now, with the way the game's being played, absolutely. I think first pick is a bit stronger. I mean, the Naja first pick has just been, I don't know, even though they had a good answer to it, it clearly wasn't enough. So there's just so many of these like really high priority gods that you can just pick. You can ban the others out. There's only a certain couple that are just that good. And I don't think second pick can really respond to it well sometimes. I don't know how you feel about it, Hurry.
I think that having a free ban is just very powerful. I will say the Dragons disagree with that. Looks like the Titans are going to get first pick again.
You have to imagine they banned Naja here, though, right?
I think so. I think that Khepri was a wasted ban. I think they could easily ban Naja there and they wouldn't run into that problem. I think there's a chance the Dragons are confident in their draft and the way they put things together. Maybe they think they just kind of threw or didn't group properly and they're still confident in the way they drafted. And I think that would be an okay conclusion to come to. It just kind of depends on how these players analyze the game up there on the stage together.
There's a
With
lot
what
of,
we see,
wow.
Naja's got to go. Or Tiamat. We haven't talked a lot about the Tiamat.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see. And Hazer, it was one that they played in game 1, they played now in game 3. And it kind of, I mean, admittedly caught me off guard. Deathwalker, you had said it in game 1 that you didn't really like the pick.
Yeah, I mean, clearly I was wrong. I mean, he proved me wrong. No, he's played it like an absolute beast. I guess they just feel the need that they just feel like Paul's been playing so well on this Tiamat. I mean, they're scared of the Hebo from the previous set.
Yeah.
Do you ban another Paul god, really? Or what do you do at this point?
Yeah,
what
Hazer, we kind of see like the fact that they let the Tiamat through game 1, game 3. It does a lot. With Paul on the Morrigan, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it was a very quiet, very ignorable game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the priority, is getting him off of this pick.
Well, Naja Thanatos still open, Paul.
Both still open at the moment, so one of them's going to go through here, and we'll see what the Jade Dragons opt to ban. But I think this Tiamat, Paul's playing with so much confidence and so much swagger, and Tiamat, I think, a character that does really well with that. She's best when you're jumping in, you're playing aggro, you're getting on into that floor stance and getting all of your damage off on the enemy backline, chasing people down. Paul was diving the fountain in that game. He's running people down, dominating on this Tiamat. So I do like the takeaway, but now you have to deal with Cyno. Cyno will be getting one of the 2 picks he's looked so good on, and they leave both. I kind of like that in a way. There's no sense banning out one if he's going to get the other anyway.
But if you know the priority is Naja over Thanatos, right? Are you picking with Thanatos? Like, you just leave the other one open, I guess, instead of forcing him into one. But does that, Hurry, does this scream to you as confidence? Like you had said last time, it felt like they had a plan against the Naja.
Yeah,
they're going for a similar draft. Do they have it still?
I think, oh no, surely not. He just wants to get everyone excited with that hover. I think the Dragons are putting priority on this Amaterasu that's also kind of gone under the table for us, and I think they want to take that away. I think that makes sense. Surely it is not. It has been hovered for a little too long. It is making me a little uncomfortable, and also a little excited at the same time, seeing this chalk being hovered for this long. But Cyno's going to take the Naja, so he can't take both.
Maybe
unless they think it's going to go solo, or he's just that good he can play with his feet, maybe, for chalk. But we'll see what the Titans go ahead and select for their next 2 picks here.
Well, Slaney's not currently ripping his hair out, so I have to imagine that it's not going to be the lock-in, yeah. Smiling, shaking his head.
Not cool.
Maybe, depending on who he was talking to, maybe having to talk someone down there. They get the Hades instead. And the set. With this locked in alongside the Naja Deathwalker, that you have to imagine that's Paul playing it.
Yeah, Paul's got to be on the set. I mean, we haven't seen Hades at all this set, right? This is the first time. I mean, he's been like banned almost every game that I can think of, but in this set so far, 3 games, Hades not prioritized at all. And now he's picked. I think it's a pretty good matchup into the Amaterasu as well. It's looking good so far for the Titans. I think they probably got what they wanted. Maybe that's why he's not ripping out his hair.
Yeah, I love this Hades pick actually to enable the set mid. So we've seen Paul going towards mages up until this point.
Right.
And Hades solo, as we saw in our last set, can enable these physical mid comps. So you don't need the jungle to cover the magical damage that you lack because your hunter and your mid are both opting for physicals. So in this case, I really like the Hades Salt, also someone who can definitely pilot this to the highest level.
It gives you that leniency, like you said, not having to stress out about where your damage is coming from. Although in the past, we've seen the Dragons just kind of ignore it completely. They've already got 3 Fizz, so it is very much in the realm of possibility that they keep something like that rolling for them. Naja, Hades set. Top 3 for the Titans, Dragons, Amaterasu, Ishtar, Pele. The second phase of Bans starts to come through. It's Cupid, banned away by the Dragons. Stuart had some amazing shots on the ROM, and yet they're still going to kind of hedge their bets, control things from every player they can think of. Second shot is going to be an Atlas. The other side, Athena gets banned out. As we have mentioned, has been a popular pick in support. We've seen it in solo. We've seen it technically in mid. Although maybe we want to forget some of those games. We've seen it in the jungle, and when Cherio's your coach, that always feels right. With Pele there, you have to imagine that's a shot towards fineokay or PBM.
Yeah, Pele I think has a pretty good matchup into the Naja.
Yeah.
You have beads, you have the CC immunity on your ult, and if the Naja ever decides to aggressively sash, you can probably just kill the Naja very, very quickly. There's a lot of burst on the Pele. Also, I think Naja into Amaterasu, it can be kind of tough to kill the tank, because Amaterasu has already built in mid into her kit on the 2, you know?
Yeah.
If you can press the 2 before you get Naja ulted, like anticipating it happening, they might have a really hard time getting rid of this Amaterasu, especially with the set follow-up. It's not the greatest thing ever off Naja ult.
I'm a little confused by the bans from the Dragons. They maybe know something I don't. I personally am worried about the Khepri pick coming out potentially from Aror.
Yeah, with a lot of dive already.
It's already really good with the top 3 that the Titans have. Aror's already shown that he can play it pretty well. I thought maybe the Dragons were looking to take it away. I thought it looked okay for their composition as well. But I have to imagine Auror's probably looking at this Khepri, especially with so many Guardians gone. I think that Khepri actually poses a big threat for what the Dragons are trying to do with their composition so far. I do also want to give a nod. I think the Pele is an excellent matchup into the Naja. Naja ult being down makes him a very free kill for the Pele. If you can win that skill game of pressing your beads against the Naja ult off the sash, you have yourself a very good matchup. So I think that's a good pickup by the Dragons.
Well, Hazer Vulcan ends up getting banned out, so trying to stifle, again, as much as you can in mid as possible. And yet, still, we end up seeing the double hunter, 4 Fizz, lock in. There's the Khepri that Hurry was very, very scared of, and I see an easy sovereignty in his future that is going to be built up. And they also lock in the Charybdis alongside that, so safety Hazer that comes along with the bottom 2 picks.
Yeah, I was actually suspicious this Ram might be coming when the Cupid was banned rather than the Ram. Stu obviously looking very good on this Ram.
Yeah.
So it looks suspicious when that's not banned now and you offer the Cupid instead. Jade Dragons do go for that double hunter comp. Khepri and Charybdis on the other side. Charybdis, an incredibly safe character, as we touched on before. Khepri only going to make her more so. Now you've got the Khepri ult to get your set and your Neja out if you get into trouble. And the last pick, double hunter, you match that with a Fafnir Deathwalker, that's always going to be looking good.
Yeah, I was wondering where the Fafnir was earlier. Me and Hurry, when we were discussing earlier, actually, well, like, why wouldn't they pick Fafnir? In game 1 especially, why wouldn't they just pick Fafnir instead of the Emoja? So I'm happy to see them actually finally pick it up. I think it fits this comp really well, and I think it's going to fit their style.
The Titans love to kill frontliners. Who is the hardest frontliner to kill in the game? It's Fafnir.
Yeah.
And he's great with double hunter. So I think it's a great pickup. Deathwalker and I talked about it earlier, like you mentioned. I think it's been criminally underpicked. I think it plays well into what the Titans want to do, but we'll have to see how that works out for them, Gordon.
You can see the crowds getting amped up for this one. Look, 2-1 in favor of the Titans right now. A lot of pressure sitting on the Dragons to try and keep this going. Of course, the Dragons fans, they need you and the venue now more than ever. Those cheers are going to be the thing that gives them that revitalization. and admittedly gives me something that I'm very selfishly wanting, which is Game 5. And so maybe we'll be able to see that. Maybe the Titans will end it right here. I have no idea what's about to happen, but I don't have to, because we can jump into game number 4, jump up to the casters. It's J-Mac and Mifflin.
A slight bit of a different look from Pegon than what we're used to, Mifflin. Typically, it's the assassins, the mages, kind of get in there, get your hands dirty a little bit in the mid lane. Not running with this Ishtar, double hunter for the Jade Dragons. This is something we see too often, but it feels like Ishtar is maybe one of those hunters that is right up the wheelhouse of Pegon.
Yeah, different in execution, same in ideology. Want to get active early, want to leverage that pressure, want to take the fight. But up against a set, Ishtar, sure, keep him at range, you're feeling pretty good, but getting barrel stuffed by a set and your dash being body blockable could be very dangerous. Again, World's Paul on the set. That's not Joe Schmo from down the block. That's one of the best players to have ever touched this game. So, a vote of confidence for Pegon and from the Jade Dragons towards their rookie mid laner and his ability to line up against Paul. Ishtar, a pick that I think you can trust him to execute on, but I'm going to need to see some facilitation around it as well. It's a 4-Fizz draft from the Jade Dragons. I'm expecting sovereignties, maybe some mid guards, probably some spectral pickups as well. It's going to be very difficult to shred away that defense or create opportunities in the early game if the Tartarus Titans respect that pick.
Well, we'll have to see if the Jade Dragons can fight back into a game number 5, or the Tartarus Titans gonna take it in 4. We jump in to that 4th matchup in the semifinals. The winner once again goes on to face off against the Camelot Kings in the grand finals tomorrow to crown our Season 9 champion. If you're a Dragons fan, you better make some noise for your team. They're gonna need all the cheering they can get to bring this one back and take us to a 5th.
Well, you're not going to give the Titans fans a chance? Come on.
Well, if you're a Titans fan, cheer and get it for your Tartarus Titans to take this one in just 4 games out there. And a lot of it coming down to discussion of this mid laner. You mentioned Paul. This is World's Paul. We've seen what he can do on multiple runs for his team. But I've been very impressed with what Pegon has been able to do in this tournament. His first time in front of a crowd in general in an event like this. And it's such a high-pressure situation. He's been performing very well this weekend.
He has. Lines up that quadra kill earlier on with the Uhl, and now back on a Hunter. Maybe looking to reprise a bit of that performance. The Jade Dragons have never shot away from the 4-Fizz draft, and haven't even gone towards the commonality that we've seen from the Oni Warriors. When they do double Hunter 4-Fizz, it's usually an AMC or a Charybdis or maybe a Nemesis out of the jungle, something that defense shreds. Jade Dragons got an Amaterasu. That'll help out a little bit if you can stack up some of those auto attacks, but it's not exactly the same. I think this does likely put a timer on the efficacy of the composition for the Jade Dragons. If the Tartarus Titans can withstand that early, start stacking up some of that defense, leverage the survivability that Scarab's Blessing affords you, could be a team fight phase that is heavily favored to the Order side. The Jade Dragons, though, they love to play early.
I want to see the return to form Scream in this game from the Jade Dragons. When he swapped over to this roster right at the tail end of Phase 2 into the Summer Masters in Phase 3, this Pele pick has been monstrous for the Jade Dragons. And in the duo lane, getting off to a great start, already burning the meditation from Aror. It's a great way for PBM and PandaCat to get some pressure.
Get an idea of how PBM's looking to play this game. Look at the relic selection. I believe Sunder in that first slot. Wants to get active early, a little bit of additional burst. Any picks here could be massive for the Jade Dragons. PandaCat loses out on the defensive relic. Beads off 1.5 minutes in. Cyno on the Naja might just have himself a target.
Pegon gonna zone Paul away while Cyno tried to work on the side Harpy camp, but end up pulling away almost instantly to give some help over to his mid laner. Jade Dragons with pressure and duo aim for the Indra Scepter, but Tartarus Titans are not going to give this one over for free. Jade Dragons do confirm the Scepter. Aror poked down to half HP, and the Dragons will walk back in, but this slow, subtle poke that PandaCat's been throwing out is starting to do numbers. Paul starting to show what Set is capable of with a few levels.
That was dangerous. If Paul blocks that dash, I mean, that's first blood immediately. Pegon playing on the knife's edge right now. Can't allow Paul to get off to a fast start. The Jade Dragons and Screammmmm, known for their early aggressive tendencies, the capacity to just win out in a game 14, 15 minutes in, massive leads. Could be one way back in, tie up the set, bring us to a game 5. The Tartarus Titans would love to close it out here. But when you look at how they're playing this one, it's almost as if they're daring the Jade Dragons to get aggressive. Are you willing to push your lead?
What is this battle that we are seeing where supports are fighting over the small harpies of the green buff 2.5 minutes in the game? I mean, props to him. Mike did say before he came here, I'm going to invade every single buff you've got on the world stage.
Again.
He's going to aim for the purple buff from Stu. Body blocks. Just got to stop the hammer from Mike. Don't think he wants to use his jump
this dude might
to try and steal this one away. Hog is there, though, for Aror. This one should go cleanly to the Tartarus Titans, and it will do so.
Yeah, it looked like Aror really didn't want to have to use that Hog. Dedicates the abduct to prevent any sort of shenanigans with the DPS just not quite there. So instead, does lose out essentially on like 60 gold. You'd prefer to sell it, but utilizing it, not a big deal either. Tartarus Titans maintain their purple and their green despite the best efforts of PBM on the other side. Take a peek towards PBM's build as well. Physical defense seems to be of like mind with his direct counterpart Aror. Sovereignty, rush for the both of them. You're going to get a lot of value from both sides. Don't need to go into it with the Jade Dragons, right? 4-Fizz stack up. But on the other, you're getting double dip defense in the mid 3v3. Paul and Cyno both physical. Stuart, sure, can shred away a bit of it with the Charybdis, but you're not really worried about Khepri damage. The only one who's threatening magical damage from the Tartarus Titans is SOT, and solo laners really don't rotate out until at least level 10 to 12.
Yeah, it's usually once that Pyromancer jumps on the map that we start to see some of those rotations come from the solo laners. The Jade Dragons with all of this not fighting going on, like, yes, with PBM invading back harpies at green at this point. It's been able to net the Dragons a small lead, about 700-800 gold up for them. But we haven't really seen any camps stolen away. We haven't seen greater Scorpions being fought over because they're not on the map quite yet. Haven't seen really anything aside from just seems superior neutral farm for the Dragons.
Good neutral farm and great split of farm at that. The Jade Dragons been pushing in those waves in every single one of these lanes, trying their best to prevent the Tartarus Titans from grouping up as two or splitting their neutrals evenly. If you can keep pressure up, you don't get to choose when those buffs or when those side camps start to go down, and instead have to take them given the opportunity. So the Tartarus Titans maybe not losing out on too much neutral farm, just haven't been able to share it very well.
Cyno gets a ring bounce. Scorpion goes to the Dragons, but a sash off the mark. And Screammmmm will expend ult to reset to his side of the map. 3 of the Tartarus Titans pushing up to go for a counter steal. Pegon lands the mez on Paul, forces the set back, as well as the remainder of the Tartarus Titans. Aror tries for the steal, but tries the only thing that he will do so. Greater Scorpion goes to the Dragons.
I wonder, if Aror were level 5, maybe you stick around a bit longer around that Greater Scorpion. Needed just a little bit more farm. The smalls on that right side camp actually giving them access to the Scarab's Blessing. Fortunate for the Jade Dragons, able to defend this one this time around. But the Tartarus Titans, they're showing some fight in the early game. Something I wasn't expecting to see. I had really thought the Tartarus Titans would just wait on the Jade Dragons. Instead, Titans bringing a little bit of action, showing up, trying to invade when they can. Maybe playing around Paul, one of the best assets on their team, especially at this phase of the game. Paul and Cyno together, I mean, that's scary stuff.
And it really feels like the Titans have to show up to something, because as mentioned earlier on in the set, the Jade Dragons will just walk up and force you to fight them at their Scorpions, at your Scorpions at that rate. Over at Gold Fury's Fire Giants, because they're just willing to stand there and waste your time. It means even buying a couple extra seconds to get some farm for one of the other players on the map. The Jade Dragons are doing just that. Now moving over towards the Oracle Harpies is PBM, Paul, and Aror to fight over those ones, but PBM unable to steal one of those away, so Vision to the neutral objective goes to the Titans.
You know, we had heard earlier on during the player interviews, Neilma had said, if you're described ever as annoying, that means you're doing your job. PBM's being real annoying now.
Ultimate gone from Stuart will immediately use that Maw to get back to safety and avoid the hammer from PBM. And we heard that about, I think, really a couple of different players from these squads, from Aror and PBM. I think it was in both of their player spotlights that popped up where players are saying, this is just an annoying god to play. I think Vote specifically said, I hate playing against a player like PBM because he will just run at you constantly.
And so far has lived up to that reputation, PBM invading non-stop across the map, even in situations where he really doesn't have much horse in the race. I mean, the 2v1 around the Oracles, best case, you're just praying for a blunder from the Tartarus Titans, and I think he's right to do it. You have to show up and make the Tartarus Titans prove that they're willing to play perfectly, that they're still playing clean, because mistakes do happen, and they can be costly when you're playing against the best players in the world. The Jade Dragons, as of now, still nursing a slight advantage. Might be waiting for this Pyromancer to spawn up. Advantage not necessarily lying in the solo lane, but with SOT going down the damage build, as Hades is apt to do, could be a decent place for Scream to put some of his own aggression. And a pick there in the next couple of minutes could lead to the Pyro.
I think I heard chants from the crowd over the totem from the two solo laners. The advantage of totem is in the Jade Dragons' favor, though. 5-1 so far. fineokay getting the better end of that trade, and that seems to where a lot of the gold has been spooling from on that side of the map. And it's allowing the Jade Dragons and PandaCat to play so aggressive against Stuart. He has been at this tier 1 tower, sometimes even towards the back of the tower, the last couple of times that we have panned over. This is just that confident playstyle that PandaCat and the rest of the Dragons are known for.
Yeah, I think PandaCat wants solo kills. He's been dashing in pretty consistently. Has decided to stray from the Balance Blade tree and instead goes down the Shuriken path, so crit build under the eye of the Jade Dragons ADC. That's a lot of 1v1 potential, and that does open up the door to early Gold Furies. That does also allow Pegon to move in towards Executioner. So when those two are fighting together, that passive, the penetration from Exy, benefiting both Panda and Pegon.
Double Hunter on one side, Hunter and Assassin on the opposite here for the Tartarus Titans for their two main carries. Then Cyno and Scream as well on these Assassins. Curious when we'll see that first real fight break out, but this feels like game 1 of our best of 3s, Mifflin, where you want to play so cautiously because one false step could spiral things out of control. And in a moment this tense for both of these teams, especially the Jade Dragons, who are one game away from elimination, maybe no surprise they're playing a bit more hazardous.
Man, the Jade Dragons, I mean, I feel like I'm watching a Kings game right now. The gold lead is just appearing from thin air. Greater Scorpions, mid camps, all tend to go their way and have continued to do so. And now, the Pyromancer with just a moment's notice taken off the board. The Jade Dragons have really forced the issue early through non-aggression even. It's not a high damage style game. You're not TKOing, then moving in towards the buff. The Dragons have just played through confidence, and the Tartarus Titans haven't really stepped up too often. I know I said earlier, it seemed as if they were willing, and it did, but since then, have really slowed their roll. I mean, probably okay for the Tartarus Titans, as long as the lead doesn't balloon too much further from here. Again, a 4-Fizz draft with no defense shred. I mean, itemization for FizzD for the Tartarus Titans just gotta be there soon. You're already getting the Breastplate of Valor for SOT, Cyno's going down Glad Shield, Sovereignty's finished up for Aror. Fight's gotta happen eventually, right?
Aurora's here to try and steal gold. Pop over here for the Jade Dragons will grab the Gold Fury under the watchful eye of the Tartarus Titans vision, but the Dragons don't care. They step up, they force the Tartarus Titans to make a decision, and well, it's only Aurora to walk over. Gold Fury goes to the Dragons and a 3K gold lead with it.
A dash in from PandaCat, a stray auto attack, even one crit.
We just on repeat?
Would have pinned Stu into execute threshold, execute if you hit all 3 shots to your ultimate. Now the Jade Dragons, they're getting aggressive again. Maybe even potentially looking towards this tower. I'm keeping my eyes on the Titans, man. This is uncharacteristic, especially for Cyno. On one of his favorite picks, this Naja has not found his way in just yet. Could be Pegon in some trouble.
Throws out the ult, stuns 2, but with SOT there, a lockdown and a first blood for the Tartarus Titans to finally answer back to this passive playstyle, the Jade Dragons. That's gonna close up some of the goal, but still not nearly enough. But that's given Stu some confidence to walk up to the purple buff of PandaCat. Not enough to steal anything else. Instead, Cyno in the sky with one on landing. It's PBM. He will jump away, surrounded, holding on to dear life. But Paul will deliver him to death's door on the right side, though. Scream takes down SOT with the help of fineokay.
SOT no access to ultimate means there's no turnaround potential in his own tower. Scream puts the aggression in the right spot. Shuts down the first blood recipient. That said, on the left-hand side, the Tartarus Titans able to continue their own onslaught. PBM falls, trying to rotate in to defend the purple buff. But the Jade Dragons had already done so much on map that that's about it for that engagement. No way you can move in towards an objective. There's none left. Can't push a structure just yet either. The Tartarus Titans have to contend themselves with just the 2 picks.
The Dragons just made a 1-for-1 trade and a tier 1 tower, and now we're sitting near 4,000 gold. It just keeps climbing for the Jade Dragons. Every shot that the Titans have taken to push this gold lead back, the Jade Dragons have answered in kind. PBM not going to find the hammer on Paul or Aror. Pegon, the only casualty, at least as far as this mid lane goes. PBM falling shortly after with him. The Titans hold the kill lead, but all this farming and all this non-fighting the Dragons have done have netted them such a lead. We won't see any more fighting, at least towards that Scorpion. It'll just be a trade out between the 2 squads.
You could never accuse the Jade Dragons of not playing to the crowd. We've been having cheers for PvE for what feels like two and a half hours now, and the Jade Dragons said, okay, let's flip the script. That's my play style now, and have since then been stripping the map perfectly. We haven't even seen them practice this in the regular season too often. The Jade Dragons are always a team that look to get active. It's wild that they've been capable of playing this slower style, very reminiscent of the Camelot Kings at this level with such little notice. The Tartarus Titans, how could they have prepared for this?
And I wonder if some of that comes down to, the thought that's coming to the back of their mind of, well, if we beat the Tartarus Titans in this semi, we've got to play a team that's accustomed to this style. So I wonder if maybe this is something they've been practicing, knowing that this was a potential for them should they meet the Camelot Kings in the finals.
It could be. Paul in some trouble. Should make his way out of there. But the Jade Dragons, it's still a small win. Even in just forcing them back, they grab the tower.
Cyno and Aror wrapping around, but not going to find the route this time through. Tier 1 tower in mid now gone. One of the more important towers this early on in the game. With Pyromancer respawning, only Aror nearby. The Jade Dragons can pull another objective and keep trying to push this lead further. We see an answer back now with the Titans, 3 members strong. Paul still in the mid lane's gotta show up, but the Jade Dragons will not pull the Pyro.
So the first time the Tartarus Titans respond in numbers, the Jade Dragons show a bit of respect here. Seems like it could have happened a bit earlier. Pyromancer pulled out, burning quick. Jade Dragons got it.
They grab it. Aror walks forward, gets the pull on a PBM. Cyno sashes on top of it, but PBM takes no damage during any of that one. Just the physical defense alone is enough to mitigate what the Tartarus of Titans have done. Jade Dragons get Pyro, and they walk out cleanly.
Yeah, the Titans face check Pyro, see the Jade Dragons reset, then fully reset themselves. The Jade Dragons say, word, all right, well, nobody's here now. We'll go ahead and grab it. And they do exactly that. I thought maybe we'd see a significant, or more significant rather, grouping from the Tartarus Titans around this Fury. As it is respawning, the Jade Dragons doing the same.
16 minutes?
How could you know?
What happened? The Jade Dragons have been doing basically nothing this whole time. We'll fight at a Pyro. No, we won't fight at a Pyro. We'll make you walk away from Pyro. And they sneak a Fire Giant right under the nose of the Titans, whose consolation prize is a Primal Fury, while the Dragons are just grabbing towers.
Look, that's a pretty awesome response from the Jade Dragons. The Tartarus Titans group up on Fury on respawn. The Jade Dragons saw them path through mid, probably assuming that they would pull the Fury. The Tartarus Titans are assuming that the Jade Dragons with a lead would show up and take a fight in neutral territory. And the Dragons, 3 steps ahead, just go for the largest neutral objective. Fire Giant on the other side, burn it incredibly fast. And now, I mean, it's a pacifist run, but the Jade Dragons have put themselves in the exact same position that they've become so accustomed to throughout the regular season. 17 minutes in, a wild pace, an insane gold lead, and Fire Giant on 5. It's a different path but the same destination.
6,000 gold up, nearly for the Jade Dragons. They push down the left lane. Tier 2 in mid and right is already gone. Tier 2 in right lane as well. Only lane that's got the majority structures is this dual lane, which PandaCat had been pushing up so heavily against Stu. Tier 1 and duo falls. 4 of the Tartarus Titans group up under the Tier 2 tower. Paul trying to play flank. The Jade Dragons recognize that Paul is nowhere to be seen on the map, and they fall back for the moment.
Yeah, where are they headed? The Jade Dragons just regrouping a bit, maybe waiting for fineokay to start his rotation over towards the left-hand side. Wouldn't want to fumble in a 4 versus 5, so why not make it 5 versus 5? fineokay joins his team, and the Jade Dragons continue their march forward. The Tartarus Titans defense, not exactly strong. Strongest tool is SOT. Keep your eyes on him. Pillars of Agony, so important to a Tier 2 defense here. The Jade Dragons with the Trebuchet finally start to push in. It's burning fast.
Pegon does take a bit of poke during this, though. They'll have Fire Giant to regen it, but this Tier 2 tower is going to be slowly knocked away by this Trebuchet. Not enough resustain back through. fineokay dashes out. SOT goes in, but doesn't hold out anybody on the ultimate. The maw is used, and Stuart is low. Paul is gone. The carries are out of this fight, and so is SOT. And on landing, Cyno drops. The Jade Dragons take down 3 right away.
They might be able to go for even more. Those are synced up death timers. 30 seconds on the nearest respawn. Aror and Stu don't have any resources left. The Jade Dragons, we're only 19 minutes in.
They do it every single time. If when they are down at the end, they jam it for a 20-minute win, and they're not gonna wait to 20. Into the fountain goes Stuart. Aror can't hold back. The Dragons have punched through and are going to game number 5.
I couldn't tell you how it happened. It was neutral objectives. It was farm. It was slow. We were primed for a 40-minute, 20,000 gold lead, but one Fire Giant so early in the game completely crushed the Tartarus Titans. They didn't play that match. That was the Jade Dragons lined up against no one.
I'm gonna paraphrase a quote from you earlier on the season. How did they get a 6,000 gold lead with a single kill? This game, Fire Giant after, this is a completely different piece of a Jade Dragons that we have, I don't think, ever seen this season.
No, that was the Jade Dragons' take on how the Camelot Kings should be playing. Close it out incredibly fast. The decision-making, the timing of that siege. The Tartarus Titans, I love the idea, have to all in, have to spearhead defense. If SOT goes in with Pillars of Agony, the fight has to go well afterward, but it didn't. It did for the Jade Dragons, though, as we go into Game 5.
The question now for the Tartarus Titans, what do you give to Cyno? Because his pick did not work out this time around. The Jade Dragons have found the answer to the Naja. Do we see the Thanatos come back out for Game 5? Do we see something new from Cyno and Paul for Game 5? Because the Titans have got to find an answer if the Dragons are going to play like that again.
I'm not certain that is an issue with the Naja pick. I'm not even going to say it's an issue with Paul's pick. Naja and Set are both very fast selections. They love to get active early on. That was an issue with decision making. The Tartarus Titans just let too much happen to them before they got active.
We finally got it. Everybody's been waiting for a game number 5, and the Jade Dragons deliver it to our doorstep. Can they reverse it back and take Game 5, move on to the finals? Or will it be the Tartarus Titans meeting the Camelot Kings there? To find out, we got to take a break, and we'll get set up for Game 5.
babe. I've been loving every time I could call you mine. I don't know why I'm being the one feeling stupid. I'm feeling stupid now.
Well, we asked for a game number 5, and we got it. You asked for the Jade Dragons to play aggressive, to play their tempo, and they gave us a sub-20-minute game. They gave us a 16-minute Fire Giant. But most importantly, they gave us a game number 5. Again, I could not be more excited. I'm sure everybody up here is just excited for more. I mean, just good Smite, right? That is what this set has been. The back and forth has been phenomenal. Now the question is going to be whether or not they can keep up this pace for both sides, right? I mean, going back and forth, theoretically one than the other. Titans have been winning on the odd number games. Maybe this is their time to shine. Maybe the Dragons have figured something out. Of course, we want to know, for those of you at home and in the venue, how you're watching. Again, hashtag Worlds with Fans. We're just happy to be celebrating the fact that you're all here, and of course across the world as well, whether you're in the venue or if you're at home watching on your living room TV. And in this case, I guess also having to deal with 2 toddlers. That's a handful in and of itself. Now, Hazer, I was specifically meant to ask this. This guy's encroaching on your territory. Do you appreciate it, or are you going to sue for copyright infringement?
I appreciate it. There's plenty of space in the Smite and wine drinking field for all of us.
It feels like a very narrow field, though.
But everybody's welcome. You know, we're very inviting there.
Now, I'm personally impressed because I cannot stand wine for the life of me. So more power to you, and of course to you at home if you're watching with a glass of wine, channeling your inner Hazer. But this time, Deathwalker, I mean, look, you come into this, and we're used to talking about the Dragons and saying, all right, they're a team that hits the ground running and forces games to happen. That's what that game was. I mean, that was very standard Dragons play.
That's the Dragons I remember from when I played them.
That's my Dragons.
that's my Dragons. I mean, they played the map so clean. This clip right here is the only time where I think they misplayed slightly, and it wasn't even that bad. You know, he died, sure, but they managed to pick up some other things on the side. It wasn't that big of a loss. They were already ahead. They were in a good position. They could afford the mistake. But the Titans just could never answer the map play that the Dragons were doing. They just, even if they were on time, they were there. They couldn't out-secure the objective. They weren't there on Fire Giant, unfortunately. They thought that the Dragons were going to go gold, but they burned Fire Giant way faster than I think the Titans thought they would. 16 minutes in.
Yeah.
And
so fast.
Yeah, the ball just could not stop rolling.
And, you know, Hurry, that was one of those moments like where you really get the kills don't tell the whole story, right? First Blood, when you're watching, they're 3,000 gold down.
Right.
You go forward to when we finally get a 4th kill in the game. Again, 4. That's the amount of fingers on a single hand that you can hold up, excluding thumbs, right? Thumbs aren't fingers to some people. You throw it up there, and it's a 7,000 gold lead with 5 people having Fire Giant. I mean, it's just insane how well they played the map.
You're right that kills don't tell the story this game, because that would just be such a small fraction of what actually happened. I think ultimately this Hunter and mid shut down the set pressure. That's usually a good matchup into the mid mages. I think Paul was so antsy to get his hands on it, he forgot where it really succeeds potentially, which is usually into mages. That's where set wins pressure. Hunters are kind of the rock, paper, scissors answer to that set in mid, I think, and we saw that with how much pressure was put on him. And then also I think the Pele into the Naja really paid off too. And then also on top of that, I think the Amma prioritization was a good switch up as well. So I think the Dragons kind of cornered them on all points of this last draft. I think the Titans have a lot to think about. They really have a lot to think about because there wasn't a lot of game to be played there. Really, they just kind of did objectives really fast, ran one team fight realistically, and the game ended. And as Titans, it feels bad to lose that way, so I'm sure we're going to see some big change-ups in their next draft.
But because of all the cheering we've had, if you've heard it on stream, you'll hear speed buff chants, totem chants, cheers for the buffs going down, boos when they get dropped before they've been killed. And so I'm getting like phantom cheers all of a sudden, and I hear some behind me. It's J-Mac throwing things down from the mezzanine for people. I am curious, though. We have a lot of people in the venue, almost a full house. And so I want to know, just by value of cheers, how many people in the venue right now are cheering for the Tartarus Titans? Pretty good volume. How many people in here are cheering for the Jade Dragons? Feels a little balanced, a little longer of a cheer there maybe, but it feels balanced overall, and the crowd will find out picks and bans for game number 5. We are one step closer to finding out, you might have forgotten, it's been hours, who is going to be playing against the Kings in the finals. We've got 2 teams left to deal with it. Naja, Deathwalker, you made a face, Azer made a face. You were surprised. The Titans of all people are the ones banning it.
I'm really not sure why they're banning Naja. I mean, they've been playing so well with it. I guess maybe are they trying to go back to the Thanatos maybe?
I mean, admittedly, the Thanatos hasn't lost any games with them yet, right? So in theory, you can go back to it. Maybe feel confident there. The Naja, Kernanos, Ishtar, nothing too crazy. Ishtar getting taken away is maybe a big deal. Hebo, Tiamat, and now a Thanatos.
Smart.
So both the jungle's gone, and hurry, you say smart.
Yeah, I think that was what the Titans, I think the Titans were thinking that exact same thing, like, let's go back to the Thanatos, but it's probably a bad matchup into the Naja, so we want to take that away. I think the Titans are happy with this. I'm sure they anticipated them to answer back with a Thanatos ban. I think the Alma prioritization is actually really important. What she's doing in these games, how fast she's farming, has been really impactful, but we almost missed it. Uller got through.
Maui got through. Oh my god.
So I don't know if Alma's that good to let these 2 picks through, but the Dragons and the Titans are hopefully going to show us how that works out. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this Amma pick, it's one of those, it's one of these things where within a best of 5, you quite often see a meta develop in the set itself, and this is one where Amaterasu has become really, really valuable in this set. But I'm not sure that the Titans have got this quite figured out. Uller and Maui, 2 picks that have been amazing for the Jade Dragons, and Maui amazing in general at this event. Death, do you think that trade's worthwhile? You're an Amma aficionado yourself.
Yeah, I'm an enjoyer myself. I think with the way these games have been played out, whatever team gets the ball rolling, if they have the Amma, it's just unstoppable. So I think what Titans should try and do here, since they already committed to this playstyle, they need to try and get control early so they can actually enable this Amaterasu team fight. Once you 5-stack with Amaterasu with the auras, you're so fast around the map, you're almost unstoppable. Your DPS on Fire Giant or Gold Fury is really high. I actually kind of like this Nemesis pick. That's Cyno's 3rd option that he always goes back to. Oh, and the Kraken, which they didn't ban before. So super solid, I think, first 3 picks for Titans. I think they're pretty happy about it. Playing
their game, right? That's kind of the conversation I think we've had a lot this weekend, and admittedly falls in that any given Sunday, any given SMITE weekend, depending on the team. It's playing the gods that are going to make you feel good and make you feel successful. Unfortunately for the Titans, the Dragons are doing something very similar, right? I mean, you know, looking at the Maui, the plays we've seen out of that, the Osiris, and the presence we saw out of that earlier today. But Pegon got a quadra kill on this Uller yesterday. Like, you've got to imagine you're feeling really solid about it.
Yeah, this front line for the Jade Dragons, this is what they won with in game 2, actually, the Maui Osiris. So I think they're really comfortable going back to
repeating themselves, right?
Definitely a comfort draft, I think, from both of these teams, as you kind of nodded to earlier. Everyone kind of taking their signature pick so far this tournament, with the exception of maybe Cyno, and Nemesis isn't far from his signature pick at this point when everything else is banned away. So I think both teams put themselves in a comfort position here with their top 3s. I think the bottom 2s are really going to define who's going to be winning these drafts, who's going to be really in that power position, because I think so far as they see it, these teams are pretty even on the board with their top 3 in terms of what they want.
Well, the bans cycle through Hell and Scylla, banned away. And again, trying to control Paul of all people. A couple of years ago, that was a recipe for disaster. Right now, it feels like the Dragons might just be onto something. The other side, Rom, Cupid, a lot of Hunter bans.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see what Paul actually decides to play here. They banned out, I mean, this is pretty much all we've seen other than Seth.
Yeah.
I think he had maybe, did he play one Pele game? I'm not really sure, but I'm really interested to see what he picks here. This might be a lot of pressure on him with this pick, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to reaching down into his god pool here.
Yeah,
and he does seem to have just a god ocean, though, Paul. Scylla and Hell have been banned. I don't think we've seen them from anybody this entire tournament, right? And they're still getting target banned away from Paul. Yeah, Paul at Worlds, Hell, Scylla, you don't want to give him it. You don't want to risk that in a game 5. So the Dragons very cautious here as we see a Heim locked in for PandaCat.
And you know, earlier, Hurry, you were actually talking about this being banned away because it was a good counter against the Morrigan. And it feels like here, while it's also a good pick, it feels like intentionally picked so that Morrigan can't come online.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's a good and smart pick by the Dragons to take that because I don't think Paul has a lot of mid-mages left. I'm sure his eyes were on Morrigan. I don't know if that's exactly what he was going to go towards, but hopefully that should be enough to dissuade him from picking that, which means he's going to have to go even deeper into his god pool. If I'm Paul right now, I don't think Set really looks good. Again, it didn't really feel great into the Hunter last game.
Yeah.
So with Set off the table, I think he's really going to have to really find a mage, more than likely, that fits in with their draft. That's something that he's comfortable playing. And this is deep in the god pool. So I don't really have any great callouts for what it could be. He could just switch to a Hunter. He could just try to force the Assassin. But if I'm the Titans right now, I want him to find a mage that he's comfortable on with our draft.
Maybe, I was thinking maybe like a Merlin. Like we've seen good Merlin performances throughout the tournament, and Paul's a good Merlin player, so maybe that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, I worry if they pick the Merlin, though, how much pressure they're going to be under in mid. They go for the
God,
Vulcan.
We forget about it.
We forgot Paul's Vulcan.
Okay.
Not a bad pick
I feel
overall.
like the Dragons forgot about it too a little bit.
Out here banning Hell and Scylla, Vulcan on the table. Danza Burrow locked in. And it's against the Danza King himself and PandaCat, the Titans. Now with their full roster, I see some aggressive play in the future. You got Kabrak and Ama. Feels like they want to lead the way, maybe dive a little deep and get the ball rolling. This last pick, it didn't occur to me until just now, Hazer. Osiris could still technically flex into the jungle, right? It doesn't have to be fineokay, despite the fact that we saw it earlier, be really, really kind to him. And so this is going to confirm or deny that.
I think it could do, and I guess seeing as it is a Fizz-heavy comp, you have to say the Hades still available. Hades. They could look at that if they want to, but I think give the Osiris the fineokay. He's been so good at zoning, finding so much space control with this pick. I think they're likely to go back to another 4 physical comp here. They just did it to great success.
Yeah.
Double Hunter, 4th phase. They ran the game, and they go with Screammmmm special. The Bastet locked in game 5 of the SWC semifinal.
I love this. I love this so much. This is just old Scream. This is old classic Scream here with
Game
the Bastet.
On the line, Set on the line, tournament life on the line. And Scream's here. I can hear some Scream chats. You don't even have to be a fan of the Dragons here to appreciate the Bastet and what Scream has been able to do with it. But with the lines, the lineups, all the gods locked in. I'm going to play with the venue here for a little bit while we have the opportunity. Everyone in the venue, you see all 5 gods on each team. Let's hear it. Do you think the Tartarus Titans are going to win? I hear some boos. Do you think the Dragons are going to win? A little louder this time around. The crowd's feeling one way. We can find out how it's going to shake out as we go to game number 5, the last semifinal, the last game of the day with J-Mac and Mifflin.
This is no longer a best of 5, Mifflin. This is no longer a tied set at 1-1, best of 3. This is elimination, 1 game left between the Jade Dragons and the Tartarus Titans. And we see some powerful picks come back this time around. Probably the biggest one right at the very end, a signature pick of Scream for Bastet as a 10th pick.
I can't believe it. This guy is a hand cannon. He's got shrapnel in his veins. His blood's made of ice because in a game 5 situation, going to an off-meta selection, and he's the only person in the world playing it, this Bastet has to perform. But he's not the only one playing one of his signatures. The desk may forgot about it. We didn't up here. Neither did the Tartarus Titans. Paul on his Vulcan can be a difference maker as well. Both teams swinging wild haymakers.
This is going to be potentially a bloody 5th game between these ones. It was a very passive game number 4. But I got to imagine the Jade Dragons want to come out swinging with a composition like this, try and put Paul down early in that mid lane, keep this Vulcan at bay. And even let's talk about maybe reaching down to the God Pool for a couple of these players. Paul had to go so down towards the Vulcan, which is weird to say, but Stuart also going to the Donza Burrow. Not something that we see too often. Can the Tartarus Titans or will it be the Jade Dragons who come out on top for game number 5? We go in to the final set, the final game of the semifinals to see who is going to be making it to the last day of play in the SMITE World Championships. We will delay no further and jump right in.
I'm keeping my eyes on some big picks here. Early game, obviously a massive contention point for the Jade Dragons. What is Scream going to do? What's the pace look like? Mason first slot, when we had seen him lock this in last, I believe it was Transcendence into Mace. So a faster pace from him out of the jungle on one of his favorite selections. Pegon back on the Ool. Got a quadra kill earlier this weekend. Could do so here again today. I think really the mid 3v3 where the Jade Dragons can make their money. The Tartarus Titans, on the other hand, keep your eyes on SOT. This Amaterasu, Deathwalker talks about it very well on the desk. With a lead, could absolutely dominate the entirety of the solo side of the map and have that bleed extend. Otherwise, Aror, on one of his most aggressive selections with the Cabrakan, gets in your face, runs it down. This time, forced to play defense up against Mike, who's on Maui. Goodness gracious, J-Mac, I mean, it's a stacked lineup on both sides.
Not only that, Pegon back on the Uller, a pick that he quadra-killed in the first set earlier on this week against the Oni Warriors. Something that has been banned every single game up until this point. And when we get to these Game 5 scenarios, this is where it gets the most exciting for drafting Mifflin, because sometimes you forget about something. You go, man, we spent so much time dialing in on Pegon, making sure to take him out. But as the set progresses, as the games evolve through, sometimes something slips through the cracks. This time, it was the Uller that Pegon popped off on early, but it's Cyno getting involved early up against fineokay. Slow is good, double dash, but you can't body block the Ghost.
Yeah, misses one of the auto attack cancels, but I don't think a difference maker in that one. SOT could not chase out. fineokay simply survives, but loses a lot of his own resources in the trade. HP pod starting to fall low. Death toll, you got to get into melee range if you want to heal up with that one. So SOT, if he plays smart, could keep him back here. While Cyno was ganking out in the solo, or maybe still is ganking out in the solo. fineokay playing smart. We'll back this one up. What is Scream up to on the map? Just farming a bit in mid, making sure those neutrals go their way. The Jade Dragons won just purely off a map play the last time around. The Tartarus Titans cannot let the Dragons reprise that pace.
Game 4 was 16 minutes of doing absolutely nothing, and then 3 minutes of we got Fire Giant, we ran it down left lane, we won the game. Jade Dragons with a sub 20-minute game 4 against the Tartarus Titans. We're starting off similar pacing to some of our previous games out here. Very cautious in the dual lane. Don't expect a whole lot of sparks out there just yet. Even with Mike getting this Maui, going for the Sunder early. Will just be some quick poke. Mike swings into lane on top of Stuart. Finds the pull back, but PandaCat needs to follow up. Instead, it's Mike falling low. Stun is there, but the meditation pop will keep Mike alive just a little while longer.
Thin margins, the knife's edge separating both these teams from an incredibly poor situation. Now, SOT dances on the knife.
Needs the cat from Scream to root him out, but not available to him. Everybody starting to fall low across the map. Dual lane, it was Jade Dragons support, PBM falling low. This time SOT on the right side of the map. And that gives the Jade Dragons some room to breathe over here for fineokay, who has been the primary target of Cyno's aggression.
Yeah, looks like Fine might miss out on a bit of farm here. Has teleport available. Should be able to get back in towards that lane. Looked to me like SOT had gotten a bit more farm before that chase out into the jungle. fineokay ticking over to 4 off blue buff. SOT already at it. That's a stacked minion wave. Maybe experience advantage does belong to the Jade Dragon soul laner. We'll see how the totem goes. I know the fans love this one.
We'll see. SOT with advantage on damage to it. fineokay can't get it done. It's SOT to take the totem a coup for the Tartarus Titans. But still, with fineokay, with all the pressure that's been put towards him, staying even throughout, even having the worst off as far as health pots were concerned earlier, maintaining parry. Now actually hits level 5 before SOT.
Yeah, SOT though, just needs to clear out that wave first. I'm looking towards the builds. It's the standard from both. Berserker Shield likely for fineokay, Golden Blade likely for SOT. I wonder, rotations can dictate the game. Amaterasu just massive advantage not only now from the kit but also in build. That Golden Blade giving over a bit of movement speed means that fineokay will struggle to maintain the same presence towards the center of the map. Ways to deal with it, Soul Laners are devised. It's not a hard thing to think about, it's pressure. If fineokay can just keep SOT low HP, keep him locked to that tower, won't be allowed to have that dazzling offensive set up for Paul out of mid. fineokay for now, doing a great job of exactly that, just locking down the Soul Laner and keep him there.
Speed buff locked down for the Tartarus Titans as well as a blue buff for SOT, while fineokay takes care of the totem, pushing a minion wave into the tier 1 tower. Again, PandaCat, this is the second game in a row. He has kept Stuart at this tier 1 tower line,
bullying him,
and is winning out this boxing trade. Only one of the money bags goes through that time, but PandaCat's got to be careful. Charges up the Gjallarhorn, stun out of the Bifrost, but able to just barely make it out this time around. Had to extend the beads to get back to safety.
Heimdall so incredibly safe. I mean, even when you burn the beads, as a jungler, speaking from personal experience, it still doesn't feel good to gank that lane. You've got knock-up immunity from the Gjallarhorn. You've got the Bifrost essentially as a semi-global teleport. CC immunity in the dash, which is just a dash, by the way, as well. Even with the beads off, I think PandaCat probably feeling okay with his odds. And that's not even talking about the additional vision that he gets every time casting that first ability. You get a massive cone of vision around you. You can even spot junglers starting to approach from the side paths. For now, I think, great, you've burnt the beads, but are you going to be able to do much with it? Maybe in the 1v1. That's one place Stu can look. Danzaburo always been called the god of win harder. Go in with that ultimate, could set things up.
Mike pulls back in Aror. The Vulcan ultimate clips Pegon. That's about all that it will do for now. Instead, it sets up for a greater Scorpion invade. But the Tartarus Titans taking a little bit of that neutral farm away from the Jade Dragons and trying to bring the momentum to the Tartarus Titans' favor. About 500 gold in the lead as the older team.
Yeah, I like this from the Tartarus Titans, a departure from the pacing that we had seen in the previous game. Playing confidently on map, showing up for battles, getting involved in the neutral farm, and not allowing the Jade Dragons to establish their own pace. I think the Titans likely fall into the trapping of, hey, if we just wait and buy defense, it'll be fine in the previous match. Now realizing waiting, not a great option against the Jade Dragons. Don't give them the first move. Smart play from Scream, spots the rotation there.
Goes out the cat, slows down Cyno, who will blink right past him. Scream, quarter HP, jumps over the wall to safety, but he has nowhere to go. Cyno is cut off the top path. SOT the bottom, blink pass for Scream, but Cyno doesn't have the dash to close in enough distance, and fineokay will play gatekeeper to his jungler.
Man, Scream just perfectly escapes that situation. Can fineokay do the same? That is a lot of damage from Paul early on, and Scream sticks around. Does drop down that blue from the brink. Scream keeping it alive.
Mike will walk hand in hand with Aror through the jungle and escort him back to his side of the map. Tartarus Titans have been putting a lot of pressure on the right side of the map. Twice now, we have seen a rotation to keep fineokay at bay to try and keep this Osiris down, but so far come up empty-handed, have the Tartarus Titans. We haven't seen much more from the dual lane as of recent. Ever since the push back up against PandaCat, Stuart has been able to at least hold his own inside of that lane.
Stu doing very well here. Now that the beads are back for PandaCat, maybe you start to see him try and get aggressive once more over in that duo lane. That ultimate from Danzaburo can really catch you off guard. Don't necessarily even need to ride it. Just send it out as a ranged stun. PandaCat likely playing wary because of that fact. Now with beads, maybe can turn around and just go for the fight and have all the other things we had talked about, all the other safety options available if Cyno decides to rotate over.
Cyno does rotate towards PandaCat. Aror here, but back up from the Jade Dragons, a 3v3 on the left side of the map until Paul has joined in. Meatball will zone away the Dragons from pushing forward. Instead, it'll just be a purple buff secure for the Dragons on the top side, but a Scepter for the Tartarus Titans on the underside of the fight. And as this game continues at this slower pace, this more evened out play style. And as we approach the mid-game, Mifflin, is it on one of these two teams to try and get things going, or do they both stand a pretty good chance against each other late game?
I mean, double physical draft, double hunter rather, from the Jade Dragons could be dangerous. Paul's Vulcan could do it all on its own. Feels like either team has got really good avenues in here. I'm not willing to say one way or the other if there's a significant advantage 30 minutes in from an even state. It depends on itemization. It depends on map state as well. I do really like this composition from the Tartarus Titans. I suppose it comes down to execution from a couple particular players. Cyno on this Nemesis needs to step up. Very hard to play that god in a 5-on-5, especially in the late game. Just really difficult to connect damage on a priority targets if the front line of the Jade Dragons is looking towards you. Otherwise, I mean, jungle matchup, Scream's playing Bastet. You have to execute. I couldn't tell you. It's an unknown factor. It's an X factor. We just don't have data on this pick.
No, it's been a very long time since we've seen Bastet in the meta in general, and maybe even longer since we've seen Scream's Bastet pop its way through. We'll have to see how it performs as we approach the mid-game through. But experience, largely equalized throughout. fineokay, a slight level over SOT. Same thing for Stuart, who's got about a half level over PandaCat. And it seems that PandaCat has traded places with fineokay. Last game and early on, it was PCat sitting at the tier 1 tower. This time it's fineokay keeping SOT back.
Yeah, just lock them down. Don't let them leave the lane. Don't let them get involved. Don't let that dazzling offensive stun out Pegon. Line up the ultimate from Paul. fineokay doing a lot. And even establishing pressure in lane and standing on that tower, generating threat and creating an avenue for Cyno to start looking towards solo. Just even more space for PandaCat over in the duo lane. Whoever finds first blood, whoever gets that first bit of momentum, I think so important. Because as of now, what is it, 300, 400 gold separating these guys? I mean, that's nothing. Experience, that's nothing. Both teams playing incredibly clean on map.
11 minutes in, haven't seen that first blood just yet. We've gotten close a couple of times, but still no blood shed between these two squads in a tense Game 5 to move to the grand finals of the SMITE World Championship. The Titans and the Dragons are both one game away from that moment to face off against the Camelot Kings and see who's going to be the one to be crowned the Season 9 champion. The Titans, who have made so many roster adjustments throughout this year, even just throughout the last phase of play. The Jade Dragons, who brought in a rookie mid laner to start this year out, and have had an explosive comeback ever since the tail end of phase number 2. These are two teams meeting out. This may be one of the best matchups we get to see for a semifinal.
And since the addition of Scream, the Jade Dragons have seemed revitalized. PBM, though, are you in no man's land?
He's got PandaCat with them. Landfall grabs one, he immediately cancels, but now with Cyno here, PBM walled off, knocked down. The Tartarus Titans in 12
As 5
will find a kill on a PBM, and the full squad has rotated over. The Gold Fury will go along with it.
The Jade Dragons have to act quick if they want to find anything on the map. Pyromancer seems to be the target. Burning, but slowly, the Tartarus Titans, they're on the way.
Jade Dragons get the Pyro. That'll mitigate some of the 1.5K that the Tartarus Titans amassed with that first blood and the Gold Fury. Brings it down to only about 1.1 for the Dragons down. But the Tartarus Titans capitalize on the mistake more than anything off of PBM.
Yeah, that solar swing was just not well placed. Had to land back in place, and from there, the Tartarus Titans lock him down. The walls from Aror, very difficult to deal with. I wonder if the Jade Dragons are considering looking towards maybe a Phantom Shell here just for those walls. Otherwise, I mean, there are other ways to deal with it. You could even just utilize the landfall from PolarBearMike, just have him set up a wall too, an impromptu cage, but it could prevent a bit of follow-up from the Tartarus Titans. Looking at some of the relics there, just seems like aggression on the mind of the Jade Dragons. That's Thunder, I believe that is.
Yeah, from fineokay, Thorns.
Yeah, Thorns pick up as well. Just run it down. fineokay, I mean, it's incredibly frustrating to deal with something like that. The Osiris has so much mitigation inherent to the kit. And then as well, now when you hit them, you're getting punished with damage reflection. Not an easy thing for the carries of the Tartarus Titans to deal with. And even then, look at Paul, Earthshaker, You land that, he might just take more damage from hitting fineokay than, well, fineokay takes from being hit.
So far, it's a double fizz defense from fineokay, so still very susceptible to the pen that Paul has built up for his magic damage. Now working towards what I imagine will be a soul gem, third item, so a huge power spike for him once that third item does get finished up. Stuart playing with a bit more confidence in the dual lane now, was given an inch to breathe earlier, and has taken a mile back up against PandaCat, now pushing PCat to his tier 1 tower in response. The Tartarus Titans, this is the answer back that they needed from game number 4. The Dragons weren't trying to fight in game 4. It doesn't seem like they're trying to fight in game 5. The Tartarus Titans are instead bringing the fight to them.
Difference is the pace isn't favoring the Jade Dragons like it was in game 4. Instead, it's the Tartarus Titans, the proactive element. Mike, the only one to have fallen so far under the eye of the Tartarus Titans, will be able to escape once more. But look at this grouping on the left side. Feels like the Titans considering a dive here onto PandaCat. Ill-advised, I'd say, with beads and Aegis still available. So instead, a reset back towards neutral. The Tartarus Titans have done a good job maintaining a small advantage. I think this next rotation of neutral objectives is going to be very telling for the entirety of the rest of this match. If it goes over to the Tartarus Titans cleanly once more, as we approach that 20-minute mark, Fire Giant becomes an option, and a lead with this burn composition from the Tartarus Titans. Let's call it essentially double Hunter and how it burns objectives, thanks to this auto attack build from Nemesis, as well as the largest confirmation on map, Earthshaker. Nothing the Jade Dragons have got can really contend with the raw DPS of that ability. Could lead some coin tosses around the fire.
Blue buff secured for the Tartarus Titans, still taking this one slow. Nearly 2,000 gold up over the Jade Dragons. Still a minute and a half until we see the Fury respawn back in. Same situation for the Pyromancer that was answered back by the Jade Dragons just moments after. The Jade Dragons, Pegon back on this Ullr now with a slight lead. What can he do with this slight XP? What can this Ullr do as we start pushing a little bit later in this game? Full CDR online for him. It's going to allow him to spam a lot of abilities. And if it's any given as to what we saw earlier on in this weekend, Mifflin, it's a lot of damage that Pegon's going to be flying with.
Yeah, with Hydra's Lament as well, you've got massive burst potential. Generally, it's just Axe, Hail of Arrow, Bladed Arrow. That's the combo. But now if you can weave in some of those auto attacks and dip into that Hydra's Lament passive, he's got one-shot potential against just about anybody, so long as their beads are down. And looking at the relics of the Tartarus Titans, they have not been tested in a good while. Meditation, everything still available. So it would take a couple of shots from the Jade Dragons. Got to first prime the field, remove the defensive capacity of the Titans, then you could start to feast. You've got great beads burning tools, haven't seen it just yet, but Scream's ultimate, the Huntress of Bast, very good, essentially just a non-committal Fenrir ult.
PBM, double stun. The Pegon returns the favor to SOT. Group up of all 10 players on the left side of the map as the Fury respawns back onto the map. Immediately, the Tartarus Titans, though, they're going to pull away from the Primal Fury for the time. SOT will stick by to make sure the Dragons don't sneak it away. But for now, the Dragons are interested in grabbing the vision around the pit instead. And maybe if too many Titans have walked away, the Dragons can just grab this one right back. Cyno and SOT are here. The Fury is low. They've got to get this one released away. The Titans taking it from under the nose of the Dragons, who let it go just a little too early.
Man, the Dragons, it's not even that they let it go too early. I think they were concerned maybe about an ultimate from Paul, try and back up, make sure that damage doesn't connect. The Titans just pulled away cleanly. It was Stuart who walks up, grabs aggro, and from there, the Jade Dragons just can only watch on from a distance. Fury goes down. Will the Pyro be the exact same fate? The Tartarus Titans, they take both. The Jade Dragons, nowhere to be seen.
fineokay, the only one there to try and slow that one down, but it just was not enough. The Tartarus Titans have answered back to the Jade Dragons. Still, only a single kill this game that has gone to Stuart, and that has given him so much momentum in this dual lane. This is a player that over the course of this year has gained so much confidence in his play, had such a quiet phase 3. And coming into the event, we wanted to see more from him. We've gotten just that this set. But it's not just Stu. It's been the rest of the team, such as Paul, who sets up massive against PBM. The walls from Aror. Not going to lock anybody in. PBM swings away, but it's right into the rocket of Stu, who takes down PBM.
And now it's an initiation for SOT. Dash into the tower into an immediate reset. That is a wild, small skirmish in the center of the map that could be costly. Mike once more over-aggressive, whiffs the ultimate, and loses his life. The Tartarus Titans on tournament point. Set point. Pull the fire.
Fino down, Fire Giant low, but who cares about the fire? Maybe we take the fight instead. Says the Tartarus Titans, they'll back away. PandaCat, quarter HP down. Pegon full HP. This is not a free objective. Pegon could steal, but he doesn't get there in time. And it's fire on all 5 of the Titans.
The Titans are in a very good position now. Their siege is strong. The defense from the Jade Dragons, pretty powerful as well. Pegon and PandaCat can work together to keep those minion waves at bay. Scream should have an easier time lining up some of these ultimates too, once the game simplifies into these small enclosed spaces around the towers and the Phoenixes. But there is so much gold on the map, and Pegon, why are you here?
Out of position, Aegis is too early. The Earthshaker slams his health, and Cyno knocks him down. PBM caught again, no leap, has to use the landfall, but that has only been his own burial ground as Paul drops him down with the tower.
The Tartarus Titans laser focused here, punish the Jade Dragons every single time. Tier 1, Tier 2,
no way.
Both down. Phoenix next.
PandaCat, the only one here to defend, and he will not even walk up in time. Scream standing back, and the Titans will take the mid-bird. Nothing is safe from the hands of the Titans when they've got all this momentum.
What a major blunder from the Jade Dragons there. Pegon just trying to grab a bit of farm on map. PBM rotates in late, trying to defend his homie, but from there, leaping over the wall, caged by Aror. Simple for the Tartarus Titans to lock him down. And now still reeling from that small skirmish, the Jade Dragons aren't in position to defend on left. Tier 1 falls, Tier 2, it's just PandaCat.
It is an 8,000 gold lead that the Titans have amassed in a moment's notice against the Jade Dragons. And add another bit there with the Tier 2 and Tier 1 towers in left only. Permanent structures left in the right lane. But the Tartarus Titans, with all these kills, with all this gold that they've amassed, will go back to base and spend some of that to get some of those big power spikes for themselves.
But every tower the Tartarus Titans had walked into crumbled at the sight of them. There was no dance, there was no soft defense from the Jade Dragons, so there was no time bot either. The Tartarus Titans still have 2 entire minutes to continue their siege. Keep your eyes on them. Split across the map. I thought we'd see them immediately move over towards that right-hand side. Instead, something Paul is apt to do, loves to play around this red buff, wants to make sure that one goes down first. Play it your strongest, then regroup on the right. And that Tier 1, I mean, that's a foregone conclusion. The Tier 2, I'd love to see the Jade Dragons try and defend, but this lead now, so dangerous. And if you lose your lives there, it could be the set.
Tartarus Titans with a massive lead over the Jade Dragons. Let's add one more tower from the right side to the pockets of the Tartarus Titans. Only a single Tier 2 tower left standing between the Titans and maybe another siege at a bird. fineokay and Scream, here's a soft defense, but once they see the full might of the Titans, will back away. The Tartarus Titans are one good team fight away from taking this game, for moving on to the finals, but the Dragons have to put up a defense here.
It's a 5-stack from the Jade Dragons. Cyno and SOT on the flank, pushing in slowly. Who do we go in first? It's SOT, dashes on a PandaCat.
PandaCat, no Aegis, but Cyno loses that lot. Earthshaker doesn't find anything. Landfall pulls in 2, but Cyno is the first one to fall. The Phoenix goes with it, but fineokay dives to the back. Thorns have been expended, but it's fineokay's health bar that is worse for wear. SOT still had ult that entire time, but the Tartarus Titans got what they wanted. They grabbed the Phoenix, and 4 of them will walk out.
Right side Phoenix falls just as the Fire Giant now falls off the waist of the Tartarus Titans. It's a trade that is worthwhile. The Jade Dragons finally put 1 in the kill column, but at the cost of the sanctity of their Titan. Now, The Tartarus Titans, again, in a phenomenal position, can fall back on the map, collect some farm, wait for Cyno to rejoin them, and then pressure in towards the Fire Giant. And that siege only goes so well because of the previous 22 minutes. Had the Tartarus Titans not established such a large buffer, the Jade Dragons' execution was good enough that even at a 5,000, 6,000 deficit, I'd argue a team fight won. But the Tartarus Titans, you're allowed a few mistakes. We talked about it earlier this set, almost 3 hours ago. What is gold in Smite? You're buying the allowance to have a couple of blunders, a couple of missteps. The Tartarus Titans have got plenty. Their wallets are bulging. The Jade Dragons now on the brink.
And the Tartarus Titans, with only a few seconds left on the fire respawn, Cyno finds fineokay. He's got an ult to get over the wall. So fineokay lives, but half HP on the Osiris, will have to go back. And if he wants to get to this Fire Giant, needs to upgrade that teleport. It is melting at the hands of the Tartarus Titans. A Fire Giant around all 5 once more.
Now push in towards mid. Don't let that Phoenix regenerate too much HP. The Jade Dragons need some time to rally around this bird. fineokay never even reset. Still low HP. If he doesn't get back soon, he might not have the opportunity. Cyno escorting in some enhanced minion waves. Finally, Fino starts moving in towards that fountain, but now it's the Tartarus Titans' turn. Who's sieging first? Enhanced minions on left. Cyno on right with his enhanced wave. And the mid Phoenix not even half HP.
No, just respawn back from the previous siege of the Titans. But the Titans are playing this very cautiously up against the Jade Dragons, even with all of this wiggle room to play with. They're not going to make a single mistake. It is game 5. They are 1 moment away from moving to the grand finals. Paul back in the finals with Aror by his side. Would be such a great start for his team. But with Scream's ult on cooldown now, Cyno only a few seconds away through. The Titans have the advantage.
SOT leading the charge. Cyno on the flank. He lost his life to Scream's ultimate last time around. Now that threat no longer there. Who will go in first? Is it the dazzling offensive? Will Paul separate with the ultimate? Aror connects the stun.
fineokay gets targeted. PBM, he's got the landfall. That brings back Aror, but the Earthshaker buys enough space for Aror to make it out of the fight. The Phoenix still stands. The Tartarus Titans walk back in. Scream to the backline, jumps in place, gets some good damage, but the Phoenix is gone, and the Titans will walk away.
Disengage, resustain. The Tartarus Titans haven't got much left here, but look at PandaCat. Has he stepped too far forward? He's got eyes on him, that enhanced vision helping out. Ride the Bifrost back to safety. The Jade Dragons, if you can call it a base, the semblance that they have left, we'll be able to hold there. Right side Phoenix not far from respawning. Left side never fell, so full HP. And the Tartarus Titans struggle to deal with a half bird in mid. So instead it's a full reset back to base. The Jade Dragons, they're gonna make you earn it.
Tartarus Titans, a 12,000 gold lead, struggling to break more than just beyond the opening of the base at this point. Right bird respawn, Fire Giant buff for another minute and 20 seconds to still play with. And with only one singular healthy bird, this is dire situations for the Jade Dragons, but they've been putting up the defense time and time again.
Beads down for Stu and Cyno for the next couple of moments. Maybe slows down some of these sieges, slows down your aggressive tendencies. On the other side, look at the item disparity between PBM and Aror. I mean, that is absolutely wild. One team has a tank, and one team has got a squish. I'm just calling squish,
They have a Guardian, but he's not tanky.
That's right.
Not tanky enough. And the Titans might not even care about another fire. Another weakened Phoenix. It took the Titans a while last time to take it, but slow poke to fineokay. Slow poke on PBM.
Where'd he go?
He's gone. Earthshaker misses, but the Titans surge forward. SOT doesn't find the stun. The Bans.Game ult is good to pull Cyno back. The Dragons have been pushing back the Tartarus Titans time and time again at the Phoenixes, and this one is just enough to spare their base again.
We're right back where we started. Mid and right Phoenix off the board. Tartarus Titans fire for only 2 more seconds. Scream, did you see him?
Walks forward, has the jump, knocked away, walled off, jump back to the grave. Stuart, 5-0. The Tartarus Titans move over to the left side bird. Still 3 standing for the Dragons. 10 seconds on Mike. 50 seconds on Scream. No time for fineokay. SOT puts him down. For the Titans, it's Paul frontlining again on the Vulcan.
That might come back to bite Paul. If you want to push in towards the Titan, Earthshaker is a massive bit of your burst. Instead, it's a reset. All 3 Phoenixes down for the Jade Dragons. The Tartarus Titans have completely broken the base. Fire Giant back in 30 seconds. fineokay won't be alive for it. Still hasn't even upgraded the teleport. Cannot close gap. The Tartarus Titans, this one likely enhanced by the time they finish it. The Jade Dragons, where do you dig in your heels? Where do you take the fight? So often we've seen teams from this position go for the Hail Mary play. Group up in the jungle, try and catch your enemies off guard. For now, it's Mike who's taken his lone sentinel guard towards the Fire Giant, puts eyes on it, but what can he do?
Tartarus Titans eliminate the Fire Giant right on time for it to be enhanced. No Phoenixes standing, the mid one shortly to respawn. But the Tartarus Titans, a team with champions on their squad, are aiming for yet another ring. Will we see another potential 3-time through? Mike with the ult, jumps down in place, dropped once again by Stuart, who is just going absolutely mental. This set will rock it to chase out Scream, but it slams against the wall, and the Titans in the 4v5.
Stu can resustain with a sake bottle and the Fire Giant. Lifesteal on wave. The Tartarus Titans are healthy. SOT still has ultimate. The Jade Dragons, 4 strong. Can't let him in the Titan room.
Titans walk forward. Pegon, half HP, no ults. SOT walks up. The Tartarus Titans, who were not expected to make it past the first round, eliminated the reigning champs, have eliminated the fan favorites, and will move on to the grand finals.
In phase 3, the Tartarus Titans were looking shaky, but now they are looking sturdy. The Jade Dragons eliminated. The fans can cry. The Tartarus Titans advance to the finals.
Tartarus Titans, so many questions, so many check boxes that had to be answered coming into this event, and every single one of them answered and checked off. This is a completely revitalized Titans team. The last time we saw this level of dominance was back in phase 1 when they won the Spring Masters. We were wondering where the light was in phase 2 and even phase 3 from this team. It looked like it had faded away, but now a spark, a rekindling for this team as they move to the finals.
The Tartarus Titans have clearly figured out their drafts as well. We had wondered what's next for Cyno. There doesn't need to be a next. We haven't seen his God Will push because what's happening in P's and B's, Paul is absorbing everything. He's absorbing attention on map. Teams are trying to camp him. They're trying to deal with him in picks and bans. You can't do it. You gotta look elsewhere.
Paul has eaten so many bans across his history in SMITE. You ban the Scylla, you ban the Hell, you ban the Set. Doesn't matter what you're banning from Paul, you've got to pay attention to the rest of this squad popping off. Stuart in that last game got that first blood, and that is all the momentum he needed to shut down PandaCat and break open that left lane.
And what an impressive showing from Stu at that. I believe ending the game 7-0, 8-0, somewhere there. The takeaway is there's an O in the death column. Just couldn't deal with them. The Danza Burrow, the positioning, so clean. I'd wondered why this pick had seen so much prioritization from the Olympus Bolts, now the Tartarus Titans as well. It's the repositioning ability. Every time someone from the Jade Dragons was nearly making out of that situation, rocket right in and deal with them.
Couple of great picks from Stu throughout this match, a couple of great setups, but you got to have a great leader behind your team to move in towards victory. We've got Aror standing by for the post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Join me right now. Aror, everyone! Obviously, I gotta ask, you're going to the finals for season 9. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I'm so excited. And the crowd's great. I mean, I'm really excited to play it. It's going to be a really good finals.
Now, obviously, going a full 5-game set is not just exhausting, but mentally trying as well. And you guys are obviously talking between yourselves and between each game and your coach as well. What are those communications like in between those times?
Just talking about what we're playing, talking about how we want to play the map, talking about objectives and how we want to play them. Like game 4, we let them just do every objective for free, and we had no response. So we fixed that, and then game 5, we did really well.
And finally, you're going up against the Kings tomorrow in the finals. Not only are they the #1 seeded team out of the SPL, but they've also gone undefeated in this tournament. What are your thoughts?
I'm just excited to play. I'm ready.
All right, man, I think we're all ready too, right? Thank you so much, Aror, and good luck tomorrow. Let's head back to the desk one last time.
Thanks so much, Kelly. And of course, congratulations to the Tartarus Titans stamping their way to the finals. You can see it though, even at the very end, a couple of smiles there on the Dragons. A disappointing result. I'm sure happy just to have played some fantastic SMITE, right? Getting a best of 5 on the world stage with crowd in front of you, especially all the Dragons fans that are here. It still has to feel a little good, despite the fact that you won't get to be raising that trophy this year. You have to think about it. I mean, at least in my eyes, if I'm looking at anything, especially in game number 5, Aror getting the interview deserves it because of the play, but I'm also thinking, run it back a couple of years. You're talking underdog story. You have one thing in common with that SK, that PK lineup. Paul making sure to make some big plays here. But in game number 5, Deathwalker, it feels like, I don't know, there's just so much. I mean, almost to the point where early on, I thought they were going to blank them.
I mean, I think they got their perfect draft, actually. We got Aror on his Kraken. He had an outstanding game. And SoloOrTroll on the Amaterasu, they've been playing this. Well, I mean, the Amaterasu has just been kind of the solo laner of this entire set, of course. This game going towards Tartarus Titans. The moment they started grouping up, getting objectives, they got a couple picks on PolarBearMike. They just got the ball rolling again. As I said, every time you get the ball rolling with Amaterasu, it's just almost impossible to stop it.
I feel like I need to give the shout out to Stu, right, Hazer, because there are a lot of moments here throughout all this. Look, and it's easy to forget, right? It might not technically be his first year. It's his first full year, though, in the SBL. And, you know, maybe that removes him technically from talks of rookie, right? But realistically, this is one of the biggest games that he has played in his entire career.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the plaudits that we gave Pegon for how amazingly he did coming in his first games in front of a crowd. Stu, in a game 5 to reach the SWC finals in his first ever live event in front of a crowd. And he absolutely dominates the Danzaburo he was rocketing in. It takes so much energy and so much bravery to do that in this situation. It's all on the line, and Stu held up and he stood up strong and he said, you know what, guys, I got this, and he took his team over the line.
Now, hurry. Anything, like, I mean, big moments, lots of moments, and electrifying at that for the Titans in here. What stood out to you?
What stood out to me is the lack of hesitation. The Game 4 Titans versus the Game 5 Titans was completely different. They're willing to take it, the fight to them. They went to the objectives. They weren't afraid to kill tanks when they got in their face. It just felt like they knew their game plan. They knew what they were going to do, and they didn't care what got in their way. Their team comp was also fantastic for it. Again, I think their draft was amazing. They have that Kraken stun that's non-DRable, that Danzaburo too that's non-DRable, that Nemesis shred, and I think they played to kill those tanks, and they did it great.
You have to talk, I mean, emotional moments for him, right? Especially if you're looking at this Titans roster. You come into this, no one's expecting you to even get past the first round. You're having conversations. You recently dropped Cyclone Spin, a longtime veteran. You pick up Stu. You get a new coach. You got a new jungler. And you're hoping that this team is going to be able to continue that kind of transition. But the talks, at least that we were having, were all about Season 10 for the Titans. And to imagine the fact that they're going now to the finals, and have a chance to raise Thor's hammer tomorrow is going to be intense. But we're going to talk a little bit more about that, as well as set number 1, things we saw today, all of that after a quick break.
Wait. Just wait. They claim they want beef like I ain't in it teed up. I turn them to vegan.
Welcome back, everyone, for the last time to the analyst test. Last time today. Hold on, I got to be very specific there. The last time today to the analyst test. I know we got a lot of Titans fans standing behind us. I hear them cheering for the Titans, right? They get the win, guys. Come on, let's make some noise for them. As the Titans make it all the way to the finals. Of course, helping us out, making sure that this weekend ends up going the way it is. We've got sponsors like Sweetwater, so thanks to Sweetwater for joining us at this year's SMITE World Championship. And if you need a little refresher, look, I've been staring at it all day. I've been wanting it. Make sure to hit up our Sweetwater booths and grab a drink before the next matches kick off tomorrow. Good way to celebrate the finals when they start up. And of course, thanks to Unity Gaming Services. If you've ever thought of building your own game, Unity Gaming Services is a modular platform for live game development. And that is going to help you bring your ideas to life. You can find out more at unity.com/UGS. So thanks to both Sweetwater and Unity Gaming Services for helping put on the SMITE World Championship here in Season 9. And of course, thanks to all of you who are watching, again, whether you're in the venue or if you are at home and tweeting at us with #WorldsWithFans. It really does make a big difference and mean a lot to see the community coming together, as well as getting a nice picture. Met one of your mains today, showcasing off one of the brilliant cosplays we saw earlier. It's also a great way, if you're walking around the venue, do not hesitate. Unless we have somewhere to be, I can guarantee any of the casters, players will stop, take a picture, and sign something with you, making sure that you have a nice, memorable time. And you can even see the chat getting in on it. And Schwa showing off a little bit there. Very, very fun weekend, and of course, very happy to have every single one of you watching and celebrating your own ways, whether it's cosplay, pictures with fans, picture with friends, just hanging out in the venue and having a good time. And good news, I guess, a double-edged blade, right? If your favorite team did not make it to the finals, which at this point it's everyone except for 2 of them. The good news is that while they might not have made it to the finals, that means they are free for pictures and stuff, right? So you can stop them as long as you see them. Everyone's here for the same reason, just to enjoy some really good Smite, and that's exactly what we got during this last set. And Deathwalker, I mean, it's intense, right? Watching it 5 games, back and forth each time around. Game 4's sub 20 minutes. You get to see the Titans stand up. You can see the emotion on their faces when they win. It meant a lot for them to be able to get something like that and find that win.
Yeah, last time I remember Aror and Cyno specifically in Season 5, they were kind of the underdogs going into it, and they crushed everyone on their way to the finals. So this actually kind of reminds me of Season 5. Naja is kind of meta. It was back then. Aror, Cyno on the same team. We got Paul joining them for this run as well. I don't know about you, but based on previous experiences, I gotta say they have a real good shot at winning the finals here.
There's a good shot of the bracket here. 2-0s all yesterday, although again, very, very misleading considering how close some of those games are. Same thing for that 3-0 earlier, the Kings and the Bolts. It's a lot closer than it would seem, the Kings just being able to buckle down, but you had mentioned it having vibes and feels of Season 5. I can look up just to the right and I see Aror lifting the hammer, right? Season 5, it's a big deal for him. And so that banner right there, that's what they're trying to recreate as of right now. And that is where the mind is at. And Hazer, this set, it feels like every single move is a little like micro change, right? It's like, okay, cool. We went wrong with X, Y, and Z. That's what we're going to change. They changed it in Game 2. It's like, all right, this is what went wrong in Game 2. Change it with X, Y, and Z and move on. It just feels like both of these teams, it was a battle of the minds beyond the game.
Absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. It felt like it was a battle of the minds rather than a battle of the individual players. It was all about strategy and sort of meta game within this set. They changed their picks and bans entirely throughout, and it would go one team would win, and then the other team would adjust to what they'd done, and they'd win, and then the other team would adjust to what they'd done, and the next game would go the other way. There was so much adjustment, and really, really impressive to see the energy that these teams kept up in this entire best of 5. Game 4, a really hard loss for the Titans to take. They get blown out by the Dragons in Game 4, and you worry about their mentals. But do you have to worry about the mentals of Paul, of Aror, of Cyno? I don't think so. They absolutely crush it in Game 5 and deservingly march on to the final.
Yeah, I want to talk about how stoic these guys were in such a stressful situation. I was nervous watching. I could feel it in my bones. I was sweating just watching the game. I can't imagine what it feels like to be up there. And you look at their faces, stone cold. And that's what it takes to win a set like this, especially when it goes so deep, when the crowd's so loud, when you've all been pushed deep in your god pools. And honestly, I think both teams relatively stayed under pretty good you know, they stayed pretty calm under duress, both teams, but ultimately Titans came out on top. I think their adjustments were a little bit smarter, a little bit more clever. I think they kind of metagamed, like Hazer mentioned earlier, a little bit better than the Dragons did, unfortunately for them. And I do want to note, these games were very slow in the first 10 or 15 minutes. It was a lot of map play, a lot of back and forth objective play. People were happy to give things up when they didn't feel strong. It was smart SMITE, maybe a little bit slow, maybe a little bit boring in some people's opinions, but that's what happens when you get up there on the big stage.
Especially the stress when you get into a Game 5 scenario, right? Like Games 1, Game 2, you're seeing a little more kills. Even in Game 3 here, when it was tied, fights were not uncommon. Then you get to Game 4, and well, admittedly, the Titans didn't have much of a choice of what happened in Game 4. The Dragons made Game 4 happen. And just made sure to continue running that shit. When you get a 16-minute fire giant, man, who cares about kills? Who cares about anything that happened prior to that? You've been farming insanely well. And if anything, I think the Dragons should be proud of being able to make a game like that happen on the world stage. It is not often across the, 10 years that SMITE has been played, including launch tournament, but even in just the 9 seasons that we've run Worlds, that you're going to get a 16-minute fire giant, that you're going to beat a team sub 20 minutes. Much to the point that you had made, Hurry. And unfortunately for them, game number 5, Deathwalker just didn't do it for them. They were just falling flat in a lot of their engage, didn't have the follow-up, and as mentioned, the Titans kept cooler heads.
Yeah, I mean, just both teams had incredible adjustments throughout the set, and when it came to that last game, I think the Titans, I mean, they got their perfect draft. They got essentially everything they wanted, played it perfectly. I mean, we were even surprised when they picked Vulcan. We forgot about the Vulcan. Apparently, Paul has another character, you know, that you have to worry about. So yeah, I don't know, just super clean play. Stuart's had an amazing set. Stuart wasn't talked about all that much until the last game, but he's played so well this entire set, I think. And just in general, this tournament, Stuart's had a great showing. So.
And I just think the teamwork, right? The team feel, the hug afterward, you could see it. And again, there was a lot of good showmanship between the two teams afterward. I think we saw a lot of emotion from players today, especially getting knocked out on a stage as big as this. This is what they play for all year. But getting top 4, still absolutely insane. The performances they have had, they should still be proud of in my eyes. And that even rolls it back to the same sentiment for match number 1, which Deathwalker, I know it's been a while, right? It's easy to forget, and especially those at home. If you remember, we started the day with like the TKO Creator Cup, we had the red carpet, but the first SMITE set that we got to watch was the Kings taking on the Bolts, and Hazer, while it's been a while, this set, again, while it was a 3-0, was still a little closer than that score really indicates.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bolts got off to some really great starts in these games and gave the Kings a great run for their money. The Kings just showed that they were really calm under pressure towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
They had some great draft adjustments as well. I mean, in game 1, we got a Bologna ADC. Look back on that. That seems like a long time ago today.
To the point where I legitimately would never have been able to remember that. I'm going to be honest with you.
and it worked, and they did so much right today, the Kings. They're gonna, I think, come up against stiffer opposition than the Bolts. I doubt we'll be seeing them run away with a 3-0 in the final, but definitely fantastic play from them today, Hurry.
No doubt, fantastic play. I'm glad we mentioned that this set was closer than the 3-0 indicated, because I do think the Bolts put up a pretty good fight. I do agree that the fight they're going to be up against in the finals is going to be a lot tougher in the Titans. I think we've seen a lot from these teams in terms of strategy as well, but I do think the Kings have been able to hold on to perhaps a little bit more. The Titans did have to go a bit deeper. We got to see what Paul plays when you ban so many of his favorite characters. We got to see what Cyno goes to when you ban so many of his favorite characters. So the Kings have a lot of opportunities here to do their research. I would say that gives them a slight advantage, but at the same time, the Titans are hot right now. So in my opinion, from experience playing, I think that actually gives you a little bit more of an advantage than the draft stuff. But drafts have really decided these games here this weekend in a lot of ways, especially with these slow early games like we talked about earlier. So we'll have to see how that plays out for both teams.
I am absolutely getting ahead of myself here, but starting to think of like the talent pool and season 10 and stuff like that, like what we're going to be seeing. We've already made a tweet about it, I believe, just a little bit ago, that I expect that we're going to have a very interesting future for SMITE. But of course, again, getting way ahead of myself. We shouldn't even be talking about free agency yet. We got a finals
we got
tomorrow.
One more set,
Come
man.
on. I just want to get excited about SMITE, man. It's so easy to end up doing Today was a very fun day, though. Again, if you end up watching what we had, the DKO Creator Cup kicking things off, a very fun red carpet right before we jumped into semifinal number 1. But right between the two semifinals, we also had the cosplay contest that went on. And again, we actually ended up having technically 2 winners, right? There was an online portion of the contest, so we want to say again, congratulations to the Divine Dragon Bologna made by Terralia. If you were watching that a little bit earlier, we had some very fantastic cosplays, not just online, and as voted on by you in chat earlier today. We also had some fantastic ones here in venue, and that was voted on by none other than our own Cupcake, as well as Seraph Cosplay, someone who has competed and won in the past. Baron Samedi comes out on top there. And again, it was fantastic cosplay top to bottom. I saw him yesterday, but getting to see him on the stage again, the Iroh Bacchus skin was just fantastic. It feels like Deathwalker. We've had a really fun day 2. Now we can take a look at what is still in store for day 3 as we move forward. Not just the finals, we got a lot for you tomorrow. So officially, streams will be live and the red carpet will be starting at 10:45 Eastern, 9:45 here if you're in the venue, or in Texas Central Time, anything like that. Then we'll be going to the 5th annual Build a God panel. It's always been a favorite of the crowd. You get to talk to the designers, work with them to build a favorite god or somebody that you maybe won't see in SMITE. Who knows, maybe if the kit's good enough, maybe you'll see it in SMITE eventually. After that, we'll continue with the DKO Creator Cup showcase, not just some of your favorite streamers, but also our newest game here, produced by hi-rez Studios. Then after that, 3rd annual Golden Bolts. You've got your favorite streamers, fan artists, community members, everybody that you can think of as voted on by you, the fans nominated by you, and then officially we will be announcing the winners during the 3rd annual Golden Bolts. There's 8 categories. I'm excited for that. That'll lead into the Year 10 first look. And then it's the moment that I think everybody's waiting for. Starting at 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. here in the Central Time Zone, it will be the Grand Finals. Camelot Kings, maybe you could have expected to say that and hear that coming into today. The Tartarus Titans on the other side. And as Deathwalker said earlier, looking to recreate some of that Season 5 magic. I just want to go through each of you guys. Day 2 thoughts, Deathwalker. How'd it feel?
I mean, it was kind of packed for me. First meet and greet, then I'm here at the desk. You know, I've had quite a fun, wild day. Lots of good games, lots of good SMITE. I'm very happy.
Yeah, we were happy to have you up here. I'm sure everybody was happy to do the meet and greets as well. Good to see you. Hazer, how about you?
It was a great day. I think the first set, 3-0, strong performance by the Kings. We got to see some clean SMITE. And then that second set, I think, was one of the best of 5s I've ever watched in SMITE, with probably the best crowd I've ever watched a set with in SMITE. It was so loud in here. It was incredible. Hopefully, everybody's kept a little bit of their voice for tomorrow so we can have the same for the final. But yeah, I was incredibly happy to watch.
I couldn't help but notice that in Game 5, the buff cheers started to disappear. Like the tension got into the crowd as well. Hurry, it was a fantastic day. How are you feeling?
I'm just happy to be here, man. Honestly, it's so cool to be a part of this. I mean, my team didn't end up qualifying, but it's so cool to be a part of it in this way. It's so cool to see everything working in the background, all the lovely people working on the event, all the players playing their hearts out, and the crowd, Hazer mentioned it, they're amazing. I've been at every event, every in-person event. This is the best crowd I've seen. Everyone is so into it. I love it. The energy just spreads to everybody. And we haven't even played finals yet.
Yeah, and to imagine that energy coming back tomorrow, and man, I'm excited just thinking about it, right? Tomorrow is going to be a very electric day, but that does it for day here from myself, from everyone on the analyst desk, everyone in the venue who's still hanging out, of course, everyone back in production, and everyone from the esports arena in Arlington, Texas. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow for the finals.